Wait,
it is.
are we? Okay, yeah, okay.
Sorry, little
us?
messed up.
I'm like,
What's up?
I couldn't tell. The stream didn't change.
What's up, everybody? That's right. It is time. We are live at King Nidhogg Supervive Arena Tournament, and I could not be more excited. Hi, for those who don't know me, I am Twin A, and with me on the mic for the first half of this tournament is MadMagical and Dolphy Vix. Go ahead and introduce yourselves, guys.
Sup, I'm Magical. Y'all know me. I'm the guy who likes to yell at video games. That's what I do, and we are here for some excitement. I'm excited. Dolphy and Twin joining me on the mics for these games. And
I'm Dolphy.
honestly, like,
All
it
of
is
you
gonna
know
be
me as
amazing.
the anime girl with the purple hair that you've never seen before, but like
I was gonna say, that's not purple hair I'm seeing right now. That's
I
like,
don't have purple hair in real life because the time I got it dyed purple, it all washed out to blonde, and now I've got blonde highlights.
Yeah, that usually happens with dyed hair, doesn't it? All right, well, thank you guys for joining me for today. I'm very excited about this one. Nidhogg has done so much work on making sure we can have this awesome arena tournament. I think it was 42 teams ended up signing up for this event. Has a prize pool behind it, $1,000.
I think it's more than 1,000.
Well, it's more than 1,000 because he said if it passed 32
1,500,
signups,
yeah.
yeah, then it would be an additional 500. You already beat me to the punch there, Dolphy.
Yeah, we smashed
it started
it.
off as 1,000, then it got bumped up. So we have real prize pools that are being played over today. I think all participants are getting some Theorycraft coins for the game as well, which is really sick that we're having that provided. And I feel like this kind of tournament is just a rarity so far in such a new game that is still in open beta, Twin.
No, and you're absolutely correct. What's amazing to me is since alpha, this game has had such a rich, beautiful, active, competitive scene via the prior scrims we've seen, the recent arena tournaments, players that just started with open beta in November who are already surpassing some of those who have been playing since alpha and are making names for themselves. And actually, I kind of wanted to segue into like early predictions, thoughts, and things we've seen. We have had, I think, 4, maybe 5 arena tournaments that have been dominated by 3 teams, 2 in particular that are still competing today. And that would be TLD, Pine, and Gap. Now, Gap is playing
Gap is cat, by the way.
Oh, Gap is cat. Oh,
Yeah.
fine.
Because they're not playing with Nidhogg anymore.
That makes
Like,
sense. So I
just
was
for
gonna-
this tournament, it's his tournament, you know.
I know.
They are replacing their 4th with Lord Vader. So,
Who,
very good
for anybody
player.
that checks the leaderboards, I think I said was 2nd, maybe 3rd on the global leaderboards. So an outstanding player in their own right. But I don't know about you. I'm always a fan of the underdog, the possible upset. So if we ignore those 3 teams, are there any teams that stand out to either of you? Dolphy, start with you.
Main characters. Aiden BY's playing on main characters. Also, Team Turbo Velocity. I know they're not
Thank
underdogs.
you.
I
Thank
know
you.
they're not underdogs, but those are the other 2 teams that I think have serious firepower going into this. I mean, especially TTV. Like, that is stellar team.
I'm
Top
glad
pick,
you
I love
mentioned that, Dolphy, because I was about to say, I'm like, you can't just ignore EU. EU's definitely got a dog in the race as well. That's what makes me excited about this, because we have quite a number of EU teams signed up to play. So it kind of works as one of our first like cross-regional gameplays that we get to see from our teams from NA and EU. Of course, we do have players that kind of go across the pond and will play for other teams with other players for either NA or for EU if they're missing players. But to have it actually be where there are full European squads versus full NA squads makes me really excited to see how they're all going to line up here on our matches for today, because there are so many teams playing, and we got to start off with our very first one. We have WC versus Ant, and I feel like these 2 teams, we were talking about the NA versus EU, so WC is going to be one of our EU squads that starts off for the day.
All right, and if you weren't aware, this is a draft pick ban tournament, so there are going to be bans, and I think it was Oath and Firefox banned. That's
Yes, it was. Yes,
Yep.
it was. We had Oath and Felix banned by WC and Ant. With the how you're seeing right now is how it was. The teams have already selected a little bit earlier, so we are going to try to go through this a little bit more rapid fire so that we can get into the game. But it started off with the Oath ban, then the Felix, which is no surprise for the Oath ban. The Felix a little bit more so, but
Yeah,
seeing that Bebo for
Yeah.
Ezeb just makes me really excited because Ezeb is one of our premier Bebo players.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So I do want to
loves
throw
that character.
I apologize. I do want to throw this out there when it does come to the Felix, the Firefox ban. With the recent patch and the shift your dash resets, Felix got a huge boost in ability because now he can not only, like, mobility was Felix's main drawback for a long time. And now, speaking of EU players that everybody knows and loves, Tom Kick, for example, put Felix, as his opinion, pound for pound, the best hunter in Supervive right now because he's gained mobility through shift, through dash resets. So seeing Felix banned right out the gate does not surprise me. Not only was he a brawl counter pick, but now he just stands in his own right as one of the strongest hunters with this recent patch. And going on, it's seeing Ezib on Bebo is exciting. Bishop very frequently picked. She has a big boost with that shift and her RMB being very, very strong. Zeph is always picked if he's not banned, so I'm not surprised with that. But looking at Ant's picks, Shiv, KP Void, and Bunny Aluna. Dolphy, what do you think of those picks?
I mean, obviously, you've got to have a unique pick, and since Ant got to pick first, that does mean Ant got to pick first, right? I'm not tripping.
No, it was WC picking first, and then it was 2 picks.
Is
for
it
Ant.
1, 2, 2, 2?
Yes. Yeah, so
got it.
1, 2, 2, 2, 1. So
It's
WC,
math.
they got to pick Zeph first,
hard.
and then it was Shiv, Kingpin, Bebo, and Bishop after that with Void Bunny, and then last was that final pick onto Krista, which is
really surprising for me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Dolphy.
Because
You go. I'll let you
WC just took Zeph, Bebo, Bishop, Krista, which I think are like 4 of the strongest characters in the game. And then Ant went and picked Shiv, Kingpin, Void, and Aluna, which I think are, I mean, they're good characters. I just don't think they're as strong as Bebo, Zeph, Krista, RJ. I could be wrong. I mean, obviously, but haven't you seen Krista's numbers recently?
Yeah, Krista, even with like slight changes in the patch, Krista hits like a truck. She is a burst mage. And I agree with both of you. I feel like WC got away with as close to murder as they can get with these picks right now. I'm trying to find Ant and see who's on their team. I'm not familiar really with these players. So maybe they're specialists, one tricks, and they got away with getting their Void and their Luna.
This is the worst tournament to be a one trick in, though.
That's very true. But if I feel like their comp has very specific win conditions versus WC can kind of like, they can poke, they can engage, they can wait it out. They have the sustain with Zeph. And I know Aluna has sustain, but it doesn't quite feel as strong. So Ant's definitely looking for those KP hooks or that Void ult that can be devastating. But if they don't get those, I don't see this going well for them based off picks alone. Magical, thoughts?
I mean, I'm looking at this a lot for Ant, and I feel like their whole identity, like you guys were saying, is about picks. If they can find an initial pick, especially if they can catch out Zeph, if they can get Bebo before they're able to set up and get that control that normally you're trying to go for, there is a lot they can do to burst down a single character, but that's really what is going to have to be here for Ant. WC, I feel like, even though they have a similar identity, they have really good bursts, especially with Krista. They have better ways of engaging the fights. Bishop, Bebo, great at that. A good Vortex Charm out of Zeph can set this up for WC. And we are ready for game 1. This is round 2 you see up in the corner because there was a round 1 play-in for teams to get into this. Like I said, lots of teams signed up for this, so they've already had some action, but we are jumping into this one and seeing how these two teams that are closely seeded, is a 14 seed for WC and a 19 for Ant, and they are already starting to boogie and getting ready for their first bout.
And yeah, we can see who's on who. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. Say we can't see who's on who right now, and just like we thought, Bebo also able to capture the base camp rapidly, which gives them the green armor bonus. Dolphy, you had a thought about who was on who?
Yeah. Like, obviously, we knew that Ezib was going to be on that Bebo, but I think Javon,
nice Vortex Charm.
also, whoa!
There's a good swap, though. Jirachi almost was able to save the life as they look to see if they can take the base camp. It is going to be fought back, but Jirachi was taken down. 2v3. Ant in a bad spot. Nice Vortex Charm again getting landed. This is a great job from Cookies to set up WC's control of the base, forcing back Ant Javian is trying to get the respawn, but it is going to be contested. Orlando's getting a lot of damage, and here comes the Tonk into the back line, and forced off as Kiwi cannot escape, and WC controlling game one. Even if Javian tries to escape from that one, it's impossible to get away from WC.
Oh, it's just like we talked about.
Yeah, it was
WC had the win conditions that they have so many win conditions. We saw Void swap out one of the Wisps and try and stop it, but unfortunately Shiv, while trying to protect the Wisp that they knocked, burned her ult, hit nobody, gotten no reward out of it, and WC just steamrolled that round one.
And it doesn't help that WC has just so much more control over space than Ant really does. I mean, all you really have from Ant is what, an Aluna root? A void grenade. You don't have a Bebo bomb. You don't have a giant car. You don't have the Zeph nade, the Bishop poke, all of that stuff that WC has. Ant needs to be able to counter, and it just looks like, you know, there's no real room for that unless you can get the sun, and there it is. That's gonna be one steal for Sama.
Blast off into the back line. Blackrock, though, a little bit caught out, and look at the damage into the back line. And fighting back, they found that pick they needed to start ripping apart WC. Even though the Tonk looked nice, it was way too late. And even it up one apiece.
Absolutely beautiful play by them, and also a good lesson in patience. They were getting poked, they waited, and they finally found that beautiful KP dunk, dash back, hook, and just snowballed off of that one play. Actually brilliant.
I'm looking at how WC can play back in this one, and this is kind of what we were talking about, like the strength for each of these teams. If Ant are able to manage that pick, we see how strong they can be. They can burst down the target, make sure that it is going to be that disadvantageous fight for WC. But WC, they should be the team that are going for the control like they just did. They took control of the base camp, so they got the green armors while Ant, now the playback, but the guy out of nowhere for Ant to make it a lot better for them. And now they're trying to pick up those green armors. They can actually take away the base camp and get everyone to greens, while the respawn beacon in the back line for WC for the chase. Jirachi wants to get them off of the respawn.
Oh my god!
Spike by Ezeb, finding Jirachi, evening it out. Blast up, not going to connect on a still Kiwi, but they got Ezeb down, and 3v3 again. The pull's there, looking for the slam down over the abyss. Not able to find it just yet. Asama barely surviving. The respawn still being attempted by WC, but they've got everyone back online, and they've taken the Tonk back to the base camp as Ant can't do much. They've been taking too much on this damage, and they're trying to see if they can play back, but they've lost Javian, and now still Kiwi out of the base that has been controlled by WC, and Ant struggling to find the slam down of the hammers. Osama, the next target, the next casualty for Ant.
And there's only 4 seconds, so there's no way this revive is gonna get popped in time. There you go.
I loved the edge guarding that we saw right there from WC. They had the B-bomb ready. You cross this line, you're eating it. The Bishop haymakers to knock the Shiv away as Shiv was desperately trying to get into ult and push him off. And she said, not in here. Just stellar guarding from WC.
100%.
2-1. Gonna be feeling really nice for them, though. Ezeb taking a lot of damage, and Bebo, if you're taking that much damage early on, no longer can you look for that flank play. You can't even set up the B-bomb. That's why Ant sitting on the base camp.
Right, but that bomb is stuck purely on Sama, and that's a lot of damage coming from Orlando's backfrog as they look to make their actual entrance, but Javon is actually going to go in with the ult, get a lot of damage done. Not enough.
Not just yet, but the pull on the other side. Singularity not connecting. That's going to be the Tonk missing as well, with Orlando's being the first casualty, then thrown back. 1 for 1 at the moment with low health bars on Ant's side. Even if they have the base camp, WC can start pushing up to see if they can take control. Resurrecting Orlando's with the help of the B-bomb, but the B-bomb from Sama, not really what you want to be pulling there, as a resurrection from Jirachi will resurrect the team.
That was kind of crazy. I almost forgot that KP can actually hook the B-bomb there. That is the last thing he wanted. But I want to give credit to...
Taken really low, but does survive. I'm going to let you get back to your point in a second here, Twin, because Javian somehow surviving in the Luna heal, but that B-bomb damage onto the bunny, while Sama 1v1's up against Orlando, the team losing. That's going to be the big problem for Ant, as the base has been taken back by WC, as WC pushing Ant back to the walls yet again to take a 3-1 lead over Ant.
So
I think we just saw this coming from the beginning. Go ahead.
We did, but there's still lots of Supervive left, and I wanted to give the shout out to the Krista right there for having the hands, or more specifically, having the feet. If you notice, she got pulled by the KP, was in a 2-on-1 situation against KP and Void, and was dodging the world. Didn't get dunked, didn't get hit by the singularity, didn't get hit by anything, and just was slowly chipped down, but stalled long enough to allow the rest of her team to get back into that fight. That just, oh my God, it was so good.
Oh, look at that big stun onto Ezip, though.
Dude, one of the big changes that happened in the recent patch was that the B-Bomb can actually resurrect Wisps and go for stomps, but it also, as you guys were talking about before, works for bases, and that's why I think Ezip's gotten so much control over Ant and Javian, who had tried to stop it, just took that burst of damage, and the rest of Ant are not escaping from this one. Singularity had been popped from Jirachi with a nice swap away, but they are chasing down these kills, taking away Ant's ability to fight back, and they're looking to put this at the match point if they can take this game.
Absolutely, and if you've noticed, the poor Void has dropped down ult every single round, and I haven't seen them catch a single person from WC yet. And we talked about at the beginning, that is one of their win conditions. Get that singularity, get somebody hooked, make things happen, and they have not been able to utilize that ult, or they're trying to, but WC is just dodging it every single time.
And that's kind of the rough part here for Ant, is that if they miss any of that, if it's dodged by WC, they lose out on that power, and when you don't have the base camp, that is another point going over to WC. Now, one match away, one game away from taking this set and knocking Ant down into the lower bracket.
Dolphy, what does Ant need to do here?
Get their picks before the base camp is gone, because they have nothing to hold space with. Absolutely nothing. They don't have mollies. And the only thing they really have is the Void Grenade. And so if the base camp is taken, it's almost basically GG's for them, because how are they going to get on? Oh, what a nice pull!
Second wind, though, tries to keep him alive. Tonk to crash into the wall, but it's just under the Kingpin, while Javian chasing down these low health members of WC. Vortex Charm will connect Cookies and Blackrock, working together to keep at bay the Shiv, who is chasing him down, but the base has not been taken by either team, and that's why Javian still playing aggressively, was looking for Ezip. Vortex Charm, but it was used defensively, trying to make sure that nobody could dive onto the Bebo wall. They had the back line, and now they're on the base, but look at the damage from Krista, denied by Jirachi, throwing back a little bit of unstable matter, but healed back up, using a great job of Steel Kiwi's heals from the Bunny to try to survive, but here comes the Tonk combo, there goes your damage, and now what do you do here from Ant? You've got the base, but Jirachi's low, they're diving back, Orlando's could not get it just yet, they had to swap away, while they're still looking for the blast damage, not going to be able to get the tree to connect onto Void, but instead Blackrock still kiting it back. Javian has not been revived. They're looking to stop on the Wisp, but now the pull back might be able to bring back up the damage, but the fact they have the Vortex Charm onto one, Tonk again, dragging away the Wisp, denying the resurrection, as now Orlando's getting targeted. They do take down one, even it up, but that baseball bat helps whack down Ant, and WC will knock down Ant into the lower bracket.
Talk about survivability from WC. How many of them did we see be one touch away from death, no armor to protect them with? And anytime it's like, oh, they're low, here comes a Bishop from the top rope with an ult to peel for you. Oh, they're low, it's okay. Tonk away. I think, therefore I tonk. Like, that was just great coverage all around, as it was a scrap after scrap after scrap. And they just wouldn't let that chip damage be enough to be in the knocks. That was beautiful by WC.
On the other hand,
teams.
I'm staring at Ant. I'm staring at Javon, like, going after these low picks, and every time he doesn't make it. Like, it's so close. And Ant, it's always like at that threshold. But WC just have the better spacing, and it's just too bad for Ant that they got outpicked in the draft.
Exactly. Yeah, Ant played their picks really, really well, with the exception of, unfortunately, like I said, the Void ult was not connecting. But they poked Javion, dove in, but they didn't have, it felt like, enough of an engage to follow up on what Javion was doing on Shiv. So yes, he would get 2, 3, all 4 of them low, but the follow-up wasn't there. Or if the follow-up was there, by then they were eating a Krista ult. They were stuck in the tonk. There was just so many things, like the haymaker from Bishop to punch them away. Like we said, the poke was there, the sustain was there, the peel was there. They had all the pieces needed for the winning combination to take this. So Ant played out of their minds, but it just wasn't enough. And I'm excited to hopefully see them make a comeback up through losers bracket.
Me too. And we are going to toss it to a break because we want to figure out what game we will be bringing to you next. So make sure you hang on tight because we will be right back with some more action here from King Nidhogg's Arena Tournament. Hello, hello. Welcome back into King Nidhogg's Arena Tournament. We got to watch our first round already with a dominating performance by WC against Ant. Now we move on in the upper bracket, and we will be watching TSM versus Team Up as we get ready for this draft. And I'm really excited to see how these two teams are going to stack up because there are so many talented players. Like, we already got surprised by Team Up last weekend and how great they performed here. But TSM, Dolphy, I want you to describe this team because I see a lot of names I recognize.
I've got to describe TSM. I've got friends on that team. They might get hurt.
I know, that's why I'm making you describe them.
All right, we've got Fresh Forge, Galaxy Game Boy, Quiz, and Afro. If I had to describe this team in 3 words, I'd be like crazy, surreal, I don't know, bomb.
Bomb. Crazy, surreal bomb. All right, I love it. So, but the thing is, I'm looking at this one, Afro. I've always been used to them playing Jewel, and seeing that the Jewel has been taken away by Team Up is like a big thing for me to see here from Team Up. And seeing the Oath, the Zeph band, not too surprised by those bands, more surprised by a little bit of the research these teams have done on one another with that takeaway of the Jewel. But then also seeing the Celeste on the other side, I think, yeah, there we go. The Ghost was picked before the Celeste, but seeing Celeste up against said Jewel is a great pick by TSM here, Twin.
No, absolutely. And I apologize, but production, I'm hearing an echo. I don't know if you unmuted something and sorry, in the production. So I'm hearing myself and everything twice. So I kind of like missed a lot of that.
I wish I could hear your voice twice.
Yeah, me too. But while Twin gets that all fixed, we will get ready for this game because I do want to get us ready for this next game because TSM versus Up, I think, is going to be a really close one. As you were talking about, Delphi, you have a lot of friends on the on TSM.
I've got friends on both teams.
I was about to say, but these are players that, because you are one of our high elo players who's played with many of these players before, you've played in a lot of these scrims and these tournaments in the past. I know you know a lot of them. I know a lot of them. And so to see them go up already so early in the tournament, I am a little sad by because there are players that I've helped create teams for. Like, I look at Team Up, I see that Shab Marge, I see that Toilet are on that team set. I've kind of helped them in the past with a lot of the random events where I'm like, all right, I'll help put teams together, and I've helped them in the past. So seeing them and how well they've been performing lately has made me really happy. But TSM as a team, seeing all these talented players that I haven't gotten to see too much lately in the scrims, but I feel like that's more just because there's been so many great players at the top echelons of Supervive play that they just haven't been able to kind of get themselves back on the market.
On the other hand, these teams, I'm very interested to see who they're playing because, like I said, you really want to have a big champ pool for this. But players like Afro, Shobmark, Set,
Toilet,
Galaxy Game Boy, Quiz, they've had pretty limited pools from what I could tell. Afro's a big Jewel main. Shobmark plays Oath a lot. Toilet plays Zeph a lot. Quiz is a Jin main. I don't see a Jin, but
yeah, I know
that
guy,
that character's a little bit iffy right now, so that kind of makes sense. But what I'm most interested to see is who they're playing right now. You know, on the sign up form for this tournament, one of the questions was, how big is your champ pool? You know, and it was like, one trick noob, two characters, I mean, or giga pool. You know, it's like that was probably part of the seeding process, and I think that might be why these teams are going up a little bit against each other a little early.
And I think that's my favorite thing about this tournament compared to the last time we had a major arena tournament back a few weeks ago, is the fact that you have these drafts. So now you have these abilities to go for things like that. What a hole right there to start it off by Galaxy Game Boy, as there was the attempt to go for the back line, but this is already given the advantage over to TSM, looking for another slam spike down with a slug wave. Up, they might have been able to fire back out of set, but now 1v3, and with a chilling finale, it's not looking so good for Up. Even if you're able to get the summon of Quiz, almost able to get the whiz, looking for the arcane rally. They find
actually got it,
but now that's going to be the blast off away. Set, there's no way you can battle back against 3, right?
4 in a second here, because Quiz is about to be revived. And
getting
Set,
close.
I mean, Set's hitting these nades though, but here's the pull, and he's gonna go down and Up take the first.
Yeah, first round going over to Team Up. It was a well-fought one there by TSM, and got to give a lot of credit over to how they kind of played around. It started off from Galaxy Gameboy landing a great pull, but unfortunately, by the time that we kind of see that Up were able to put themselves in a better position than that of TSM. TSM had already gained control. They'd already looked pretty strong, and now Up are having to push back again, and another pull from Galaxy Gameboy.
Oh my god. But instead, it's going to backfire because that's going to put down the ult. And Galaxy Gameboy is going to get absolutely shredded by that. Back down to a 3v3, now back to a 4v3. And back to a 4v4.
That's the whole thing with Supervive, right? You always have that ebb and flow, but there's going to be the spike all the way over there. So Star Flash is gone, and they did get the knock on a Quiz as Afro, they try to defend the base camp. They do so up against Team Up.
All down to set now. Once again, the last player on Up. Against 3 people, 4 people, Afro just going to grab the base camp. And it doesn't look that good.
I feel like for Set, you know, playing alone again against 4, you can have so many moves. You can look for a play like that on the Quiz, but unfortunately, there's only so much you can do in a 1v4. Even if they have given us a patch that tries to enable more 1v4s, it's not quite like people thought where it's going to be perfect every time you can 1v4 it. Very, very seldomly that's going to happen.
Right back into the swing of things. Twin A is taking a bit of a recess, just to let you know. But he's all good. He'll be back in a second.
Yeah, we'll get Twin A back here in just a little bit. And Team Up right now pushed off of the base camp again. 3rd game in a row. They're really struggling. They gained this foothold up against TSM. That Kingpin, so scary for them. Even right there, having to use the Eye of the Storm just to try to get away. Well, a lot of damage was put on a Star Flash, and they found the snipe into the back line with the flight of the Firefox, looking for Set this time around. Not going to be able to be that last man standing.
Instead, it's actually going to be Toilet down to Shubmark on the Bishop, and looks just a little bit like a slam dunk as he's going to go down as well. Now, when you're looking at TSM versus Up, TSM does have so much more control over the space. They've got that Myth, knockback. They've got the Kingpin. I'm sorry. Yeah, they got the Kingpin for those hooks, and they've got the Firefox and Celeste just to be mean about it, you know?
I mean, we didn't really get to talk too much about the comp and how devastating this composition for TSM is compared to that of Team Up.
Oh!
It really feels like they've got the upper hand, though losing out on the Kingpin pretty early on is going to be a nice pick for Team Up.
That was...
To find a workaround on my end to deal with the Echo. I caught bits and pieces of this. That has been the last one standing, but that was a beautiful snipe to lock in that kill right there. And
oh, yeah,
let's see if they can ride that momentum and maybe get their first match on the board, if I'm not mistaken.
It is currently a 1v1. Ooh, but the resurrection up for Fresh Porridge. Everyone on TSM is up again, although Quiz might be going down in a second here, right? There it is. The resurrection, though, is very doable if they want to go for it in a second here.
Base camp controlled by Up. Looking for the slam. Not going to be able to connect that one, but they should be there. Felix getting right back on his feet. Quiz not going to be out of this one just yet, as TSM, they have a 3-0 lead up against Team Up. Nearly finding a 3-man stun. Was a chilling finale.
If you notice, though, TSM have no armor to work with, but they do have Starfish down. That's an Aluna ult to try and stop that. But is that Galaxy Gameboy is absolutely going on a tear.
It's close, though. Look at this.
It is
Look at
so
how low
close.
so many of their members are. But the timer runs out. I
TSM
believe that gives that to TSM. I thought Up were going to get themselves on the board, but no. Now one game away from victory.
I think
Up looked really good.
For those who aren't aware, these are 8th and 9th seeded teams, as close can get, and TSM are just looking dominant. That was the closest round we've seen, and they've still managed to just win it. And like that, the Jewel's down to almost nothing.
This is the rough part. This is kind of what I was trying to talk about before. this composition that TSM drafted is brutal for Team Up to face off against. They felt they got the upper hand by stealing away Afro's Jewel, and then they're like, all right, let's just go for a composition that
But Afro is down.
That completely counters that pick here of Jewel. Like you said, Afro is down, but there are other members that are still difficult for you to have to deal with. Looking at Celeste, Kingpin, another one that's difficult. Same with Felix. All of these Jewels wants to avoid.
Somebody
Up
broke
is
off left
also
for a heal.
Up is also just not looking for those base camps. They're looking for the resurrections, trying to make sure everything's locked down.
Nice.
But it's gonna be the res from TSM
43!
anyways. Up is down
no.
a member.
No, this is not looking good. I thought this was Up's chance to win a game to make it so they weren't going to get swept by TSM. But TSM now, all 4 members there. We're looking for the pull. Set does get back, but they have themselves on that respawn beacon. It will be even out, but the base camp should be controlled by TSM. Up in the air, Jewel goes, tries to dash back, got low, finding the snipe on Afro, but the base camp still being fought over with a chilling finale. About to pop that damage onto Up, and Up will fall, getting swept down by TSM.
TSM!
Oh my god.
Those res beacons. Like we have another round?
Wait, we have another round?
Wait, so Up
May-
must have won the other one.
Up did win that one.
Oh, I thought. Oh man, sometimes it is a little.
The base
tricky.
camp colors are weird.
Yeah, they are a little weird. So it does seem that it was 4-1. I thought it was 4-0. So
It's 4-1. Up still have their chance.
they still have a chance.
We're still good here.
We're still good, and one more battle.
actually, yeah,
Up
there
doing
it
a good
is.
job.
Forge is down.
I mean, Seth's really putting in the work here. Those snipes are perfect. Those grenades are perfect. And you know, as soon as Ghost gets a stun with the grenade, it's almost game over for your health bar.
But look at this. This is what TSM is doing well is they're splitting on their res beacons. If you notice, one of them went to the right. They're stalling for time, and hopefully he wins his 1v1, but they might be able to get the res off.
They're trying to
It is
keep
up
him
against
alive.
Seth, though.
But
That's the problem. Ooh, nice.
Up is gonna
Okay.
get another.
So Up, we thought we're eliminated, but they said, hell no, we are still in it. They've been able to get another game for themselves, so 4-2, but they have quite the uphill battle still left to go against TSM.
But they are going down, kicking and screaming. They're telling TSM, if you want to move on winner's side, it will be kicking and screaming, and I'm loving it.
Just look how many punches are going back and forth.
no.
But Zed is gonna get hooked! And
Tries
now
to
he's
get
in the
back.
middle of things, but he's got Quiz instead!
What a play from Up! They've thrown it right back in TSM's face. They said, we got this. It's easy peasy. And now 3 rounds to Up. They're just 2 away from that upset.
I feel like go ahead, Dolphy.
No, go.
I feel like Set is really putting the team on their back right now because did you notice that Ghost Ult was just so well placed that right when Galaxy Game Boy was starting the dunk, all of a sudden you've got a nuke underneath you and their health bar just disappeared.
And that was with the pull, too. That's what I want to say. And now look at the attention they are putting on to Set. Say, they see Ghost, you take away Ghost, making him into one.
But he gets
and
a knock.
Afro taking a lot of damage, and it is going to be turned right back around. But the pull's not there. 2v3. That's gonna be the thunderstorm as they do get the resurrection on one end. Quist trying to chase down the bunny while Starflash dashing away with a surge. Does not get tagged just yet, but Quist really making it hard for that Jewel to look for the static reset. Does surge back in, but that's a little bit dangerous. That's gonna be the flame shield and the flame down, burning down Up as the base has been taken control of by TSM.
But Toilet's got in the way. Toilet's got in the way. He's sitting on that res beacon. I don't think they make it in time. Up will be back into this game.
But you have
so that is 30
timer.
seconds to get back to that base camp and stop themselves from getting sent down to lower bracket right here. But see,
Green
Looks
armor.
like they got
so
the box
ready.
res off too, though.
It is a 4v4 with the green armor for everyone on TSM. And that is going to be the difficult thing that Up will have to deal with. It's been fine when it's been even, but how do you battle when you are behind? You go for the all-in engage. You try to get it on the Fresh Porridge and on to Quiz, but they do way better at fighting back, taking down these members of Up, split them apart, and Up, even though that's a lot of damage, Set does throw back one, but the timer runs out, and TSM claim victory.
Oh, it's gonna be... It was so close. I mean, I was rooting for Up there. At the end, just because of how, you know, they were trying to come back, and they almost did.
Almost.
But they lost out rounds to time.
Almost the first upset of the tournament. I'm looking through the bracket right now, and that was really, really close to being the first technical upset. What I appreciated seeing there at the end was Set as Ghost dropped the ult on top of the base camp. I missed who it was, but somebody else dove on top. It cleared the way. They saw they were low on time. They went for the dive onto the base camp, and everybody on it was a TSM understood the assignment, turned and attacked anyways, didn't allow the base camp to be conceded in spite of the Ghost ult being on top of it. So it's just good composure on their end to hold down the fort.
I do have some news. During our round 1, we had one upset, as you were talking about, Twin. I know which one you're talking about. It was MAF beating Fan. However, in round 2 of our winner's bracket, Turbo Velocity lost to No Tempo.
What?
And have been knocked down into the lower bracket.
Wait, what?
Yes, you heard that
Huge.
Right.
Are you talking about my Tom Kick?
We're talking about your Tom Kick. He has been knocked down into the lower bracket and will be facing off against WTR. I feel like that has to be the game that we watch next. Even if I want to watch some of these upper bracket games, that is elimination potentially for one of our top teams in Turbo Velocity.
Oh my god. And
there is another one.
I know the team they lost to.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's pretty good team.
And okay, this is one where I can take pride in. No Tempo is one. Remember, I was talking about I helped make a lot of teams. No Tempo is one of those teams. That was one of the first teams I made back for the Magical end of year hurrah. They have stuck together through this whole time and have been working and playing together, really vibing with one another. And to see them do this well does bring me a lot of pride, even though all it was me just going, all right, these players are kind of close. Elo, yeah, you're all in a team. You're in a team. You're in a team.
I can fill. Great, 4 fillers. You're actually a team now.
Boom. That's a team. And to see them take down Turbo Velocity makes me so happy. And
it doesn't make me happy.
It makes me happy and have pride that I helped that team just get to know each other. They did all the work. I did nothing. All I did was introduce them to each other and like, hey, play Supervive. And now they have done all the legwork, and they have now become this team that has been upsetting in scrims. They've been upsetting in Battle Hub, and now they're upsetting here in King Nidhogg's Arena Tournament.
As much as I love an underdog, I don't like it when they beat Team Turbo Velocity.
Also, we did have one other upset from our upper round. It is Team Int beating Team Sin. I believe Team Sin is Sinoid's team. I'd have to look at who's on that team exactly.
I can look at it.
Let me pull that up. I had it up just a second ago.
Team Sin is... I can't find it.
I know, I had it up just a second ago.
No, that's
I think it's probably Sinoid, Flawed, someone.
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming.
Sorry, I just know Sinoid and Flawed are a pair.
Yeah, so they got upset as well, and they will be moved down into the lower bracket. But I'm going to say we toss it to a break so I can get us ready for our next game. Definitely going to try to get one of these lower bracket teams so we can start looking at some of these elimination games where everything is on the line. You only get that last chance. So be right back. Don't go anywhere. Hello, welcome back into the King Nidhogg Arena Tournament. We are getting ready for our next game, which should be really exciting because it is going to be elimination. Turbo Velocity taking on White Tigers, and a fun little tidbit I learned about White Tigers, they are one of our South American teams that is facing off against an EU squad. So this will be a lot of fun, but before we do that, Twin, I know you had something you wanted to say.
Production courtesy of Main Jam and Shivam. Shivam has done everything you're seeing on your screen, courtesy of Shivam. They're working very, very, very hard to make this as appealing, attractively a tournament as possible. And Main Jam is our cameraman, our camera person, who is showing us all the action that you're witnessing. It looks so smooth and so flawless and is often a thankless job. So shout outs to Main Jam and shout outs to Shivam as we get underway.
I have something I want to say. I need Team Turbo Velocity to win.
Do you have money on this? Are you like...
I don't have money. I just need them to win for my peace of heart.
Are you? I feel like that's what refs who secretly bet on the game would say. It's like, I really need this person. It's okay. I'm in deep right now. Please.
No. I've not bet any money. I just bet my heart and soul.
Just your heart and soul. Sounds about the same, honestly.
So as much of a TTV fan as we all know I am, I've been cheering them on since I first discovered the game. They were the first team I started rooting for. But I love that we have a South American team here playing in this tournament. I think that's incredible. I'm sure wherever he is, Just Relic is probably freaking out right now and cheering them on as well. But this is going to be a game of high ping for both teams. If they're playing NA, at least it's equal footing in that regards. But it'll be a good chance for White Tigers to really show their merit. And although they're a newer region in the realm of Supervive, they can still make a statement and show what they're capable of.
Yeah, you never know.
Very, very true. So we are just waiting for the draft to finish up. I'm getting it courtesy of Tom Kick Stream. So he was able to help me out with that one. We already do know our first two bans. TTV have banned Shiv. Very surprising first ban there. While on the other side, the White Tigers, our South American squad, taking away Teldo's Bebo. That one surprises me a lot here. On that is the one they opt to go for as opposed to anything else that was left open. They say that is what we fear more than anything. So to me, I'm just really surprised to see kind of the change that you have with teams and how they can adapt towards the meta when they can look at their opposition and what they kind of fear the most here. It feels like that is what they actually fear more than anything, is going up against that Bebo from Teldo, something that has been played by quite a few teams already.
This also opens the door to an Oath game. We haven't seen an Oath game tonight. It's been both times it's been an Oath ban, so.
So the tradition is... Oh, go ahead, Magical.
Oh, no, you go.
So the tradition, before Brawl got nerfed, Brawl was either a pick or a ban. But without him being as dominant and with Felix being so strong, now it feels like it's just Oath and Zeph. Both teams, it comes off as a mandatory pick. And we've always seen that if either team is able to get both of them, even TLD lost an entire set because they conceded those two hunters. So yeah, I think we'll see an Oath. I think we'll see a Zeph. And hopefully split, because that's just too strong to concede to either team. Doesn't Teldo have a pretty good Zeph?
Yes, that is what Teldo played a lot of before playing Zeph, back before Bebo was really kind of the flavor that Teldo was really going for. We're gonna kind of speed run through this draft, and we expect the Zeph. We knew that was going to be the pick. It was either Zeph or Oath on the other side. These are just too strong in the meta right now. Those have to be the go-tos. And when we look at the rest of the draft too, taking away Shiv Bebo doesn't really take away kind of the meta that we've seen really adapt, not only just on the BRs, but in Arena. Also, like I said, we're just kind of speedrunning it. We're not really going in order. I'll tell you the order in which everything was picked because I do have that on my side. Okay. So I can at least inform everyone on how that was. So it was Zeph into Oath and Myth on the other side for White Tigers. And then it was Felix Krista by TTV. It was a Ghost and a Brawl by White Tigers, and last pick was that Celeste. So Brawl.
This is a great game.
Yeah, that's like you were giving me the wide eyes there on that Brawl pick. So talk to me through this draft.
Okay, well, first of all, Twin A was completely correct. Zeph, Oath, split. Too strong to have either side have both of them right now. But that Brawl pick is definitely interesting. The Felix Krista, I kind of saw it coming, especially from TTV. I don't know who's on them, but if I have to guess who's on Felix, it's gonna be Adamark.
100%.
Almost 100%. Tella maybe on the Zeph. That'll leave Tom Kick on Celeste, Arcane on the Krista.
Really?
Unfortunate. I know TTV. I might be wrong, but that's what I think. Right.
Okay.
On the other hand, when you're looking at White Tigers, you're seeing this comp that's really about locking people down. I mean, you've got that R&B from Myth. You've got that Nade from Ghost. You've got the Oath just in everyone's faces. And to top it off, you've got Brawl. So.
Right, and I'm looking too at the composition that has been drafted here by TTV. Krista, we all talk about Krista, how great she is at bursting down targets, but that's kind of why Oath has always been so good. He denies a lot of that and says, okay, what now? I put up Bright Shield, nobody's getting that damage onto my backline too easily. So really for TTV, I feel like their whole identity in this composition is finding ways around Oath. Pretty much make it so the Oath isn't the problem. You're never focused onto that. Instead, you're staying on top of Ghost and Myth and separating them from the tank.
On the other hand, I'm sorry.
No, okay, it's fine. So you're correct. Oath is a huge wall, can stop the Felix ult, can stop Krista. Obviously, ulti is amazing from him. But noticing the Brawl, one thing I noticed missing with a Brawl comp is Brawl usually thrives with a Zeph or an Aluna. Somebody to keep him in the fight longer. They don't have that. Now, it might not be as big a deal because we do have a Felix out there. Felix has the notorious anti-kill. Both those are familiar. So maybe it wouldn't matter as much. But I worry that Brawl, without hitting as hard, isn't going to have the sustain to stay inside of a comp that TTV has made. So whoever's on Brawl really got to pick and choose. Go for it.
Really quickly. That's a Krista on White Tiger. That's Bishop on White Tiger. That's Tom on Kingpin. I think the picks were a little bit scrambled.
Yeah, maybe they accidentally clicked certain things and they changed it up on us, because definitely not what we were seeing from Tom Kick's stream, but it's okay. As long as they don't have the same things. But a pull there from Tom Kick with the slam. That's why you expect to see Tom Kick on that Kingpin.
Tom Kick doing Tom Kick things, and he does it again. It's just a wisp, but it doesn't matter. He secured the kill. And look at Adamark's Felix just diving in on the Bishop.
What was that emote?
Yeah,
that was so rude.
Emotes are apparently banned.
Are they?
If I was reading correctly, emotes are meant to be banned. Now, I don't know if it's you forfeit if you emote, but I saw Sinoid say in another chat that he disabled it for that purpose. And oh my god, Teldo is just going off. And there's the
that looked like a bit of a slam.
Yeah,
right.
That was quite a slam there. Okay, so definitely
I want to say
these
things
look
make
at what
more
happened
sense
with the draft there, but this does make a lot more sense looking at this one. And
right.
Seeing that it was the Oath first pick, so while we had things a little bit different on our side, but it's looking back at how this kind of goes, you still see the same idea that we had where it's the Krista getting body blocked by the Oath. I like the Oath Kingpin combination, especially when you have something that can control like this Celeste.
So let's repaint the picture. TTV, very go in, kill everyone calm, right? Also very good at holding space. You've got a Felix, you've got that Celeste, and you've got the Oath.
Got Adamark waiting.
Yes. White Tiger, on the other hand, is a very poke comp. Poke, 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 lockdown, get a pick, kill.
Right now, TTV tried to get into the back line. That Flame Shield, it did do a little bit, but not enough. And they have traded spots. Just swapping up where everyone is. as we have our White Tigers now onto the base camp, but so difficult with so much zone control from TTV. And look at that flank angle. Adamark using the Flame Shield just to get White Tigers to go back, and they've already been able to find the pick with Teldo taking down Torritos, and now Tom Kick going to be the one they look for, but they just can't get the damage. Slam might have missed, but they're slamming back TTV. The pull on to Dan. Get back over here. 2-0 lead for TTV.
Adamark, I don't know if it was cooldown or big brains, but I noticed you traditionally see the Felix ult with the Felix pull simultaneously, and he didn't do that. He ultied in with the flaming carrot emote, waited a second, and as they were trying to escape, he pulled them back and just absolutely eviscerated 2 health bars simultaneously. Beautiful play.
Really nice seeing from our teams. As now TTV again fighting back. It's going to be Tom Kick starting it off, but he took a lot of damage. Flame Shield onto 3, but nobody there. Even with the flight of the Firefox into the backline to burn a lot of damage onto White Tigers, they were able to disengage. Second win gets them back up.
That was
full.
a big
Adamark,
second win.
Nice use of the shield, but that second win doesn't help out when everyone else is falling down for White Tigers. That's TTV. They're a little mad that they got knocked down to the lower bracket, and they're taking it out on our South American team. But they're doing their damnedest to try to fight back, try to get back onto the point. But 2 before a slam down dunk. Pedritos, the last one, as he narrowly escapes from everything that TTV have thrown at him. But they are hunting down these kills, and they are taking a commanding 3-0 lead.
TTV's team comp, like, besides, you know, individual player skill, TTT's team comp is just better for Arena, I feel. You've got so much more ground you can cover. You know that White Tiger needs to get one of you alone, so if you're just always together, what is White Tiger going to do about it? Nothing.
It's definitely difficult, and I want to give 2 kudos there. Adamark 1v4, zero hesitation, dodged the Zephyl while fighting 2 other people, but Tom Kick is just seeing red as he's attacking the world.
Here's a nice pick on Arcane. It is going to start off for White Tigers, getting control with Pedritos being low, but he should be able to heal up. Then Teldo having to use the Chilling Finale so they can look for those Resurrection onto Arcane as well as Adamark. They've turned it around, but Teldo, with only a sliver of health, will finally fall. But 2 now make it 1 remain for Turbo Velocity. But Adamark, 1v2, does not give a damn, burning down the White Tigers, as Teldo could have been resurrected, but instead throwing out the Flame Spitter, trying to get what he can. Even have that 360, but it's a 1v1 duel. Ryugatsu goes back for Pedrito, saying, nah, I need every advantage possible, because Adamark dashing in with the Flame Shield and the flight of the Firefox, the burn of damage onto Krista, missing out on the salvo. Unfortunate there for the White Tigers, the 1v1 to Adamark.
And Adamark plays that
had
so
everything. They had the world, but they didn't have the way to beat Adamark. They couldn't find the formula for that. Adamark waited, threw out the flaming carrot taunt, and dove at just the right time. And despite not having any armor to his name, it didn't matter. Just what a great play from Adamark's Felix.
White Tigers now 1 game from elimination, up against Turbo Velocity as Tom Kick starts it off. Slug Wave did a lot of damage, but the rest of the team re-engaged. Flight of the Firefox finds the first knock onto Dan, and then Pedritos, as only 2 remain for the White Tigers. It's do or die, baby. You've got to pull off a miracle here up against EU's top team, and they don't seem like they're going to get out of this one easily. South America's only hope relies on Ryugatsu surviving against 4 of EU's greatest on the hunt for this Krista. No real way out of this one. Respawn Beacon might be right there, but same with all 4 members of TTV who look to sweep out a victory and knock out a team from the tournament.
And I mean, this was the expected outcome, but of course, TTV being in the lower bracket was never an expected outcome. So we're kind of looking at a reassurance that TTV will get back into this.
TTV really just gave White Tigers the, like, no hard feelings, kid. You're pretty good. We will see you when you come back stronger. I don't know what you're talking about. Come back stronger. Take these lessons. Learn from it. We'll see you. I feel like TTV, that was more of a learning point. It's like, all right, in this round, Tom Kick goes off. And every round, Adamark goes off. Everybody did their jobs, and I think White Tigers, like, they can hold their heads up high. They played well. They did everything right, but they just were going up against a mountain of a team, a monster that somehow got sent to losers bracket early. So White Tigers, cheers to you. You played incredibly, and I hope to see them again. I'm going to be watching them now whenever I tune into South American tournaments for sure.
So I see why the shades come on, because you just threw a lot of shade at White Tiger.
I gave them their comeuppance. They did
it was
great.
It was a pretty straightforward. I think it was a pretty straightforward round. I felt absolutely no fear, obviously.
Not even in the round where White Tigers did everything right. So I'm going to go back to that round, actually.
Like, Adamark is just one of the best Felixes, like, in the world.
Oh, absolutely.
That guy absolutely won that. Although he played it very smart.
Wait till we see Phenom X's Felix.
Oh, don't remind me.
I'm reminded.
Give me a second. I'm trying to figure out something really quick. So you guys keep talking. Sure. You guys keep talking.
Oh, okay.
So
Dolphy, I want to throw this out there while we're talking, because I do want to give White Tigers their dues, or their cookies, or whatever expression you want to run with today. Sorry, I'm not like Magical. I can't come up with funny phrases off the top of my head. I've got to pre-write my stuff, you know. Anyways, they had one round where they absolutely went off and they did everything correct. They got a pick. Tom Kick tried to sneak around the left side, went for that dash dunk, missed. They turned on him, dropped him, started winning their fights, had the 2v1 in the end against the Felix. Felix was able to do just enough to get the poke, run, wait for cooldowns. Like, they did everything right. But the difference maker was, I feel like they gave Adamark the Felix. And without that, and Adamark is a fantastic player and makes amazing content, but I feel like without Felix right there, they had a really good chance that round. Probably not the series, but at least a round.
I don't think White Tigers did bad. I just think TVTV did better. Especially that round.
I don't want to toss a break right now, because I'm trying to figure out. So upper bracket is in their best of threes right now. So I'm trying to see if we can
sneak in.
Okay, sweet.
By the way, I want to tell everyone of the upper bracket teams right now. It is TLD versus TSM. Main characters versus Not, which Not is our team that No Tempo, which is our team that upset Team Turbo Velocity. It's Pine versus Nutty, which Pine won. By the way, Pine, love that guy. Named his team after himself.
That makes me sad, because I'm a big fan of Team Nutty.
And then it is Team Cat, which is actually Gap plus Lord Vader instead of Nidhogg, versus Int, which is...
Okay. Ooh, if TTV wins their next match, which we're not sure who it's going to be against GST or Ant, they'll play Nut.
Yes,
Nutty.
and we will be casting that one.
Ooh,
so what I'm trying to find out right now, the reason I didn't want to toss it to a break is I want to get us into one of these best of threes in the upper bracket. Pine having beaten Nut 2-0. Also talking with Cat, they won game 1. They're already in game 2. And it seems like from how well they won game 1, it is going to be a 2-0 victory for Cat. But I talked to Tsunami of Not, and it seems that they are still in the middle of game 1. It is a 4-3 when I last talked to them. So, we are definitely going to be getting into that series. Main characters versus No Tempo. That will be the one we're going to look at. And as you can see the bracket right here, so this is kind of like what we're getting into further on. As you have a lot of our teams, we're getting closer towards the end, right? We have TLD still facing off against CSM. Haven't gotten an update from Paz on that one just yet. He'll probably update me soon. Like I said, main characters and Not are still in game 1. Pine's already over. Cat won game 1 of the best of 3. So they are off to a small lead at the moment.
Of course, when we're looking at this, Cat versus Pine, you know, if that is what comes to fruition, that's second seed versus third seed. Two of the teams that are projected to win will be going against each other in a best of 3 this early.
If that's the case, I am going to make a petition to both to Pine and to Cat, as well as to TTV and Nut, that they can't start games until we're in it. We have to catch both those games. There's just no
absolutely
way. Like
I feel like all of
time,
top 8 should be streamed.
Yeah,
Like,
so
winner's
I
bracket
might
is
I don't think we
long.
have enough hands.
You doubt, Delphi. We will make this work. We'll get this underway. I'm waiting on Tsunani. So we're gonna be back to. It's gonna come back to us so we can talk about this a little bit. I'm waiting on Tsunani to kind of give me word on this next series. I want to get as many games streamed as humanly possible, so that way people can kind of go back, see their games. Obviously, it's impossible to get everyone when you have 42 teams sign up for a tournament, and a lot of these games are taking place at the same time. It's not possible for us to get every last match shown on stream, but as many as we can, as best we can. And I will say, after this best of 3, do you know what time it will be?
What? Is it time for Twin A to change the shades again?
Hold that. And it will be time for me to raise up the desk. And we are going to, for the rest of it, will be the standing portion of the cast. If you don't know, everyone, I do most of my casts standing up, especially when I want to get even more hype. So if you've thought of them loud before, it will get louder. It will definitely get louder.
You should do this later in the stream because it's later at night.
I am
neighbors
later at
can
night,
actually
and
get
also
mad.
gotta get the hype games for it, right?
I'm
Yeah.
here for it. I wish I had a standing desk. That is just outside the budget right now. But that's one of those I probably should do, because I find myself like, if you could see my camera, whenever it gets excited, I'm doing this number. I'm like physically holding myself down. This chair is an MVP by not breaking, because I jump up and down nonstop. If I ever get to cast like an in-person big Supervive tournament, I'm gonna ask that it's standing for the commentators, because there's no world I sit.
You know what?
What do we got?
You know what you'd get? You'd get like a couch. You get to like relax on it, and then when everything started happening, you'd grab your mic. You go, ah!
It's true. I do that often.
Yeah, but
okay. So do you see chat? Do you see chat?
What's happening? I'm not.
Cat and Pine have a lobby up right now. Whoever's in winners finals.
Yeah, I'm talking to Kenneth. I told him to wait. There is a development.
Development. That's
TLD,
a weird word.
TLD are tied 1-1 against TSM.
Oh, now that is a development.
We
TSM.
need.
We didn't see that. We didn't see that.
Yeah, no, it hasn't been updated yet. I just got that from Paz.
Well, tell Paz to let us in.
That's why I just told Paz to invite Main Jam. So this is a development that is currently in the motions. I told Tsunani to try to get us in, and if they haven't, then we are going to go to the TLD TSM. Because if that is going to game 3, TLD up against TSM, we have to watch that one. There is no way around.
That could be the biggest upset. Go ahead.
Yes.
Please.
Nidhogg.
No, go,
here.
please.
We want to.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So
Nidhogg is asking us if we want to watch TSM TLD. Mind you, Nidhogg, I'm not sure if you're aware, but they're in game 3. Oh, go ahead.
Right. So.
Is it possible we can see TLD and TSM's third game?
Yeah, we want to watch that, and then we want to do Cat.
Yeah.
A Cat Pine. Yes.
It's one round.
I mean, I will say it would be the same regardless. They're gonna have to wait if we have other semis that. Okay, why don't we just watch Pine and Cat then? I feel like that is the more important one. Let us just get into that one. We're not even going to go to break. We're going to go straight into this. Because that is just it is impossible not to watch that. That is such a good match. The only thing was TLD. Yeah, watch TLD TSM, because that is going to game 3 at 1 apiece.
Yeah.
Yeah, now you see
yeah. That's what we're thinking.
We're like, we want to put. Yeah.
Oh, we've just given him everything.
Yes.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Two.
All right.
Oh,
So
that is ego for
2-0 for
team.
who?
Ooh.
He's like, oh, it's a
ego
2-0, but
for his
2-0 for
team.
who?
For Cat, that's his team.
Okay.
That's his team. That's his team.
That's his team. That's what he says is 2-0.
Yeah. So, all right. While we get Main Jam into it, we're not going to go to a break. We're just going straight into this. I'm going to raise up
Oh, we're doing the desk already?
It's time. I said it was going to be for semis.
I don't have a standing desk. Wait, it's like...
Yeah, I'm going into the game.
It's like an elevator.
Dun, dun, dun. Bum,
It's like
bum,
an elevator.
Bum, bum, bum. Hey, so
Oh.
for those who aren't going to watch that match, I'm looking at it right now. They've got the picks and bans going on for TLD, TSM. TLD's got
Secondary
Zeph,
casting.
Oath, and Celeste, and TSM has Myth, KP, and Felix. They banned Jewel and banned Bebo. TLD got Shiv. TLD's been given the world minus Felix, but they could have taken Felix. That's interesting, but I guess they wanted Oath a little more.
It's a shame we won't watch that, but at least Eric's got it.
Eric being Kid Nidhogg for those at home. I'm not good friends or good enough friends with him. I can't call him that.
I think he prefers to be called Eric. You could ask him.
I'll ask him. Well, it's like the on-running joke. It's like
You two
MadMagical. Oh, go ahead.
You two keep chit-chatting. I'm going to get the screen grab for our first draft. So
Okay.
just keep jibber-jabbing, but I'm not going to be able to hear you for a sec.
Okay, well, jibber jabber jabs away.
So
It's like the
I can call him.
Jabberwocky.
I can call him Mad because we're friends like that. So while Mad's away, I saw the faintest from you there. All right, but let's actually focus on the match that we are going to be looking at: Pine versus Cat. This is
probably
best matchup we'll
team,
see. Yeah, this is huge because even though they're Cat, Gap by and large have yet to beat Team Pine, whatever formation it is in any of the arena tournaments. Now, mind you, there's been 4 that I'm aware of, and 2 of them, it was half TLD, half Pine. So Cat has taken second in those ones, but anywhere TLD and Pine are split, Gap has gotten third. So
Twin.
All right, I heard
go
Main
ahead.
Jam actually was able to get into the TSM TLD game.
Ooh, okay.
we're running it.
Just run it. Just if we're in the game, get it up. Let's go. Let's do
Okay,
this
okay.
now.
I guess
draft
we're in
needed.
it.
We are in it to win it. I talked to Kat and they were down to wait. So they were okay
Yes.
with that.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, Twin, who do you think Cat and Pine are banning? But I guess we're just gonna go into TLD and TSM instead.
Yeah. So that's what I heard. I am so hyped for this one. I want to see who wins between these two teams. And having the fact that you have a team that was able to not only win out in the winner's bracket the last time we did an arena tournament, but they made it to the finals in commanding fashion. While Team Pine did eventually beat them, having come through the lower bracket and then upsetting them twice in a bracket reset, we still have TLD, one of our strongest teams, now with their backs to the wall up against TSM, the underdog story of a century. If TSM can knock TLD down into the lower bracket, that would be an amazing statement for these up-and-coming players. Even if we have seen some of them many times in the past, this is their resurgence back into the game. You might use as fresh forward to get away, but could not escape from the onslaught of damage. It's going to be a forced flight of the Firefox away. But only 3 survive. The pull back in to try to revive Fresh Porch, while Afro gets the aggro from Phenom. But they're back. They reset. The heals are there, but Afro put into the wall, tries to get away. They've got the resurrection on the Fresh Porch, but they didn't get the slam down with the chilling finale. Another res on the pass. Pass back up, but the burn puts them right back into the wisp. As TSM, they're battling back against the last door and somehow pulling off miracles. Another pull, but there goes Galaxy Game Boy. More burn onto Lemur. The fire tries to extinguish the ice as they put him back. So close to the Firefox. Well, they missed the blast off. Barely 2v2. Quiz could get the resurrection onto Galaxy Game Boy, but forced off by Lemur and Abador, who have the shield.
He's gonna get the res. Abador's gotta go for the res.
They're trying to get the res on the other side. They might deny it. Abador's on the hunt, but it could be then the base camp. On the base camp and on the respawn. The blast off away. There goes Fresh Porridge.
The res is good.
10 seconds left.
And it's just down to Quiz. Quiz is grabbing the base camp. He's aware
Oh
of the
my God.
time and he's looking for it.
Tries to get it. Flame shield again. Flight of the Firefox. Just can control. Nobody can enter it. He might be able to take that. He needs the level 2 armor, but the damage. Flame shield isn't enough. No! Last door. Take game
That
one.
was
Okay, so
what a scrap! What a scrap! Oh my god! Oh my god, that was the best round of Arena I have ever seen in my life. It was a roller coaster of emotions. It was 1 for 1, 1 for 1, rest for rest, 1 for 1. And ABBA at the end with the hands on the res beacon to walk it. What a coin flip. Oh my god.
Oh man.
Now last door, they kind of have fanned out at this moment. They're looking for the flank, but a nice slug wave is forcing out the chilling finale. But there goes Afro, already losing them in the other side. No back charm to land, but Lemur finding the spike. The last door. Say that last round was a little too close for our liking. This time around, we will dominate in game 2 as Quiz on the run away from the Ice Queen herself. But Lemur says it's not going to be that easy. You cannot escape from me. There is no land I won't traverse in order to take this victory and get that 2-0 lead over TSM while they use the Flight of the Firefox far, far and away.
Especially for Lemur right now. He's on one of his comfort picks of all time, but it is going to be hard to catch this Firefox right now. It actually has just fallen into the abyss.
Wait a minute.
They might have overcommitted.
Oh no.
They
overcommitted.
Yeah, you're right.
The
They
jukes.
might have overcommitted.
It looked for the Flame Spear, not going to be able to land that. That's an Abyssal Breaker. Almost was able to find that, but a nice use of the Mantling from Phenom.
They haven't taken the base camp. They have not taken the base camp.
Did not take the base.
Lemur's going back for the base camp right now. I'm not sure if Quiz knows they don't have the base camp, but it's going to be really hard for Quiz to even get near it.
He definitely knows. He doesn't see the level 2 armor, but he was able to take down Phenom. What a play from Quiz. 1v3, using the Flame Shield to get Abador off.
1v2.
Has to be able to beat this one out. They're looking for the revive. Abador holding strong. Knows the Flame Shield's not there, but the dash back.
Oh!
And there you go, Abador. Says not this time. No fancy plays for Felix.
To be fair, even if Quiz killed Abador there, Lemur was on the base camp. Lemur understood the priorities. He got to that. He was waiting on it. It was only matters of seconds away from being captured. So TLD had that round, but it was so close.
Quick update to the score. It is 2-0 TLD. Yeah. I currently see 1-1.
Yeah, I was just about to say that too.
I love the fire and ice battle that we saw as Felix was running away, and we have no time to talk about it as Lemur dives.
Dives in.
And actually, Afro is out. Quiz
Then
also pinned down.
Looking for the blast off into the back line. They had the second win, but it's a 2v4. This is bad for TSM, but the slam down from Galaxy Gayboy might have just gotten them back in. Trying to get the resurrection out of Chris. Another use of the Vortex Charm, but at the same time, the pole was landing. So Galaxy Gayboy has to hop away, and now you're alone. And that is another victory for TLD. 3-0 lead in game 3.
It's so close for TSM.
Did you see that grenade? I am so sorry, but right before Paz got hooked, he threw a grenade and covered himself to deny Galaxy Gayboy the dunk and allow him to survive. It might have not been the biggest difference maker, but it was a brilliant play, nevertheless, that I had to point out.
Now, TSM are really looking for a win here, and actually it might come with Lemur in the back, all really alone, but actually no, Afro's the one who goes down. Fresh
Never
Porridge
alone.
kind of getting caught out. Galaxy gonna try and get Afro to come back, but nope. Fresh Porridge all alone. You really gotta stick together here. Make sure you do not fall apart, but these players kind of look like they're fighting their own battles right now, as Galaxy Gayboy also in the corner. Leaving it all to Quiz, who also out.
So now, 4-0 lead for TLD. One game away from knocking down TSM, who had gotten the miracle. They had somehow taken a whole set against TLD, but now they haven't been able to get a game against them in this final one.
You made TLD angry. They don't want to let you win a single one. Look at Abador all the way in the back, looking for that flame.
I love that frozen barricade.
For it.
Oh my God! Denying them, and look at that, TLD. They mad. They're not just angry. They mad about that, and they will sweep the floor with TSM to move on into the upper semifinals.
TLD is inevitable in the end. They gave you one to give you hope, And then they went and shattered the dreams of TSM and said, come back in grands if you're worthy. TLD went off. Dolphy.
Every single round looks so close up until that end one, especially round 1. I mean, literally the base camp was seconds from being taken away. Quiz read the signs, got on it, did not have enough time. I think we want to send straight into Cat versus Pine, though, our second seed, third
break.
seed.
We're not going for any break on this one either. We are going straight into it because I know the players are ready. So that's why I'm like, we had a quick game there. TLD, move on. Now, Cat, which is Gap, if you don't know, just without Nidhogg play. So that is the only difference here. While we have on the other side, Team Pineapple. If you don't know Team Pineapple, they are the kings of Arena. They are the team with Pine themselves, the Shrikle Jordan, who has constantly won everything when it comes to Arena.
Also, Emperor, Spades, and Flappy, who are just really good players, really flexible players. Emperor, one of the best arenas. Flappy was king, took a bit of a break, is back now just to assert his dominance. And of course, Spade Storms, you can't forget that guy. He one of the best jewels. Used to play for Passion Fruit. Also took a break, but he's also back, kicking, swinging. But replacing Nidhogg is Lord Vader. We talked
now, if I may, I do want to point something out. I know we've jumped into the next game, but I did say at the beginning that the combination of Oath and Zeph is too strong to concede. And they conceded that to the strongest team right now in Arena, TLD. So I wonder if TSM is going to kind of take that to heart if they do get the run back. Now, to the other point that you made, Lord Vader replacing King Nidhogg. Is there a replacement for King Nidhogg? Most would say no, but if you're going to try, Lord Vader is a wonderful hat to throw in the ring. Rank 2 or 3 on the global rankings right now. Phenomenal player. I've run into them whenever they're using Shiv, I think, and it is the definition of why am I even trying? Like, I'll try my best. I'll get shredded anyways. Just great macro, great micro, great hands. And I'm sure they have, I would hope, a deep pool of hunters to choose from in the similar fashion of King Nidhogg.
I'm going to have you two talk again. I'm going to do what I did before. I'm going to jump down so we can get this draft. Keep talking, even though you'll see my mouth moving.
Speaking of big pool of hunters, who do we think are going to be the bans? Or do we think...
Okay. So who has been the strongest, most dominant? I have 3 hunters that immediately come to mind. Oath, Zeph, and Felix. So if Felix has been a thorn in the side of either of these two teams, I wouldn't be surprised. Or if they're the first pick, I wouldn't be surprised if they snag Felix. He has good anti-heal. He has the dash reset now that everybody does, which makes him even stronger. And he's always been a very solid arena pick even before this. And obviously, Oath and Zeph are really, really, really strong. Another one, if I can throw a 4th hunter in, is Jewel. And that's because Jewel annoys me personally. I love the hunter. I hate going against her. And Mitch P in chat said Vader is super good on Jewel as well.
So a little thing about Jewel. I think she's always been one of the strongest characters in Supervive. I think the only reason she's ever been weak is because Oath exists. But if we're banning Oath, who's there to stop Jewel? Nobody whatsoever, except maybe, I don't know, Felix at most, because his shield is really annoying. But yep, there's the Oath ban. Actually coming from Pine, and it's going to be a Bebo ban.
Wow. Okay.
Now that's unexpected.
Zeph is immediate lock in here for Pine. There's no way.
Oh, definitely.
Like, those are, I think, the only 2 real premier hunters are Zeph and Oath right now, where if you're not willing to ban one of them, or if you leave either of them open, they're going to be taken pretty quickly. But Cat respond with a Shiv Jewel combo.
And then there's the Celeste to follow up. And I think you were right when Jewel picked probably by Lord Vader, right? Or is it Shiv?
Yep. I'm going to give credit where credit is due. That's a Mitch P call out right there. So thank you, Mitch, for that one. Jewel's always been a very strong pick, but knowing that this substitute player is really strong with Jewel, that just makes sense. Now, again, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Cat pick Felix right here, given the oath ban. Who else do they have available? If it's the exact same players, we could see Ghost or Myth come out for Ryan.
I don't know. But
so I just got it from them. So it is going to be Brawl Felix.
Brawl Height.
To round out the rest of it with a Void last pick by Team
Brawl Height,
Pine.
Felix Kenneth?
Yeah, so I'm assuming that is going to be what it is going into this game.
So
our semifinals
Ryan
of uppers.
Shiv.
So one thing about Void in this matchup is with all the divers that Team Cat have, a well-timed, well-placed Void ult can catch them. It can catch the Felix ult. It can catch a diving Brawl. If you see where that Shiv dagger
it's Kenneth's
goes.
Jewel.
Ooh.
Oh.
Kenneth's Jewel.
Okay, Emperor playing Void makes sense. I have seen Emperor play Void in the past.
Okay,
So
this does make sense, yes.
Yeah, a lot of this is making a Height onto Brawl. Height has to be one of the best Brawls in North America, in Supervive
to be
in
playing
general.
Brawl even after the nerfs, and to a good, like one of the highest degrees, you have to be on Height's level.
And
Looking at
Trickle
this-
Jordan Pine on
Zeph.
Zeph, like his Zeph
Haven't you seen Zeph
dominated
Curry?
that first arena.
Haven't you seen Zeph Curry?
I do like Zeph Curry. There are some great names that you have in this one, but such as that Trickle Jordan, who is Pine. But a nice Vortex Charm lands on to Rin on the other side with a lot of damage on a ship, forcing out and finding the snipe with a second win. Nobody's gotten the base camp just yet. It's going to be the flight of the Firefox coming in from Rin, not getting enough damage on to Pine. But Pine, they lose out on Pine. The main captain is gone. But it's going to be a 3v2 with how low the health bars are on to Cat. They try to escape. Kenneth getting the attention so that they can get a respawn on the other side. But you are Height against the world. I have seen you pull off miracles before. But even here, I don't know if you're going to be able to do so. That is why he's going for the far away islands for that respawn.
This respawn is the closest of most of the respawns. It's just you've got so limited time. You've got all these people coming for you, and you've missed your dunk onto the first character you can see. So how are you going to get back? There's the ult. There's the push out. And now
Volcanic
dashing
Rebuke
back.
is there. They could look for that one. Tries to get the dash. Has the chains if necessary.
But Emperor's
Look
been
at
waiting
that.
on
Nice.
The coverage.
What a play.
What an edge guard. Now, here's what's crazy. Pine outpoked Gap or Cat that entire round. They outpoked them until finally the poke was enough that Zeph was able to hit with an ult, and they just pounced after the first knock was done.
And
Beautiful.
I just want to say Pine's team has a really good coverage. And I think I've talked about this before, but when you're comparing these two teams, Gap or Cat. Oh, okay. Sorry, Emperor is
Emperor's
sorry.
down.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Pause what I
Emperor's
was
down.
saying.
And what a use of an engage there with a flame shield, but didn't get enough damage. Even though they're into the back line and looking for Spade Storm, he was able to eat a lot of the attention. Even with a burn, it might take down Spade. That's why Lord Jader has jumped on top of him, take out the Krista. But still, they're fighting back. They're getting the control they need to. With Flappy Penguin having no way out of that one and having already sent Pine off on the journey to get the respawn beacon. But guess who's here? Height is hunting them down. Sees the low health bars, wants those resets. Nobody's getting out of this one. They're battling back. They're going to tie this series up, even if you try to escape the other way, all the way back to where you came. It is going to be a one-apiece game so far.
And right, what I was saying was Gap's team is very hit hard, hit fast, get in there, separate them, and kill them. Pine's team is really, you can't actually go anywhere. I've got all of this space covered. It's all my territory. Very different, kind of gameplay. Very counteractive. And you can kind of see it here as these teams start to collapse on each other. And Gap has succeeded in actually splitting up Pine's team.
They took out Emperor. That's going to be the first one they needed to look for. No longer having to worry about the zone control or getting the burst damage, and that is why Cat are the ones on the aggression, but already on the respawn. Spade has to go. He has to bail. Last one standing here on Krista, getting a little bit of damage onto the ship, but Lord Vader was able to dodge away from a lot of that. And with only this Krista, even if you held onto the salvo, it's not enough to defend against Cat, who take the lead.
Okay, I'm just going to say it. Based off what you said, Dolphy, I'm calling Team Cat Cobra Kai. Strike hard, strike first. I forget the rest of the phrase, but that is what they are doing. You're right.
I mean, they're doing it really well, too. They're just going in there and, like, it's like a scissor, you know? Just cut through the team. You know, get them to separate from each other. And already Kenneth's in the back line looking at Emperor, who finally, you know, gets the team back together. Pine's team is best when they are together, really hitting hard, but Flappy's been separated.
But it's so close, and with the base camp getting controlled by Cat, gives them that advantage, the green armor. But the engage onto the other side didn't do enough, even with the flame shield. They're waiting. There's the flight of the Firefox, but not getting the damage it needed to. Even though they started off with a lot, they have to see if they can get to the back line. Chilling finale onto the base camp. They lock him down. The burst there. Pine take down 2, but they lose 1. They've got to be careful. Rin's in the thick of it all. He's burning him down. He's trying to get away. Surviving somehow. The slashes are there too. As Emperor takes the might of the sword from Height, and Rin surviving that whole time. I don't know how he got out of that one. And Height brawl. There's the heal. The shield tries to get away, but with 2 surviving. That's the Fate Shield saying that they are looking for Pine with the knockdown. Height's brawl is unstoppable as Flappy Penguin, the only one alive. The base camp has been controlled by Cat as they're trying to make sure with that 2v1, it is not going to be something there to threaten Flappy Penguin. He skates towards the bird and tries to get out of there, but Height, even with that ult, does not stop you, Flappy Penguin, from Cat taking another game.
How? The Void hit the juiciest of ults, and in spite of that, Ryan survived with maybe 1 HP.
Rin survived like 5 different fights. That doesn't make sense. But he did anyways, and that's basically what got Cat the win. Also, Height, of course, in the back line, swinging, swooshing, and killing.
No, Height did incredible. Oh!
Speaking of that, they already look for the engage. They're already getting a lot of these ults out. Well, Pine's taken low. Second win has been used, but the singularity not on anybody. The burst on the Flappy Penguin. They continue to chase these downs. What is going to be the green armor for Pine? They are the ones that are losing out on the fight. The swap from Emperor to get back, but Rin on the hunt. 3v4. You can't get away over the abyss. They almost were able to get the flame shield as they already took out Pine. And with only 2 surviving, poor Pine, and the base being controlled by Cat, they're looking to get this 1 point away from victory in the semifinals. They want to take down Pine, the winners of the last big arena tournament. They want to take as much control as humanly possible.
Obviously, Emperor's going to go for this res, but it's a really hard sell. Rin saw this coming from a mile away, but the stun is nice. However, it is a Firefox.
Denying that as well. No unstable anomaly, and even with the singularity, goodbye, Pine. Now you have only 1 game remaining for you to get knocked down and have to fight back tooth and nail for every series after this.
Now remember,
Cat is really jumping in on this one. It's like in round 1, they took a slight step back to make a giant leap forward and just go on a 4-game, no questions asked tear. Maybe the one, there was one that they almost lost, but they are just looking so strong with these picks.
Yeah, but you have to remember how these teams want to be playing. Right
Height
there, Height just went right into Pine, and is going to be Pine's team who comes out with the numbers advantage now.
It's a 2v3 up into the air. They've got low health bars, and they've taken out Spade. Now a 2v2 with Pine trying to get the Vortex Armor under 1. They're going to be able to take him out, and now it's down to Kenneth. Kenneth has to go for the dash in with the surge, but no resets there, as it is going to be Pine saying, not just yet. We're not done in this game.
So they dashed the Celeste ult forward just a bit, and I don't think Cat was ready for that play. They thought they were tiptoeing the edge, they were safe, and then she was moved just ever so slightly, and that's why they got stuck. That was awesome.
And now Pine again in control of the base camp. Another Vortex Charm landing, forcing Kenneth out early. That's why Rin tried to pull up support and go for the other side with the base camp controlled. It is the level 2s on the other side. That's why they use the Shilling Finale. But Spade taking way too much damage. No longer do they have the Krista. Second win does find the snipe onto Kenneth. But what a use of the flight of the Firefox to split up the fight. And even though Pine were able to get the base camp, they were all on the retreat. Well, Kenneth might be revived, trying to get the dash back in. But look at how low. Somehow the ship gets out of there. And Emperor's the one who's going to fall there, even with a swap. Doesn't help out, and Kenneth was able to resurrect one, but now that Rin's so low, they instead have to use Height. Godlike plays on Brawl. They'll look to take this game, and now have a 1-0 lead in our best of 3.
credit where credit is due. Gap can survive. If nothing else was the difference maker in that first set, it's the fact that Gap just would not drop. One of them always got away with a sliver of health. We saw Ryan do it earlier. They're able to lick their wounds, come back in, and just stay in the fight. So despite not having the Zeph, which normally is what does that for them, they were survivable, they were tanky, and they played just expertly. I loved watching that.
Now, usually I would say Pine's team have the better team comp. They've got more of that lockdown, control kind of thing. But on the other hand, your team comp matters only how well you play to it. And Cat had that perfect slicing through the teams. The only rounds they lost were when they initiated a bit too early. They went a little bit in too early, and they lost a pick to Pine. Otherwise, though, Cat played that really well. And what I'm excited to see now is how the team comps change. Because I think they're doing another draft, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there will be a draft in between every round. You have a chance to make up for your mistakes or say like, okay, we thought we slept on Brawl this round. You can sleep on Brawl. You cannot sleep on height. So maybe they'll ban Brawl this time. I don't know who has the first pick because ultimately, if you ban Brawl, it means you concede something else.
If you ban Brawl, you concede Oath.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm just typing to Kenneth to let him know to send me the picks and bans like last time. So that way I can send them over to Shifum and make sure we can have our lovely little graphic. Players might need a little bit of a reset after that one just because that was a chaotic game. Cat, though, I gotta give him a lot of credit. And you guys were talking about the Brawl, like taking away that from height. That's great. But then what are you letting through? There's still Zeph that we talked about as being a very powerful pick. Oath is something that you normally want to ban. And this Bebo has kind of been one of those picks that a lot of teams, if you're not practiced against it, you really just don't want to play against it. And you can only ban one for each team. That's only 2 hunters gone. So something has to make it through. And is Brawl really more important than banning either Zeph or Oath?
Yeah, that's the dilemma.
Or even, like, we didn't talk about him a whole lot, but Felix. Felix put in work that entire time, did a lot of damage, is tanky with his shield pull. Shield pull, like, Felix did a lot. So, yeah, if you ban Brawl, you're still giving them back possibly Felix, who was just crushing that entire time.
Now, on the other hand, your picks are bans of themselves. So, depending on what Pine wants to play, they could effectively lock out at least half of that group you just mentioned of Brawl, Oath, Felix, Zeph, So, it really all comes down pick order, ban order, and what everyone can play.
Now, I'm going to let you guys talk a little bit more. I'm going to hop down just to figure out what's going on with the pick bans because I want to get us rocking and rolling. So give me just 1 sec.
I'm absolutely down. And so here's the thing. Most matchups against either of these teams, it's one of those like, it's done, it's over, you can't come back against them. But it's still Team Pine. One of the most dominant teams in Arena. Very strong. If nothing else, the combination of Pine and Emperor, Flappy, obviously very solid. All players very, very, very solid and very smart. So I think they'll know what they need or they'll know what they did wrong with this last pick and ban and what they ultimately conceded.
Alrighty. So I do have... They are getting it into game, so I'm going to start messaging this over to...
Wonderful. I think they will not go with the Void because even when they got a good Void ult, they still lost that round. And mind you, that's because Ryan and Height went absolutely off. But ultimately, the Void catch that I think they were hoping for didn't pay off in the end. Or at least not like they were hoping.
What I'm thinking is we're going to see some more heavy hitters from Pine's team. We're going to see higher damage because Void's not really got that damage, burst damage you want. Their only real burst damage was Krista, I would say.
So what about like a Shrike?
If Pine pulls out the Shrike now, then
here we go.
It's big for him. Oh, Pine's team has banned the Zeph and they've taken the Oath.
Yeah, so interesting starting
Hold
there.
on.
Cat have gone back to that Bebo ban. They're taking that away again, and they're pretty much going for the same sort of comp they did previously. Still Jewel, still Shiv, and still being on the right side here. But that Oath is the big one, as you were talking about, Delphi, because Zeph got banned, but Oath got left up.
Do they take the Felix now, though? Does Pine snipe? Are any of them comfortable on it? Because again, Felix.
I think Emperor is comfortable on Felix.
True, but then who would play the Oath? Because I know Emperor is usually an Oath main, if I'm not mistaken.
I would say if anybody was going to play it,
Spadestorms
probably
could also
would be Pine. Pine is very versatile. He has been playing a lot of the Zeph, but I have also talked to him. He has been playing things like Oath a lot more, even though he is very well known as the Shrikle Jordan of Supervive, one of the best strikes out there.
He's on Myth. Pine's on Myth.
Oh, yeah. Actually, now that you say it, that is definitely that is a Pine myth right there.
And that is definitely a heavy hitter DPS, like I said. I think they were really missing out on a lot of damage. Celeste, obviously Celeste does damage, but I don't think she did enough, and she didn't do enough burst either because they just weren't hitting the pop, you know, the explosion. But this leaves the door open to Brawl and
I think we're going to see Brawl Felix.
Brawl Felix, which Felix is, though, a lot less effective into an Oath than a Zeph. So, you know,
but Felix is really good into Krista, because Krista kind of suffers if you get in her face.
As well as Myth.
Because
Myth can't go through walls when she's burning.
So we have
Myth, though,
our final one's just picked up right now, by the way.
Myth does have her knockback arrow, though, that does counter Felix's all-in.
There's
one
a
that
Brawl.
might not surprise you. The Brawl does not surprise, but this last pick is going to Aluna. Has been picked up by
Kenneth
Cat.
Bunny.
Yeah, so going more for the supportive style.
And it's going to be Pine who takes the Felix.
On the other side, a great counter to Brawl.
So
great counter to Brawl and Aluna, because now Aluna is a lot less effective at these initial sustain.
On paper.
Like, she'll only really be able to work when she gets, or when there's knocks against Cat.
On paper, this looks like a Pine sweep to me. On paper. But you never know in game.
I would agree with that. On paper, I feel like Pine ekes out this one, but we did see what happens with Lord Vader's Shiv. If Lord Vader goes Jewel this round, it's also going to be terrifying. Like, absolutely just killer play. Great play. So if I was going to like rank this, I'd say it's like 55-45 for Pine's picks. Very, very close, but in their favor.
We want to talk about gameplay. Cat's got the same exact idea. Hit hard, hit fast. If you're down, get that bunny res, get back into the game. And Aluna as a res machine is very strong in Arena because your reses and your numbers are super important. On the other hand, Pine's team is less, you know, control space and more of a midway between we own this territory and we're also going to own your territory. So.
All right, well, I'm looking at this one, though. And honestly, after that last game, I thought Pine had it. I will say, there is something to speak to when it comes to Team Pineapple. When it comes to Team Pine, last time, they did lose to Gap and got knocked down into the lower bracket. But they made the ultimate run. They made this spectacular run in the lower bracket.
So it is
where
flappy.
Not only did they make it through the gauntlet, but then they faced off against TLD, went down 4-0 in the first game of the finals, reversed swept them 5 games straight from there, and then won every single game from there to win the title of Arena Champions. So Pine, if any team is going to fall into the lower brackets and then make that miracle run, they are always going to be the team that you have to talk about, that power spike they get when the true pressure is put onto them.
Now, of course, it's always better to, you know, not be in the lower bracket. Heights already going in, swinging, bringing, but it is Emperor on that Felix. He's already down to Lord Vader, who is able to get in. McKenna's down as well. Now, the 3v3 McKenna's with still up.
They're looking for the stop.
Height secured
They
a
have
kill.
the lockdown. They're looking for the re-engage. Pine's been taken out by Lord Vader, who's just spinning and flipping away and taking down Team Pine. And only an oath remains, with Cat taking game 1.
No.
So I've got to point out, unfortunately, Felix had an air ball right there. Tried to ult in to get some massive pull, and everybody had long since backed up. So he hit nobody with his ult, nobody with his flame shield. I was just standing there helpless as they turned around and attacked him. So I think that's what was the beginning of the end for them.
Now, Kenneth, of course, is always in that back line. And like I said, they want to hit hard, hit fast. So especially when you're up against an oath, you need to be in the back there. And look how split Pine is right now. But they've actually got Lord Vader down. Now, Pine's team coming back into the swing of things versus Gap.
Resets.
Kenneth tries to get into the back line, but isn't confident enough to go back down in onto those stacks.
As they're trying to get the heals back up, Kenneth is going to be the target they look for instead. No Eye of the Storm. They knew Jewel didn't have a way out of that one. Neither does Height. So much damage has been levied back at them. And Pine say, you might have taken game 1, but we are the kings of Arena for a reason. They force Height all the way to the edge of the world as he tries to get away, but one spin dash down evens up the score.
I love that Myth option select coverage up top, dashing through there. I know writing was on the wall, but I always appreciate when I don't see people chasing like Moths to the Flame. They went up north, covered that escape. Everybody else was south, covered Height's escape there. He had nowhere left to run. And it's a beautiful little micro play that makes me smile every time I see it.
There's a reason why we wanted to watch this series especially. We knew how close these teams are on paper, and they're really showing it with how their macro is, how they're positioning around these base camps. Neither team truly gaining a foothold over the objective, even looking at how Cat has fanned out right now. They're trying to set up these 1v1s in scenarios that aren't going to really work out for Pine, but Height a little bit too greedy. Got taken really low, and same there for Lord Vader, who had to kickflip away to try to get out of that one. But Pine have held on to control of the base camp, even though they haven't yet secured it. Only a couple seconds left until they're going to be able to get those green shields. But Height denies that. He got right on top of it and took that ult so low. It is going to be a straight 1-for-1, but they already got Humper on the other side. Spade looking for the damage. Looked for the flux, but it did not connect. Might be able to get the right direction on it. Flappy Penguin does so while Pine tried to distract. Is taken down by Brawl, but with 2 on the other side. Taken down Team Pineapple. Flappy Penguin is going to crash back down as Cat take a 2-1 lead.
But right there, Flappy actually self-rests himself, got knocked down into the abyss, and then ledge grabbed as a wisp to get back into the game. And it's just mind-blowing the types of plays these players can make.
So Flappy right at the very beginning had Kenneth down to nothing and was chasing, but let Kenneth escape and allowed him back into the fight. Ooh, what a read.
That's very nice, and now Lord Vader going in. Kenneth in the back line. Pine kind of converging around this, though. Able to stay together and keep their damage up. Pine health is mostly even right now, actually, I would say. But, you know, Rin and Hyde kind of now going in on this in the corner. And Hyde's really looking for Cycle Jordan.
Taking down Pine. That res beacon ain't going to help you out here, Pine. Cat dominating Team Pineapple as the resets on the Spade, the dunks down, and one more game for Cat puts him at a 3-1 lead in game 2.
Oh my god,
No.
Kenneth's bunny. Kenneth's bunny,
Nope,
Kenneth's
that's
bunny,
Rin.
Kenneth's Luna. Was huge
That was Rin's
there.
Luna.
It's Rin, it's Rin, it's Rin on
Oh,
the...
it's Rin's Luna. Oh my
Kenneth's
god,
on-
you're right. I
Kenneth's
am
still
so
on the
sorry.
Jewel. Kenneth's still
You're right.
on the Jewel. And you can see he's constantly going around looking for that backstab, looking for those angles on the back. Lord Vader also going down, and Kenneth knows if he needs to get out, he can, but it's Spade Stores who's going to be shredded as the 4 stacks achieved.
This is the big thing, and why we've seen Pine struggle. They don't know what to do about Kenneth in the backline. They threw everything trying to get that jewel, and nothing landed. Nothing worked, and now they're 1 game away from finding themselves in the lower bracket.
I need to apologize right there. I'm so used to seeing Kenneth support that it just almost came out naturally. Oh my god, then Aluna was just so huge there with the heals to keep them in the fight, even when their health bars went down to almost nothing. Next thing I know, they're at least half and back in the fight. Just, wow.
4-1 lead for Cat, and this actually works out a lot better. They've got Kenneth really low, but somehow Height was able to take out the counter. Felix got rid of him, and now Pine doing the best he can to escape danger. 3 were hot on his heels, but it does seem they've split up for now. Nobody's going for the base camp. Instead, they're trying to stop the respawn beacons with Flappy Penguin holding strong. Might even be able to punt one back, but it has been interrupted. No Abyssal Breaker just yet. Now Kenneth is there, even though there's too strong for Pine. You gotta be careful. That's a lot of damage onto Height. Looking for the storm to land. They've been able to get the respawn. 3v3, one over the Abyss, but they haven't gotten rid of it. Finally, they take out Kenneth. Well, Pine got taken out all the way on the other side of the map, and now a 2v3. Gap, they thought they had the lead on this one, but how do you fight back, Cat, as you try to go for the attack into the back line? It is a flight of the Firefox, denying Height for now. Rin has to kite back and keep that brawl healthy. That is your whole game plan. Well, Lord Vader shows up out of nowhere, resurrected and ready to rumble. While Flappy Penguin flapping over the Abyss, and they have the man advantage. They have the power, the strength to take down Pine. But Pine say, we will go down fighting at the very least. Burning down, not taking out Height. The heals from Rin. Make sure this brawl still ready to slap back and get the sword swinging. But finally, they found the spike, and that bunny is gonna fall. It's gonna be another game we go for as Pine say, not just yet.
I think Cat overextended right there. They never took the base. They kept poking and prodding. And once the res beacon went off, they should have just reset, healed up, and tried again against a very weaker Pine. But instead, they stayed a little too long and allowed themselves to get picked off. Height played phenomenally. Ryan played phenomenally, but it was just not enough. Great job from Pine.
Again, Kenneth in the back line. Again, Height capitalizing off of this to single out someone. And Flappy's gonna go down. Emperor down.
Oh no.
Shrikle Jordan. Pine gone. The man himself. It's all down to Spade Storms. And it's not looking good, but he's gonna get one.
And with the Eye of the Storm, Spade, I don't know where you go here. Even as Chris the double dash, they're looking to hunt you down. Instead, dashing back, and this is so difficult for Krista to get back. Here's the hunt, try to go for the mantle. Might have reset it, but no. Cat, take him down. Cat will move on to the upper finals, while Pine will now be forced to go through the gauntlet if they want to get to the grand finals.
Now, I do want to point out that Nidhogg came into the VC and went, you guys enjoy watching that 2-0. And we all thought, wow, he means Cat. Obviously, that's his team. And I guess his prediction has panned out because that was a 2-0 from Cat. And actually a pretty one-sided one. It wasn't that close. You know, considering the two teams who were playing, I think the scores were 2-5 versus another 2-5. So
yes,
yeah, Gap
exactly
looked really strong.
Yeah, and I will say, it felt like that Pine didn't understand or like didn't have a good game plan to counteract Kenneth's plays.
Yeah.
Both games and many of those rounds, you see that Jewel go for this flank, and when they all turned to try to get the pick onto Kenneth, that's when the rest of Gap are like, okay, we collapse onto your backline instead. We now start ripping you apart, and you didn't even get the Jewel, or even if you do, you lose 2-3 members for it.
Yeah. And Kenneth played phenomenally. He would just go into the back, get 3-4 stacks, ult, crash back down, everyone's dead. And that is the best way to counter an Oath as a Jewel. It's one of the best ways.
So for Team Cat, they will move on into our upper finals, and I have to look and see if the bracket has finished out.
You know, in hindsight, Cat is the most fitting name possible because every time it felt like each one of them had 9 lives. If you noticed, again, Aluna kept them alive. Even when they didn't have a healer, they stayed alive. They got away with a fraction of a health bar, licked their wounds, healed up, came back in, and kept fighting every single round. And there were a lot of very close rounds that they kept eking out because, on the one hand, Ryan got away in that one match while Height just went on an absolute tear. Then, because they couldn't eliminate Ryan, all of a sudden it was a 2v1 in Cat's favor. And we just saw that again and again and again. They were just so survivable. Well deserved win on their end.
Yeah, for sure. You can't really argue against them. Pine did put up a good fight, at least.
Oh, yeah.
And looking at how they are, this is definitely a team we'll have to watch their journey in the lower bracket. As I said before, This has happened to them before. They have been knocked down into the lower bracket and then made the miracle run.
You can't make an
not
omelet
just
without
the
breaking
miracle
a few
run,
eggs.
but like the ultimate miracle run where they even get back into the finals, down 4 games in the very first one, reverse sweep the last door, and then sweep them right after that to get a bracket reset. This is a team that I feel like when there's more pressure on them, they outperform. This wasn't enough pressure. They're like, oh, we still have wiggle room. We're fine. We need to have that like do or die elimination really to give us the buff.
You can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. So, I think
I don't know if you just went silent on my end there. I heard can't make an omelet
without breaking a few eggs.
On.
Just finish the sentence
your mic
yourself.
cut out right at that moment, so it was like,
well,
it just sounded like you can't make a few omelets. It's like, you know what? I can't. You're right.
You can finish the sentence. It's a popular idiom.
For my Futurama fan, she was going for a dramatic pause. There we go. There will be 1 or 2 people in chat that get that reference. I hope.
Right,
all right, guys.
I think we are throwing it to Logic and Zikarik now.
I was about to say, we are going to toss it to a break so we can get ready for more action. Dolphy, Twin, thank you for joining me. It has been awesome having you, but we are going to be bringing in Logic and Zikarik to round out the rest of the tournament as we get ready for our next game. So everybody, make sure you stick around. We will be right back.
Bye.
I'm going to a brewery to watch the tournament and have a beer.
Enjoy the rest. Enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Send a picture.
I'll be rooting for Team Turbo Velocity in the corner.
Let's go! Supervive! Woo! Later, everybody. I actually threw it. You cleared just as I did it. I like tossed my headphones and walked away. And I looked and they landed right in front. I'm like, that was perfect. Oh, I missed my timing.
Hello, hello. Welcome back, everybody, for the King Nidhogg Arena Tournament. I have new faces with me, Dolphy and Twin. Thank you so much for everything you've done so far. But to let them get a little bit of rest and to get some new faces in there, we have Zikaric and we have Logic. I almost said Logitech for some reason. We were talking about Logitech mics. And I almost said that. We got Logic with us. It is going to be exciting. I know, just getting the plug in there, even though I don't think I'm these. No, almost. Logitech, you hear us? Come on. But anyways, let's start with Logic. Logic, how are you feeling? Have you been able to watch any of the tournament thus far? So I give that up to... Oh, we got Logic muted on VMix, so they might not have heard that one, but it's okay. I'll kind of say what Logic said. Logic has watched some of them. Said that the casting is going to be better because he is here. And also has said shout out to everyone behind the scenes. Our producer, Shivam, doing a great job as well with making sure the producing has been fantastic. And, well, the name, I don't want to mess this one up on how to say their name. So give me a second on how to, like, Shivam, if you can come in really quick to see.
Is it not Shivam? Oh, it's Shivam. Okay, I got it wrong.
Is it Kurigen, I think is how you say their name. They've been doing a lot of the graphics, so they made these awesome graphics for us so that we can have this for the game. Someone gave me something on stream really quick. Oh, it was a resub from Twins. So I was like, oh, wait, I got a notification, even though it's being streamed not by me. So I'm like, wait a minute, why am I hearing this? That's odd. Anyways, Zik, how are you feeling today? We'll let Logic try again in just a sec.
Can I be heard before I start? Everyone hear?
So, can everyone hear it?
All right, MadMagical. I have been just geeking out watching the tourney since it started, and yeah, just incredibly impressed as always by the craziest thing to me, bro, is this game is so new. I mean, like literally still in beta, but since the prologue, since the very first, you know, sort of official tournament, since the NDA lift, like the production, like you guys put together is just so classy, so high quality, and yeah, I've kind of just again been like blown away by how awesome it's been going so far. So I'm stoked to get out here and scream with you guys about it.
I did hear the game has been sent, so why don't we rapid fire this draft really quick so that we can tell everyone how it is going to go. It is a best of one. This is elimination for two strong teams. From EU, Turbo Velocity is facing off against Team Nutty. Both these teams are very strong in their own right, so we are going to rapid fire through the bans. We already see that it's Oath. No surprises there from Team Nutty, but the Bebo ban by Turbo Velocity is the surprising one to me because Teldo has been one of the premier premier Bebo players. So now I believe we do have Logic can be heard. So Logic, looking at these picks so far, like I said, we're rapid fire going through them. We're not going through any order. What are you thinking so far?
So far, I don't have any thoughts yet. I'm just not on mic working. But we're in it.
To rapid fire. We're in it. Yeah, just right away. It's okay because right now we do see that. Oh wait, we're in up versus. I thought it was supposed to be TTV that was playing in this one. Let me make sure on my thing. Oh, I guess Nutty had already beaten TTV. It hadn't updated on the collage. So actually, I like this even better.
You know what? Me too.
We get up
Let's go.
versus Nutty. So we already know that Nutty got a big upset against Turbo Velocity, and now they're looking to see if they can take down Team Up. And Team Up, if you don't know this team, they're a newer squad that has really been kind of showing up in big ways up against some of our top teams. We had our Vive Club not too long ago, where they really upset a lot of people by beating the Last Door, by beating Gap, and now they're already starting off with a game one beating of Nutty.
Yeah, I recognize a couple of these guys. Set, Shavmarg, Toilet, like we've seen them around in between teams, like in scrims for like a few months now, and this is going to be an exciting game because Nutty, same thing, like, you know, a couple months ago started getting in scrims and have really scaled over these last few months of Supervive. So I recognize pretty much all the players here on Nutty. This is going to be a banger for us.
Absolutely.
Ooh, tries to get away. I'm surprised to see Krillo not on either the Kingpin or on the Bebo. The Bebo being banned, of course, but we see that Up again bring the firepower to Nutty. Username Diff cannot escape the might as Team Up are battling uphill and taking down teams. They are knocking them down left, right, and center with Miles. Only one left out of the storm, and there goes another game. Up 2-0.
And making it look easy, if you will. And, you know, Sunday, I remember referencing that it felt like Up is almost Nutty 2.0 with their aggression, the way they play together. Dude, and we're kind of seeing it now. Yeah, I feel like, you know, Nutty started the blueprint and then Up said, you know what, we can make it better.
Yeah, and the other thing is I've noticed kind of like all day is like there's something so important about tempo in Arena where the team that goes like just like ships it is often the one with advantage. Not necessarily always, because we can see things like that where the other team does turn it around, but tempo definitely something to be said for that here today.
As right now, Nutty are the team on the back foot. They initially had started off the fight, but Up did a great job of disengaging. But they are losing 2 members now. Well, Nutty, they have been able to clap back. Look to see if they can reset on a Set, who tries to get away. No Flux Snare to lock him in place. Instead, is the chase down. They've got him already ready, and only one left for Up. Job March trying to get back towards the respawn beacons, but guess what? Miles saying not going to be so easy, especially after we get that base camp and get the tier 2 shields.
Yeah, and we've seen this before. You're going to go to the other island, but let's be honest, it's probably not going to make too much of a difference. What, you have 30 seconds left on the timer. Yeah. It's just, it's giving us time to talk. That's all.
That's what I was going to say. This is like a rough look for the timer here. I don't know.
20 seconds,
really make a difference.
It's not going to work out here for Up. It's one of those things that I feel like if you watch any other game, it's delaying the game, so you talk more about what went wrong and what you can fix going into the next game. It gives you just that little window to kind of figure out the mistakes you made in this one, and then go into the game 4 and say, hey, we might have lost that one, but it's only 1 point that goes over to Nutty. We still have the 2-1 lead.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, and like the rounds go so fast, right? That like you really don't have time to talk in between rounds. It's like now, right? We're already right in.
And we're gonna see is Up gonna try to still kind of do that tempo thing that you were talking about, Zekaric, and approach him first.
Ooh, nice
they've been basically doing that, just pushing hard.
But I like that from Nutty. They were able to get at least a couple pop shots on to the back line of Up and make them take just a little bit of damage, but nothing's really stuck so far. And with the base camp already secured by Up, that tempo game is now going to Up. They have the tier 2 shields, and that's why we saw Starflash go, but you got to be a little bit cautious on how far you go. They try to get the second window, they're going to be able to get the fuselage onto 1, and they're looking to get the damage on a toilet, so 2 are gone, and now Up are in a bad spot. Chop March tries to get away, has Set as a backup if they need to, but the rest of Nutty starting to collapse on their position. They've locked them down, they forced them away from the point. They could go for the base if they want to, but they want to get the kills. Blood hungry, and they are taking down members of Up. Only Set remains, and he's not going to be able to escape this one. Untied series 2-2 now.
I was looking good for them. They like pushed. They had bonfire control, and then just like a really nice engage there by Nutty. To I think it came off the back of that clap grenade from the south. Clap, another player to be scared of if you're facing up against Guns. He has been getting real good. I'm a huge Clap fan. Been watching his stream lately and getting pretty disgusting on some of these high skill cap characters. I honestly have not seen much of his Zeth, so I'm excited for this.
Yeah, and good engage right there by the Felix over there. Krillo pops are gonna go down. The Shiv staying alive at the moment. Beautiful.
They got a lot, and now we see that Nutty actually got themselves the base camp, surprisingly, through all of that. And so now the re-engage from Up is just a little bit too late. So that Felix, even though they got a lot of damage on a username Diff, and Starflash tries to get the reset with that static already built up, it's unfortunately a little bit too late. The rest of Nutty are starting to hone in on the position of Starflash, while Saltmarsh has been able to survive that whole time, losing out on Jewel, and then this Bishop having to use the blast off away, while Krillo didn't know where to go, taking the slight lead here for Nutty.
It was the play before this one, but Logic, I love hearing your Jewel reaction to a Jewel play because you're a Jewel man. Just like, just like.
Well, I'll tell you a couple games ago when I saw that ultimate from Flash go in, I said, that's a Celeste wall. There's nothing you can do when you land here by yourself. And did not pan out.
We got Spy close game here, 3-2 coming into round 6 here. And
That's kind of why we wanted to watch this game, right? We knew that this is elimination, and it is best of 1 still. We haven't gotten into the best of 3s for the lower brackets just yet. Both these teams so strong, and to have them down to this, a best of 1, do or die. And you can see how it goes back and forth with Shot Marge being the first casualty. Username Diff had gotten all the attention for the team and somehow survived for so much longer than he rightfully should. And now they have base camp control. Starflash is going to look for the res beacon while Toilet gets a little bit of the attention from Nutty, but Miles is on the hunt. Nice use of the Thunder Strike to push him away, but how long can you hold on? There's the chilling finale
And
right
behind it,
on
you can get
top
it.
of him. Just enough, and with static built up, Eye of the Storm, 1v3, no way. It's going to be another point over to Nutty. 1 game away from moving on and removing up from the tournament.
It's like a good push there onto the beacon, like really nice Celestial to lock it in, but almost came through there for Up. That time Up was having such a good round, like kind of staying spread, poking a bit more than like the tempo thing they've been doing, and then they just got a little split. We saw Nutty converge on kind of 2 to the bottom right there. They were separated. They're not this round though.
Wow, that damage from Crow!
Oh my!
What do you owe,
We're
man?
not waiting for no tempo. We're not waiting for anything. We are just going immediately. Team Up. You have fought well to get to this point, but Nutty, they're the team we talked about. They are you, but older, and they know how to play that high-tempo gameplay a lot better, a lot smoother, and they are going to take you out unless Shot Marge can pull off the ultimate miracle right now. 1v4. And using as much distance to get away, but I see that Claps there, Miles nearby. There's going to be the second win to push him into the wall. And to eliminate Team Up, Nutty will move on to face off against, I'm looking at, we haven't figured that out just yet on who they will be facing off against, because I don't believe TLD and MC, wait, what?
Are we not best of 3s here?
Not in this one, it's the next round. It's the next round. This was the last of the best of 1s.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's why. That's why I was looking at the Jalad. Unless they changed it on me, which could happen, I believe that was the very last best of 1. Because CSM versus Na was the other one, and that team, whatever team wins that, will face off against Pine. I am going to try to see with the teams if there's a way for us to get every one of these games from here on out. Because Cat versus TLD. Oh, it could be TLD or MC, depending on who wins that one. Let me see how they're doing on that one and seeing how the bracket is so far. As you can see right there, this is how it has been thus far based off the challenge.
Nice. And I'm excited to see, I don't know about you, Logic, but like I'm curious to see, it's always most interesting like the losers bracket runs, right? Like because like the winners bracket, it's like, okay, these guys are kind of stomping, they're feeling it. The losers bracket is usually the interesting story. And we saw it, you were there, you were casting the last arena tournament where Pine came back from the losers bracket and like full swept like 3-0 the finals against TLD, right? Like, so these loser brackets teams, like we can't count them out. And I still see a couple down here that aren't showing on the screen that might be, you know, putting up a fight and looking to spoil things for whoever makes it to the final game for the winners.
It's kind of like the tempo thing that you were talking about earlier. Of course, we know it applies to the game when you're actually playing it, but outside of the game, it applies as well. You know, I think you have players where they go to losers bracket and they're like, oh, woe is me, this is over. And you also have players that go to the losers bracket and they're like, now it's time to turn it up. My feet are to the fire. And that's what kind of Pine did before. We'll see if any of these loser bracket teams currently will kind of rise to the occasion, or are they just going to bow out?
Okay.
I do see Pine back down there, bro.
I will say, so I was able to talk with TLD. We are not going to go to break. We are going to go straight into game 2 of TLD versus main characters, because I believe Nidhogg is covering the Pine game against, I'm not sure if it's Na or if it's against TSM that they're covering, but I did see Nidhogg there. So I'm going to let you guys talk a little bit more as I figure that out. So just keep yammering. They won't hear me.
Just keep yapping? Okay.
Yeah, keep yapping about games.
Yap away.
We'll pick up where we left off. So I see Pine coming up against either TSM or NAH from the losers bracket. And then we also have Nutty coming up against, it will be loser of 67, which is TLD versus MC, which is happening right now. So whoever loses that one is going to be facing up against the winner of the match we just saw go ahead.
I think that they're memeing right now and playing like a game while they wait. They're just playing an arena game with Nidhogg on stream. So it's fine. I think we're gonna get
holding our bracket up. No, I'm joking.
Fine. Yeah, they're just sending. We're not even getting into the draft for this one. We're going straight into game 2. It was a 5-1 win for TLD in the first game up against main characters. So now we are going into this. It is best of 3. So game 2, TLD did actually go to game 3 up against TSM. They got upset in one of those. So they have bled already today. They have shown that they have weaknesses, but we also know TLD very well. This is probably one of the clutch teams, the most clutch North American team we've ever had. What was it, just last weekend? They had lost, like got out 10th place, and then somehow back-to-back first places after that. So we'll see if main characters can bring this to game 3 against the Titans of NA TLD.
It's like, we see the storyline, like the plot armor. It's literally what me and Logic were talking about. The last arena tournament, bro. TLD sends Pine to the loser bracket. TLD's running the top. Pine comes back up. I see, basically the loser of this match plays Nutty. The winner of the match we just saw in the losers bracket. The winner of this match plays Cat. The winner of the game we watched before that.
Dylan's down.
Dylan's down.
You're trying to give them some insight in the TLD is like, you don't get that time. They're just dropping them like flies right now. Aiden pretty much the last person alive at the moment. And yes, Improvement's going to try his best. Managed to pick off one. And I'm wrong. Improving.
Built up. Now into the chilling finale. You got to get away from this one. Didn't have the surge to be able to follow that one up onto Amador. And they get the revive on a pass. Not out of this one just yet. Improving. Taking too much damage. Has to surge away. And guess who's hunting for you? They're looking to take them down. Well, Aiden has been revived, but only for a moment. Having to get away from the pursuing members of TLD. Game 1, even with a nice reset there from Aiden. Maybe it's getting close. He's healing up, but that Fusillade says no way as TLD take game 1.
That's
and I think that was huge. Like TLD doing a great job was one thing, but the fact that main character was down so much and still almost turned it around. If you're TLD, you almost have to clean it up because you don't want to give them an inch because clearly they will take a mile.
I mean, these are terrifying players on both sides, right? We all know all these players pretty much, and they're all scary. And TLD may be a little scarier just based on the time spent together, But, I mean, Aiden, Dylan, Jang, Improving, like, these guys all can rip. And so maybe just working on building a little of that team synergy over the day. Hopefully it's came together by now. It kind of has to, coming up against a team like TLD here.
Because now, main characters, they're struggling right now. TLD are kind of proving to everyone why this is the team we always peg as the one to watch. The easy favorites of any tournament they're ever a part of.
Yeah,
Logic, what do
they're
you think
making
of the? I was going to ask, what do you think of the comps, the team comps here?
I think that it doesn't feel as if it's too much of a team comp issue. It's just kind of how they're playing. On the side of main character, they're not playing together. You have these great champs, but they're good together when you're going up against a team like right now. Improving's at the bottom by himself.
Right.
What? You're gonna 2v1? I know you're improving, but wait a minute. And I think that's the issue.
That's a fair assessment, and I think I'm a little interested by TLD's comp. They're kind of just straight poke range damage. It's literally like all the kind of like pump. It's Celeste, it's Shiv, it's Rocket Jumper. Just and we're seeing it, dude. They're just like spraying the damage out, dude. And MC cannot. Like I think, like you said, they can't kind of get grouped and get on top of them. We saw Improving kind of picked out in the flank there, and we're down to just Jang left, skating for a dream here.
And it's a dream, as you kind of talked about right now. TLD, they are
it's a nightmare for one of them.
They're just showing their prevalence on so many different hunters, and that's, I think, what is the scariest thing about them. you bring them in a tournament where now you have pick and bans. You have a little bit more strategy, and they've already been so good at pivoting their styles and playing different hunters through many different tournaments in the past. And now you're making it so that normally people who are one tricks, who are more used to playing one or two hunters, now are forced to play other things while they've already been doing that. Puts them on this pedestal that's so much further removed from everyone else. Like, we're seeing from the main characters just how much they struggle. They couldn't even take down Paz by himself. How long did it take 3 members to actually get that bishop? And now the rest of TLD are starting to close in on the position, even if the kill has been confirmed and it's a 3v3. The chain's connected from Aiden.
Don't do it, Aiden! Don't do it!
He goes for it, but now bails on the rest of his team. No engage, though. Didn't want to look for Dylan or Jang. Instead, letting them kind of sit away while the base had been taken by TLD. They're forced. Main characters have to do something. They've got to get onto the position and take that away because time is ticking and they are low on the health. They are low on this match and we are about to be put to match point if you don't do something now while Dylan, the only one on the base camp. No B-bomb, no hope as they only have a Shiv trying to get the respawn. Not going to happen. TLD, 1 game away from the upper finals.
Man, I'm like, now that I'm looking at these comps, bro, and it's like, it's actually so hard for these guys on main characters to get in, because it's literally like you got Bebo, Brawl, and Bunny, right? Like they're trying to get in on a backline of just all these pumpers. Like watch TLD, they're just gonna spray here, like just spray and pray, get out huge damage, and main characters, like their only way to recover is the Bunny, and if the Bunny can't pull off the miracle, you know, it's kind of GG. And like I seen Jang get some good roots, but to Logic's point, like the team's not there to follow up, and so yeah, looking a little rough here for main characters.
Yeah, and improving, trying to do the 1v1, and I think it's really just the teamwork. Right now, it's their best shot. They actually have them kind of together. They had them pincered for the moment, but the moment you let them get out, Abador is now healing, now improving all by himself again. His team comes to help, and now they're getting 3v2'd, and just main characters are playing it like each one of them is the main character. You gotta realize, sometimes you're a team.
You gotta do something, though. You are backs against the wall. Losing this game means you're down into the lower bracket, and Jang does do 1. He takes down Abador. 2v2, but the revive is there. They're on Abador, trying to punch him back. A nice use of the lightning strike, but they still got the revive. Abador's gonna be back on his feet while a lot of damage coming in from Jang, but not able to find it. Instead, now Abador is gonna be the target. He was able to spike himself out of there as they try to get the damage from Lemur up into the air, trying to use that static to get back, but a use of Chilling Finale denies that with the health bar so low out of Jang, dodging away from some of the icicles, always getting the damage, falling to Lemur while improving over the abyss. Gets nothing. TLD will sweep and move on to the upper finals.
If they were able to stop that res somehow, bro, they were so close to stopping it. I think they might have had the 2v2, but the fact that Abador got up, let Paz peel right, and then fighting the, you know, the kind of 3v2 disadvantage there, that's tough.
Well, the thing is, that was almost, I hate to say it, to my point. During that res was between 2 players on main character's team. It's just that one of the players opted to fight the third person instead of turning to help. And when you just think about it math-wise, you know, if you guys stop the res, even if the other person heals, it's at least still a 2v2. But if you let that res come off, well, now it's a 3v2. And it felt like that was kind of the scenario, and maybe you win that 1v1, but you win the 1v1 and you're just now doing a 2v2 versus the person that res and the other person. So yeah. I wish I had a map or instant replay.
There's a lot of little like nuanced arena stuff like that you're probably like more used to than a lot of people, Logic, because I know you play a lot of arena, but like, you know, and obviously these guys play some arena, but you know, perhaps that TLD has actually been scrimming arena. Like I watched them scrim on Tuesday against, you know, Gaff, and I don't even know how long main characters has been playing together with this squad, if maybe just today, right? And so we might be seeing not only a little bit of that team experience, you know, coming into play, but also maybe that a little bit of that like arena macro experience, like you were just talking about, where like, do I stick the res? Do I peel? Do I go for a beacon? Is there time? Do I play for fire? Like there's all these little things that don't really come up in VR that are like, you know, arena specific type stuff.
No, you're right. Magical, you are muted still. It's not me this time. Hooray.
He might actually be doing something and we're supposed to be covering for him, which we are. We're doing a great job.
Okay, maybe that's correct. We will continue talking until Magical tells us otherwise. But just the way he was looking makes me think he believes he's talking to us. But I'm sure someone will let him know. If
he looks deep in combo.
With us, though. Hopefully we're not muted as well.
No, we're good. Siobhan just said we're good.
All right, but that match, it's one of those things, as you said, just there are some kind of macro decisions. Arena's a little different. I wonder how much it also is, I hate to say it, a lack of trust. The way that you play with a teammate that you trust, where you say, I know in this scenario you got this, I know I can do X, Y, and Z, that comes when you play with someone for free. I have some of my best friends, and I'm like, I'm going to play like you're not there because I can't trust you to help me. But I'll play with some other people, and I'm like, I know I can do this because you got my back. And I feel like we saw hints of that because individually, those players are all amazing. Like, this is a 1v1 tournament, any of them could win it. It's a team game.
And to that point, like TLD has had a lot of time to know each other, each other's like nuances. How are they going to act? Like a lot of, if you watch like any of their streams, they actually don't even calm that much because they kind of know, to your point, like what each other are going to do. They've been playing together so long, and they know what each other are capable of, right? Which is even another thing, like you were just saying, that might even be beyond the trust thing, where you just got to know, like, can my Zeph pull that off, or should I run? Type stuff, right?
I've been working on things behind the screen. That's why you didn't hear me for a second. I was trying to make sure we have our next game. We're not going to break. We are going straight into our next one because we have Team Nutty and the main characters in a best of 3 elimination match. And then after that, I already talked to TLD and Kat. They're going to hold off on their game until we are done so we can also cover that one. I'm going to try to talk to teams so that way from here on out, my goal is to cast every single one of them. Let's see if we can actually get that. But
I'm truly mad goal.
We're going to get it.
It'd be magical if it happens.
Exactly. It would very much be. It would very much be. But like I said, they're getting their draft started right now. So we can talk about our 2 teams. Team Nutty, having already gotten knocked down earlier in the day into the lower bracket, they beat Turbo Velocity. So a big win for them on how they were able to take that one. And then also looking at, I want to look at the rest of it on how we have it. Main characters defeated Team No Tempo, and it was a very close one. That one went to game 3. They also, and No Tempo, by the way, had already beaten Turbo Velocity earlier and knocked them down into the lower stages themselves. While main characters, I feel like they had a slightly easier upper bracket up until their game against TLD. And that's why I really want to see how Nutty are going to kind of show up in this one. They had a pretty rough schedule to play up against, while main characters had a little bit easier. Plus, Nut had also beaten Up. We just got to watch that one, which I feel like Up is one of those teams that they really are like the new kids on the block that are impressing everyone. We've all looked at this team as like, wow, this is possibly, after like a couple months, going to be one of our top teams if they keep growing at the rate that they have.
Yeah, I think, for starters, Nutty said the new kids on the block are cool, but Uncle's still running the court. So had to shut them down. Love to see it. But I think if your main characters, I almost wonder if you take the break, you just lost, and things didn't exactly seem as cohesive as I would have liked to have seen. I think maybe you take a little breather, especially against a team like Nutty, because they play a ton of arena, very aggressive team. And when they were losing to Up, it was like, Up, you're looking amazing, but they made adjustments and started firing it off on all cylinders. And I wonder if main characters are going to be ready to handle that right away after that loss that they just had.
Yeah, I think like if I don't know if it's part of their strategy to try to like lock in the brawl on Aiden, but if they do get the brawl again, like I want to see them doing what we saw Up do at the beginning of their match against Nutty, which is like find that angle with the brawl tether, ship it in, get a 3-man anti-heal, and then push, baby, and try to like, split the team, get a split fight where you can get a pick to the left, a pick to the right. Like mayhem, it seems like a lot of times is the key. Like, can you just insert yourself and create the carnage so that the other team's plan is non-existent? And that, that kind of gives advantage a lot of times. So I'm hoping to see, and like the other thing, bro, is like, it's tough coming off a loss, but a lot of these guys, like we were talking about it earlier, Logic, like as competitors, you can either choose to, you know, kind of be down in the dumps, or it can light that fire in you. And some of like the best competitors, like losing is what gets them lit, right? Like,
I was saying that about Pine. This is one of those teams that I feel like when there's more pressure on them, they do even better. They don't like it when it's like, we have luxuries. We don't have to worry about a game. It's like, no, they want every possible pressure put on them so they can reverse sweep, so they can upset every expectation. And looking at our teams, we have a lot of players who've been playing for quite some time on main characters. Jang, Improving, Dylan, Aiden. We know these players very well. These are players that know how to kind of look at losses objectively, how to fix the problems that they had previously in their comps, and what they need to do to get better. And right now, I'm looking at this draft, and I gotta say, one unfortunate thing for being on the right side is Zeph are our primary bans. They're pretty much always going to be banned, but we know how good Krillo is on Bebo. Yes, the Kingpin is like the big one we always look towards with Krillo, but Bebo is one of those as well, and has looked so good many games, and we even get to see now four main characters, Jang, Smith, and then the Brawl as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, if we don't see a Brawl here, I was going to be extremely surprised. But they gotta play around it, like we were just talking about. Like with that Brawl, Brawl is the master of creating the chaos and living through it with all the resets and craziness that he can do. And so with this, I almost like, it's curious the way the draft just went. Was Nutty pushing main characters into that Brawl pick? Because it kind of looked like they left it open, right? If you look at top three, it's kind of like Oath, Zeph, Brawl, right? So Oath and Zeph, but then they pick Bebo, and they know they're giving away 2 picks, so they almost like want them to take Brawl here.
Right. I mean, I'm looking at what else can be picked here by main characters, because Bebo Felix, really going to be difficult for Brawl to do much in this game. Especially now that there's a Krista that has been locked in. A lot of burst damage that way. So you have great tools. And now Jewel and Bishop, I feel like you're Nutty. You just lock in a Celeste, and you have this composition that nobody can really dive you. No one really wants to get into your backline, and you have such great zone control.
Well, you do have one issue, though, which is the Myth and the Bishop. If you do go with the Celeste, I think Myth and Bishop are just kind of poke away at you. And if they can get the angles, because Felix, you got to get up close and personal. You have that ultimate, but these are talented players. They're all going to leave. They're not going to just sit on the fire. Bebo wants to try to get next to you. And Krista, she is great. Don't get it twisted. But she needs that straight line to hit her ult. She needs that straight line for her R&B. So I don't know exactly who they're going to lock in. But I think that's something they need to kind of. A bunny might not be bad.
Not at all. Not at all.
Okay, we.
So wait, hold on 1 second, Nidhogg. Let me message Shivam. Is there a possibility that we can get Nidhogg's audio into because we are through vMix, so I want to make sure we get you heard by all of the viewers out there of what's going on, and then get your own opinions, especially because we have our elimination matches, Nutty versus main characters. Shivam, I think we're good now. Okay. Nidhogg, do you want to come? Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yes, I was about to say the only one that I knew we weren't going to cover was the other one, Pine versus, yeah, I knew that one was going to be one that we'd miss. I already talked to TLD and Kat, and they're good, and so, and then, perfect. But I think after that, we only have so many left, so it will be a lot easier. Yes, okay. Yeah. Sounds perfect. Perfect. Main Jam, if you
what was your analysis?
Into the game.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Oh. Yeah, I was like, oh, you could tell us the analysis. We're translated.
Wait, yeah, Nidhogg, check the DMs. They got a VMix, so at least you can be heard. It won't be your camera. You could just be heard. So that way, once you click it, we'll get your analysis. Yes.
Yeah.
They should have DM'd you a VMix. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, maybe. Okay.
Yeah, there's like a little cogwheel. You click that one, and then it'll be like whatever camera you usually use for your default. Yep. So it should be good now. No?
I struggle too.
Okay, yeah,
Beautiful.
Yeah. We'll relay it. We'll relay it. Yeah.
Yeah.
MC wins draft. There it is.
MC
That's
wins.
it. Oh my god, that's
We
it.
don't see the fourth. We don't even know the fourth. Oh, what?
You heard
Nostradamus
MC
spoke.
wins draft. That's the Nidhogg analysis right there. All right, I want to get into this one. I want to see who is going to move on, who is going to be our team to face off against what we can only assume would be Pineapple, unless TSM, they pulled off an upset once today. They were able to take TLD to a Game 3. Could they pull off the ultimate upset and take down Pine? We don't know, because we will be watching Team Nutty and main characters. And if we have our observer being able to send them in, send them in. Let's get into this game.
Did we see the fourth character that Nutty chose by any chance?
Yes, it is Celeste. I was right on that one.
Okay. Yeah,
Nice.
the Celeste
All right.
thing, I'm worried about the poke, but to your point, as I am looking at it, I'm like, a Celeste wall is great versus Bishop ult, which is nice, and it does kind of stop Joel. Like, Joel is fantastic, but the fact that wall hits before you can see it, there is nothing worse than getting stacks, dashing in, and just stopping and not knowing why, and then realizing, oh no, I have no escape. I can't R&B someone because they're behind a wall. So it's really going to come down to how Improving chooses the angles. Does he wait for the cooldown or not? Or does he just try to kind of ball to the walls it? And how Nutty plays. Do they save stuff for a reason?
Yeah, and like they're really, main characters is really going to have to play around Aiden on the brawl. Like if they want to make this comp work, like basically you have a crazy amount of damage that you can follow up with, but if the brawl's kind of split out and not able to, I mean, the brawl's like going in, creating chaos, basically has to break up this set of controllers that Nutty has. If he's able to do that, he needs the rest of his team there to follow up. And so that was like a little of what we didn't see last game for main characters. So, you know, hopefully lessons learned there coming into this match. And the other thing is it's best of 3, right? So we're going to see, you know, these best of 5 here, but then the teams are going to have a chance to reevaluate, come back, draft again, then another best of 5. And then depending on how that goes, you know, we might come down to a third. And so, like, all that said, I really am excited to see what main characters can do with this comp. It is the Nidhogg winning comp, and so outright wins draft without even seeing the 4th pick from Nutty. So we will see how that ends up playing out here.
I mean, chat has also agreed with Nidhogg and said that main characters have won draft going into this one, but just because you've won draft does not mean you have won the games.
Here we go, baby.
It is game 1. Do or die in the lower semifinals for these two teams. Trying to get back up and face off against one of a premier teams in Pine if they are able to take down TSM, or TSM if they're able to topple the Goliath team that is Pine. But right now, main characters have got the inside angle on to the base camp, and they're looking to take out Krillo. Bebo, though, doing a great job of dodging away from a lot of the damage and has gotten a lot of time killed, but does finally fall, while Aiden's taken down on the other side. 1 for 1. Dylan could be the next one, as Clap back and Nutty are in control. Aiden trying to do what they can to get the revive, but now it's Improving's ire that they look to see if they can take down, as he's over the abyss, pulled back in by the pull Zeep, as main characters fall. Nutty take game 1.
That was such an interesting start. We saw main characters like intentionally split. They were very split. Improving went, like you were saying, Logic, he tried to get a flank like way around left, like looking for an angle, right? But and then it kind of got into a 3v1 on both sides, and Nutty ends up coming out on top of that. But I want to see maybe main characters looking to play a little bit together here if they are able.
Is it me, or is Improving using his dash a lot? When it's not like right now, you know, you can't do anything as Joel without your dash. You know, that's your threat.
Maybe
Very
he's
interesting.
able to get that static, because right there it is. Was able to stack up the static, so he was able to find Miles on the other side, while username Diff trying to defend the Wisp. Flame Shield comes out while the cannonball has been thrown out. They've got that tier 2 armor. MC are in control. Username Diff getting stumped as a Wisp as they're trying to revive Dylan as well. So much damage, but nobody falls just yet. Krillo with his back to tree. Tonk trying to see if he can find somebody, dragging him all the way over there. Takes out Aiden, but Bebo now baseball bat whacked away at Improving, but the static has been built up, and the static charge is there while Bebo tries to get away.
Let's go,
But the series
MC.
is tied up at 1 apiece.
Yo, the Krillo Bebo is looking kind of strong. I can't lie, bro. It's looking kind of strong.
It was nice. It does so much damage. It zones so well, and it gets people off of you. And I mean, that ult, I'm not gonna lie. I always forget about the ultimate until I'm hit by it. But that may be one of the best ults in the game. Yeah, you're suppressed, you're stunned, take multiple people, get out of jail free. It might do your taxes, all right? Does a lot for you.
Hey, I need that one, bro.
I feel like a lot of people need that one. That sounds like a good Bevo, because it is really carrying the team as main characters are trying to fight with the Celeste in the front line and then deal with Krillo on the back line, but the hammer, well, baseball bat more than a hammer, was able to whack away. Well, Aiden slicing down Miles. Jang's taken low, but somehow dodging away from all the damage. No rockets connecting Jang. Somehow getting out alive and now into the Eye of the Storm, trying to go for the resets. Out of Improving, taking a lot of damage. Well, Clap takes him down. Now the dash back onto the base that has been secured by Beepo. Frozen on one, pulled by the other. Baseball bat, B-bomb, trying to see if it blows up Jang. Nutty now take control, but they've got to be careful. Revive is attempted by Aiden, but he will fly away from that battle. No longer wanting to be in the middle of 3, but the Flame Shield pulls him back in and gets Nutty the lead.
You say Nutty took control? That was Krillo. Krillo's Bebo is insane, as you were touching on, Zikrick. Good gracious.
Good gracious.
What do you say?
It's almost like main character strategy is to split. That's literally the 3rd round in a row we've seen a split start from them. Improving, always looking for like a flank, usually like on the bottom side, and doing it again here. Huge bomb damage out right away onto Aiden. He's going to be able to heal up a little bit.
You can see a lot more too. Try to go for the Flame Shield, but getting control of the circle, this base camp nearly taken by Nutty, almost uncontested. Now finally they look for the back line, but look at what Krillo has been doing by himself. Bebo, tonk, baby, crashing into the wall and crashing down onto the main characters. Nice Flame Shield on a 2 as they've got the anti-heal applied. They've got the root down, slowing down Jang. No way to get out of this one. B-bomb a little bit too far, but doesn't matter. And they're on the hunt, and Myth has to use the phase walk just to get away, and then Nutty can look to see if they can take control of the base camp, get the tier 2 armor. One Proving denied the respawn on one side, even if static had been charged. Now with the Flux Snare going wide, not connecting, it doesn't matter, because 2 are stronger than 1. The Might clapping down onto MC, only relying on Jang.
It wasn't as close to that. Like the round before this one, the split strategy almost worked. They like got a pick, and it was basically Krillo that kind of turned it around on the momentum. But this round was kind of just, you know, it almost like Nutty knows they're splitting, and their Nutty is like playing that to their advantage really well. Seems like.
Yeah, it almost feels. This sounds weird. It feels like Krillo is playing the way main character plays, and the rest of his team is playing as a team. And just Krillo's doing so well that it's just working out, where Krillo is either doing a 1v2, potentially winning. The rest of his team is making sure to back him up or kind of have the numbers advantage. Oh my, that bomb right there.
Bomb, dude. Oh
wow.
It's like Jace from League.
That was nuts how much damage he just did to Dylan right there. B-bomb again, not going to connect because they already split up the fight and they've already taken out Jang. A solo Felix ult, it doesn't matter as long as you're getting rid of the players. Well, Jang might be revived by Aiden. It's at the cost of Improving. Jang might survive and be able to fight back once more, but here are the B-bombs looking to connect that onto the back line while the revive is attempted by Dylan. Dashing in, looking for the slam down, but no slam from Aiden. Instead, they only get the revive into Improving while the base camp has been secured by Nutty.
Yeah, they have green armors already from the base camp, so it really doesn't matter too much.
It's so hard to deal with, bro. I feel like for main character's team, like the anti-heal and the burn from the Fox, like getting in the backline is just so hard to recover from if he gets it out. Krista just putting out huge damage there.
They've got the zone control. This is kind of what I was talking about before. How do you actually get into that? They take too much damage in order to do so in the first place and almost lose out on the Jewel, who has to use the Eye of the Storm just to get away. And you use that onto Miles, who just goes frozen and says, not today. Instead, we'll skate away while they split up the fight once more. And this could be point 4 for Nutty. 1 away from getting an early lead in our best of 3 quarterfinals. They want to continue to march along, and main characters seem to just be another obstacle in their way to do so, and one more knock gets them to 4.
These are crazy. It's such a cool comp too. Like like Nidhogg just said, like this is not the meta comp. You do not really expect this comp to 5-1 a game or a match. And but kind of them playing into this other comp and the way they're playing it, like Logic was saying, like Krillo just creating huge space with that Bebo damage, and then the rest of the Krista just pumping the Fox, getting in the back line, anti-healing everyone. Really no form of recovery on the side of MC, right? They got their couple little heal beans, but if they don't cook them, they barely do anything. No support to recover, and they're looking to do something different here, hopefully, in this last round.
Actually, this could work out. Main characters are on the base camp. They're getting that level 2. There it is. Their armor stacked up a little bit, but Aiden taking so much damage initially is going to get the Flight of the Firefox out of username Diff with a Frozen Brigade, doing a lot for the team. There is no Firefox, and now that Celeste has to go golden and try to survive, they might have been able to fight, but the problem is that Krilla does a lot on the other side. 2v1, has a Super Zeep to knock them both away as they try to heal up the best they can.
Oh, and the bomb for the res!
On top of it,
the tank
might be able to get the res. Get on the bomb! You gotta stop Clap from being able to resurrect. Almost was able to do so, and with a talk, might be able to save Clap's life, but here come the rest of the main characters. Krillo, not today, not this time on Bebo. Main characters say we're not done just yet.
I'm glad to see them put themselves on the board, and prior to the match I was going to touch on, I would love to see main characters played a little slower, because force them to use their abilities, force a wall out. You have a Brawl, you have a Joel, but if that wall is just up, improving right now by himself, he can't force it out. Brawl can't go in, play together, force out some cooldowns, and then really unlock your character's potential.
Yeah, I like that a lot. And improving is constantly flanking so hard,
Aiden?
Every match.
Aiden? Hello, Aiden? Just taking out the backline?
Nice.
Okay. Main character saying we might be down, but we ain't out of this one just yet. Even though Jang does get taken down by username Diff, the Wisp will be stomped. But they're trying to find the pick onto Krista on the other side, who tries to double dash away. But Aiden on this Brawl can hunt down and look for the back line. Look to take out that Krista, and over the abyss, one slice dice away. And only one remains. Will be username Diff on the respawn.
I think he's going to get it off.
But it will go off, but the base camp should be controlled by main characters.
Got some time here, 40 seconds.
Yeah, he got the kill and then started running south pretty early after it was a death box. So plenty of time. It's just really, you have to, again, go in. You have so many tools.
Oh, sneaky. No lightning strike, barely missing that one. If that lands, I think main characters guarantee victory here and get a 3rd point on the board. But now they've been split up, and each time they split up, it does seem dicey. Another Flight of the Firefox from username Diff, but punted away from the team. A lot of damage, but the Tonk tried to see if it can steal away the Brawl while the Brawl is dealing with the people, and it can't do it! Can't bite against them! And now, Nutty again back onto the base camp, and with no time left, we have a point given over to main characters.
All according to plan, plot armor, if you will, main characters for a reason.
That was wild. That was actually a wild one. I did not even know that was about to end.
Well, they had, 40 seconds once they did the res?
Yeah, and
once you get the base camp, it's 30 seconds.
Okay.
But yeah, like off the res, pretty much exactly that. Not quite able to push that fire, though. They're looking for early fire control again here. This is a good one to have, this specific spot. Krillo has to tonk out that time, not going to have that available. That is big. There's the cooldowns, Logic, you were talking about.
Yeah. And once you get them out, that's when I think you really should try to engage, try to force things. Right now, small little opening. There's no Bebo bomb. You don't want to give Bebo more time to poke at you again. We see him proving in the back right now, trying to get out. Krillo not able to do it as Krillo has some friends that join him. Miles, was in a dangerous place, but takes one down in the process.
Flight of the Firefox did nothing. They already got the Firefox, but it's a 2v2, and Krillo being one of them. You gotta be careful of that Bebo. Trying to resurrect, might be able to bat him away, but he's over the abyss, and now it's gonna be the re-engage. Throws out the emergency Zeep. Missing, not hitting on to Jewel, but it's gonna be a Bebo against the world, throwing out any damage. The reset's out of improving. It's his champ, it's his hunter. Time to shine, baby. Slam down, we're tied at 4 apiece.
Dude, main characters rallying here, baby. Love to see it. Coming off the loss from the winners bracket, looking like a rough start for them in this first match here, and they turn these last couple rounds around, starting to get that momentum on their side here. Now, match point 4-4. Can they follow it through with the finish?
Not what I would have expected by any means. But right now, split up a little bit, but improving indeed in the back line. But oh, did you bite off more than you could chew? Not exactly going to use that ult defensively, but another fight.
Does a lot, and now improving down to nothing. So it is going to be the first casualty. You might have been right there, Logic. Might have been a little bit too much, too quick out of the main characters.
Yeah,
possibly.
Fast, bro.
No way he gets this off. Dylan, good luck.
They're just getting the attention, that's all. Because they already have sent 2 other members, northwest and northeast. So they're trying to get to 2 of them at the same time and see which one is actually going to go off. Jang will be all the way over here and see if they're going to start chasing down onto that one. While the respawn, there it is. That's what I was talking about. Now main characters have 1 more time to fight, and they got to be quick. They are on that timer.
Here we go.
What's going to happen? Don't let it be a repeat of the last one. Not the last loss.
Hey, when they had the fire, they won the last one, so let's see.
But this one's far more important because this is huge. For the set. This is for the game. You got to get on the base camp to force the overtime. No. They've lost out on improving, and they're losing Dylan as well. That Bebo just too damn strong. Tonk tonk for days. Baseball bats whack down the main characters. That's nutty. We'll take the first set.
Dude, that was not what I was expecting. Go ahead, Logic.
Yeah, I'm just so confused on why interdimensional criminal like Bebo has a baseball bat and can do so much with it. We invented all these weapons.
He's an interdimensional criminal. Of course he has a baseball bat.
I thought he was a tourist. It's a tourist. It's a tourist. He's not a criminal.
How do you fund the travels, you know?
Yeah, come on now. You thought it was legal? Yeah. All right. Hey, he's not commentating, I'll say that.
We did learn in the last patch notes that the B-Bomb is a living entity. So he's actually maybe 2 characters in one, and that's why the bomb does so much damage. That's why it can cap fires. That's why it can stomp wisps, heal allies.
Okay. It's honestly, little ice climber action.
It's what's the cat from League?
Oh, Yumi.
Yumi. Yes, it's a Yumi. The bomb is Yumi, and he's playing another hunter.
I see. I will say one thing, though. I think that is such a big buff to Bebo, is not only, at least with Arena, is that not only can you stomp wisps and you can help resurrect wisps with the bomb, but the capping of bases, too, is such a boon because you can throw the B-bomb onto there without putting any of your team in danger. You throw the bomb out, you can either be for scouting or for control, and then it forces the other team to then have to either go for a pull if you're playing Kingpin. We've seen some of the grenades that have been launched out by Bishops just to get that off of the camp. There's so much that already it puts your opponents at a disadvantage just to get rid of the bomb.
If you do pull the bomb, he just blows it up.
Yeah, also true. I think reviving Wisp is what's terrifying to me. I vividly have seen a scenario where there's a Wisp that I want to destroy and there's a bomb on it. I'm like, is it worth my life? I don't think so. Yeah. I'm okay.
And we saw he was opening some rounds there where we saw the first bit of damage go out is a Krillo Bebo bomb for 70% of someone's health. Aiden's at instantly 30%, has to peel, eat a couple Vive beans, come back and try to fight at 80% once they've already lost tempo, right? And so, we were looking at their team as being this team of controllers, but you also have, if you have someone skilled piloting the Bebo, can be a crazy amount of damage output poke-wise coming out from that bomb. So, this second round is going to be really interesting draft-wise.
Do you think Bebo gets banned?
I don't know. It's a good question, bro. Maybe, if they respect it that much. And I think, do main characters know of anyone on Nutty that can pilot the Zeph and Oath exceptionally?
I'm sure someone can on Nutty, but I think the bigger thing is just thinking about how much damage Krillo is doing. Not just strictly in the 1v1, but think about how that comp looks without a Bebo bomb that you get to poke and start fights with. Think about improving when he's in that backline if all of his team is healthy, if they don't have to worry about a bomb and can engage better.
There we go.
So I wonder, is it worth the trade-off?
Yeah. I just talked to the players. They are getting the draft started right now for us. And the first ban, it should not surprise anybody.
Is it Bebo?
First ban is Bebo.
Yes!
Having swapped sides, they banned Krillo's Bebo, saying, no way are we allowing that. And then Oath is going to be banned by Nutty on the other side, which to me indicates that it has to be Zeph as the first pick for main characters, if that's how you're going to go. With Oath being gone, Zeph is the other one that's really, really strong.
They play a lot of Felix, though. Is it worth it? I wonder.
Shivum, you had it right the first time. Either way. Bebo is
the
banned
Fox
by main
was
characters.
looking strong too. I mean,
Yeah, and is the Fox
Oath
looking...
won. Yeah.
Will that kind of dissuade them from going Zeph, or do you think they'll still pick up the Zeph?
Zeph should definitely be.
That's a good
blue
question,
side.
though.
Like, well, I guess I say blue side because I'm used to League of Legends. But if you're on the left side, it 100% has to be your first pick. If you have that, it's just too strong. So main characters definitely, I think, are going to grab that Zeph. But then that, as you guys talked about, that leaves open the Felix, which I think has been really rising in priority for a lot of teams. But without seeing if there's a Brawl being picked, I don't know. I'm really curious to see how this is going to go.
They did pick the Zeph. Yeah, but
No, other way. Again, ship them. You have the team names right. It is main character's first pick Zeph, and then it's going to be Brawl Felix for Nutty.
Okay, Brawl Felix together is scary. And like that's like, think about how much anti-heal for a sec that is. That's everything Felix does is basically anti-heal. You got the spin slash from Brawl, a huge entry, can anti-heal multiple people for like 6 seconds. Tether anti-heals itself for like 6 seconds. So you just have like so much anti-Zeph instantly, where again, like it's almost like Nutty is playing the draft like really well, where they're almost like baiting that Zeph pick, knowing that they're going to pick the Brawl Felix right into it and try to just shut off. If you're not super familiar with this game, anti-heal in this game is literally 0.
Yeah.
If you are anti-heal, you're getting healed for 0. It's not some percentage, it's nothing.
Main characters, though, going back to their tried and true, Jang on Myth and having that Bishop too, I kind of like this draft. I mean, in the last game, we heard from Nidhogg, we heard from chat, Sinoid was there popping off saying main characters won draft, yet Nutty won the game. It was well
we call it fake
fought.
news.
But, hey, it went down all the way to the last possible game, to game 9, in order for Nutty to pick that one up. And here, I feel like main characters are getting a lot of things that worked so well for them in the previous draft.
I will say, I like it better with heals. Like that.
This was good. Oh. They took the jewel. I love it. I love it. You saw improving. You saw an improving played, and improving is the only person that hasn't picked their champ yet. And you just took He was going in the back line, getting out with the ult for free. Improving's great and has other great characters, but I love this. All right. Didn't want to cut you off. I was hyped.
No, that's like to my point, dude. Very strategic draft from Nutty. Again, like next 2 picks, very well taking away Improving's, kind of number 1 known comfort pick, and main characters maybe a little bit in the think tank here, trying to decide what is next.
Do you just go
He's
for
gonna go
Celeste?
Krista.
I
think he's gonna go
Celeste,
Could be
I feel
Krista.
like those are like the 2 that you could go for.
Yeah, Celeste could be good too.
But the thing is, it's like those are. I feel like you're picking them. They're nice. They're not bad here, but there's so much damage that is going to be thrown at you by Brawl, Felix, Shiv, Jewel. That are you going to have time to actually like set up any control if you're playing Celeste? Do you have enough time to even burst people if you're Krista? If you're the one getting burst first?
If they're able to support it, a Void could be kind of lit. Just saying. I don't know if anyone could pull it off, but a Void could kind of do it to him, maybe. Because like the thing
Void
about
would be
Void,
amazing.
Like people underestimate if you're pushing into Void, like any of these champs that are trying to get on top of you, it makes it that much easier to lock in that R&B stun. If someone's, kind of the closer they are, the easier it is to just like nail that angle. And for so many champs looking to dive, like that ult can catch so many of them off guard off of that like super fast engage. So
we have the last pick. It is Celeste. Celeste, I feel like is one of the safer picks. That's the reason why you go for it here. I'm kind of with you though, Zick. I'm kind of like, it's okay. It's good against the Jewel especially, but I'm just looking at a Brawl. I'm looking at a Felix. I'm looking at a Shiv. I'm just looking at all of them. What, like, as Celeste, it's now, do you have time to pop that chilling finale before you get popped? Or even out of the ult once you pop that? You're going to get exploded. There's not really any ifs, ands, or buts about that.
yeah.
By the way, I don't know if this was on purpose, but Zeph is a first pick, I think, was the obvious thing. I wonder if Nutty said, we know you're going to do that, and they chose literally 3 champs that have anti-heal. So I wonder if they were like, we want you to pick the Zeph.
I'm pretty sure,
like,
yeah, that's what I was saying.
so.
Like, the draft, very strategic from Nutty. I definitely think they win this draft. It's almost like you have the go-in team and you have the play-backward team, and who's going to do it better here? Because trying to push into this main characters team is going to be a rough ask, but Nutty basically has all the characters to do it. And if they can stop the sustain and actually land some kills with that anti-heal, then I think they can do it. But if main characters is able to use the Zeph to their advantage, live through those engages, get some reses off, and stay in it, I think they will win the damage battle to outpoke these guys. But Nutty's going to have to... I mean, the way Nutty plays, though, this is a terrifying comp for them. Like,
Nutty wins this.
I'm a little scared for main characters. I love these guys in main characters. They're all goated, but this is a scary comp for Nutty.
By the way, can I just give a huge shout out to Main Jam behind the scenes, who's been doing the observer work for us today. Like, has helped get these games going so quickly and making sure that I always even like, all right, make sure to send him. Already was sending me sets. Was already on top of it. Like, yeah, I'm ready to go. We got this game on lock. A huge shout out to the Main Jam. Also, Main Jam kind of stepped in last minute. I messaged them yesterday because Argus unfortunately had like real life things that they had to do today, so wasn't able to join for the observer. But Main Jam stepped on in and it's like, I got you. So huge shout out to them for doing this last minute and helping us bring this amazing arena tournament. And another person to shout out is King Nidhogg, who set up all of this, who worked really hard, who's doing the payouts for the tournament to give players the prizing. I know I'm hoping that one day I can do that. The only way I can is if I get like, I don't know, just I don't have to work
all
nearly as much.
We're gonna blow up, baby. We're gonna blow up with Supervive. Let's go.
If I get all the subs and then we start having more like lands and stuff, that's how I hope to. Like, this is a push to get sub to the channel if you want, if you like it, but you don't have to. It's okay. I'd much rather just cast the games to get in this one. Zikric Logic, 1 game behind. Main characters have to win not just this set, but 2 in a row if they want to stay in the King Nidhogg's Arena Tournament.
It is gonna be a tough ask.
Did I see a Vibe Infuser on Miles? Not going full damage on the Jewel? Very interesting.
Oh,
Vibe Infuser, Jewel.
I hope not, but I think that's what I saw.
Right now,
clap just
he's
jokes
going full aggression, Nutty. This is kind of the style we were talking about before when they were facing off against Team Up. This is a team that has pioneered, always playing aggressively, never backing down. But Miles almost gets taken down. Blast off barely missing, not taking out the Jewel, but nobody's on the base camp just yet. Nobody has gained control. Aiden looking to get a couple pot shots on the other side while Miles has been healing up. Now username Diff is onto it. So main characters try to get the Vortex Charm to land onto 1, and they're getting a lot of damage, but they've already lost out onto Jang, as Nutty are taking control, healing up while Krillo gets the attention of Aiden, all the way on his lonesome, 1v1, but that leaves the rest of the team to deal with 3 members of Nutty. Even with the revives for main characters, it's not helping as they were able to get 1, and now they could go back to the base camp. Nutty are going to confirm the kill onto Jang as Krillo has rejoined with the team. Try to go for the air dash away with the chains that had connected.
Oh, the stun chance?
Krillo getting a lot of damage, but nobody falling just yet. Those 2 initial ones are all they have on each side. This is game 1 of our game 2 with how close they are fighting just for 1 point, improving, having to dash away while Nutty have yet to be able to get the base camp. We are about to go into overtime. Something's got to break here as they got the Eye of the Storm. Improving is going to be the first casualty. There goes Dylan. Only Aiden with overtime remaining, trying to fight against 3 of Nutty. Nutty could go onto the base camp, force the issue. Say, Aiden, you have to play to us. We are going to cap this or take you out. Either way, 0.1 to Nutty.
They play that so well, man. I think like that. So it is Vibe Infuser. We saw him, Logic. You saw Miles just ship it into the middle of 3 right off the bat there. Like YOLO Jewel, cause mayhem, just hit the back line, scatter their forces, let the rest of their team like kind of, you know, find the flanks and get that damage out. And it worked, bro. He peeled out, heals himself up, then comes back in, and Nutty finding the angles, having a really well played last match there, kind of out sustaining the healer.
Well played last game, even better played this time.
Yeah, I was about to say much better from Nutty, looking a lot more controlled as they've already taken the lead 4-2. Dash away from Miles to avoid the ire of Improving, who's trying to resurrect Dylan, forced to go into stasis. But even with the pop, how do you get away from this when you have to skate all the way far back, leaving Aiden by himself against 3 of Nutty? Well, Felix should be resurrected. The Wisp isn't going to be in danger, but they instead want to go for the kills. They are bloodthirsty. Nutty want that advantage as they taken out Improving. And Aiden again, the last man standing. 4 main characters cannot muster the strength against 3.
I just realized it's clap on Brawl too. That's scary.
It's amazing. It's just as amazing as the Jhin, as every other character that clap plays.
We saw like the tempo that time. Logic, like they just like pushed and split main characters open and then just rode that the whole round there.
Yeah, like even there, it's just so surprising that Clap's willing to go in knowing that his team is zoned out by a myth. Username Diff using an ult immediately after. So many important tools are down, but it doesn't seem like main characters really are positioned to actually capitalize on it or really know how to get through.
Yeah, it's like really hard with their comp. You know, they're a bunch of like poke champs. They got good damage, but they don't really have anyone to go in. You have the Bishop ult coming here. Not going to be able to get much out of it though.
It's really more of this contest onto the base camp. I think they're trying to deny the tier 2 armor, and now that they've gone for that, using so much in order to do so, they're losing out on the control. Improving over the abyss. Their Celeste is gone, and Nutty fully in control. It feels like main characters used so much in that last series to get it to game 9 that there's just nothing left, as now Dylan very far away. And we know that this is more desperation play to kind of pad out the time and then see if they can prepare for the next game, because this game 3 is going to Nutty.
Yeah, there's not much that can really be done at this point.
Yeah.
But I mean, we could talk about what changes, can main characters make.
It's a tough ask against this comp, man. It's literally like they have to
make it to the other side.
Well, they have to defend this push, and with that amount of like carnage and anti-heal coming through from Nutty, like it's going to be really hard to basically what we saw there, like they have to survive that initial round of cooldowns and then mount an offensive themselves, actually lock in a kill or two so they have advantage. But who do you have to engage that? Like who do you have to go get that kill, right?
Well, this is used with Felix. Is he going to go down?
Denied. Tried to get into the back line. That's going to be the fire of the Firefox away as they split up to take down Miles. So one's gone. Main characters, they lose Improving as well. Here's Clap.
Nope.
The chains connected. They're looking for the resurrection on Celeste. They're
going to
be able to get it. They're going to be able to get that back up. So they're now at 4 against 2. Nutty have been forced off of the base camp. Cannot push forward. Instead, they have split up and are looking to see if they can get the revives or maybe find a spike. But Jang saying instead they want to go for the simple play of getting the base camp, getting the advantage, because that is all this is about for them. 3-0 down. They need to make sure they're getting these points, that they're not falling to a 4-0 and have to go for the heroic reverse sweep in order to maintain solvency in this tournament.
It looked like, I don't know if you guys saw this, it looked like the Brawl ult did not box that Wisp, and I'm wondering if it missed or it looked like it was kind of right on it. So that definitely could have made a difference. But yeah, once they get that res and it's back to the 4v3, definitely a lot harder to pull off there.
For sure. And I mean, it was looking a lot better. There was that.
It's just like, yeah, when they push in, they just split them so much. And I mean, main character's actually doing a really good job here to recover. And this is kind of what they need to do.
Oh, but look at Krillo getting that backline damage. The resets are there, and they're splitting up main characters. They're looking for match point. They're so close. 3-1 lead, and they want to make it 4. They want to continue on in the tournament, not have to worry about main characters or Improving, who's getting a lot of distance for the team. But against a Shiv, so difficult to get away, especially a Brawl too. Is it hot pursuit on Improving? Only delaying. Base camp has been controlled by Nutty.
Yeah, and I think what I would like to see was don't split. I know that sounds weird. I know it's terrifying, but if Brawl wants to keep on jumping in by himself, give him the fight that he wants. Do the 4v1, get him out of the fight early, and then take on the rest of the team afterwards. Because I think this splitting and scattering is really biting them in the butt.
Yeah, I would agree, and it's just tough without you really don't have like a hard, when that Brawl comes in, once he ults or whatever, you don't have like a hard stun. You have like a Zeph nade, but you don't, you can maybe punch him into a wall, but you don't have like a Kingpin Slam. You don't have like a Void Stun. You don't have a way to like insta lock him down, you know, once that's out of there.
This could be match
Just
point
so
right here.
much damage, bro.
Oh my goodness,
Disgusting.
blowing them up right now. And for main characters, this is do or die. Match point on the line. Nutty realize, and they are taking them down. They've split up the main characters. Protagonist no longer as Nutty want to move on in a 2-0 sweep of main characters.
Dude,
Yeah.
GG.
It was rough. We'll say that Zeph did not do anything. So maybe
the nutty draft, bro. The nutty draft. They literally drafted 3 anti-heal to counter the Zeph, which they fed. They were like, these guys certainly pick Zeph if the bans go like this, and they did. And yeah, I think honestly, Nutty, like everyone kind of thought they lost the first draft, but they knew they won. You know, they had a strategy there, and it worked, and we all saw it. And they,
You guys
I think
continue
they
to jabber.
definitely
I'm gonna be right back.
draft.
Just you'll see me talking, but I'm working on. Oh, wait,
So-
unless
I think like the
it is Nidhogg back.
I think when you know that there's a Felix, they're willing to play, like, and everyone plays Brawl, that you should already know. And Krillo, who does Krillo play? He plays Kingpin. He plays Bebo. You got rid of the Bebo. Who else? Another character with anti-heal like Shiv. I almost say don't go the Zeph knowing the comp that they play.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I don't know if stream can hear you. I might have to just do the same thing I did before. Yes. No. Straight into it.
Let's go to
Be
it.
ready. What's up? Yes, it was a 2-0 in the
Demolished.
best. And then game 1 was a 5-4. Game 2 was a 5-1. Yes, no, we're good. Let's get into
We
this.
got stuff to do tonight. We're here.
If you want to, or if the teams want to break, that's fine too. Yeah. Sounds. Yeah. If the players want to break, that's cool, and we can catch it after. Or if they want to go right into it, that's cool, and we'll get the series after that. Yeah, we are cool. It is good to go because I know that it's also, 10:30 so on the East Coast,
Yeah.
so players are starting to get a little fatigued. So if they're ready, we'll go for it. Sweet. So for anyone who didn't hear what Nidhogg was talking about starting the Nutty versus Pine game in the lower bracket. If the players are ready, I told them just to send it, and Nidhogg will cover that one. We will have TLD versus Cat in the upper finals, and then after that, we're going to take every series from there. So whoever is the loser between TLD and Cat will face off against the winner of Nutty versus Pine. We'll cast that one, and then we'll cast the grand finals. I will have to ask Nidhogg if it is going to be a bracket reset like we have done in the past, or if it's going to be purely one best of for the grand finals.
We will find out.
We will find out.
It
We're
looks
getting
like
down
it
to
does
here,
look
though.
like bracket reset from what I'm seeing on Challenge.
It's the fair thing, but I know people. I know the esports scene for team games such as this sometimes do a little something different.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I wanted to make sure. So if we can I'll message them right now. You guys continue to talk. I'm gonna go talk to them so we can get main jam in the lobby and we can get this underway.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. We're coming down to it here, Logic. We got Nut and Pine facing off to come into quarterfinals here. And it's going to be TLD versus Cat, which is the next game we're casting. If I take a peek at the losers bracket on the link here. This is being shown. So we are really down to the end of it here. The losers bracket's all the way up, and that's the Nut and Pine at the bottom here.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, because we're doing TLD versus Cat next. I'm not sure about all the players on Cat's team to actually even know who they play and things of that nature. Do you happen to have any insight?
So Cat is Gap minus Nidhogg.
Oh my gosh. Okay, got it.
Lord Vader is subbing for Nidhogg, I believe.
That is
they're
hilarious.
Cat right now, yeah.
Got it.
It's a scary team, you know them.
Yeah,
and they got Lord Vader in for Nidhogg, so if you were gonna get a sub, that's definitely one to pick. And I got to watch one of their matches earlier, and they were looking pretty scary. The height was on the Brawl, Kenneth was on the Zeph, and so I think if teams are looking to bring them down, those are going to be target bans. You're going to want to look to either pick away or straight up ban from those guys, because there's a couple of hunters like for Gap that, you know, like the Brawl Height, for example, or the Kenneth Zeph, that are just like scary to give away and give them really big advantage, in my opinion.
And then when I think about TLD, I think about Paz's Oath and Zeph are also ridiculous. So you can't target ban these players. These teams, I don't think you can target ban.
I think we see Brawl banned every game, probably, just to be like based on who's in there, you know, like on the two teams. But I completely agree. Like they can all basically play everything. So
because Oath is pretty good at stopping it. Yep, we're ready.
I think we are ready for draft. So they're waiting on one player, and we can get ready to talk about this upcoming series. It is a best of 3. So, best of 5. My bad. It is a best of 5. So.
Let's go.
Yeah, because it is the upper finals, getting us ready for the grand finals. And I believe that... I'm actually surprised that one's not a best of 5. I thought the lower finals would also be a best of 5. Maybe I'll talk to Nidhogg and the players and see if they want to. But it is best of 5, TLD versus Cat, and it is Cat who are Gap. They're just missing Nidhogg, so they have the different team.
Yeah. And we were just talking about how you can't really ban any of them out because both teams play so many different hunters. So it's going to be interesting to see, because it's not even, when I think about like Nutty in their game, they're like, we can give you Zeph. 1, who on your team plays Zeph to that level, but then 2, we know how to deal with things. But to your point, Magical, Celeste was a great pick, but I think that pick looks a lot better on a different player. You know, when Brawl is jumping in, push him back. You know, just there's some things that can be done, but you really need to be a master at that character, and not on your 2nd, 3rd, 4th kind of pick, if you will.
I think the big thing too is that composition from Nutty was all dive. Like if it just won, the Celeste looks really good. But the fact now that you have so many threats and you can only really choose where to put the frozen barricade in one direction, even your ult is, while you want to use it more aggressively, you have to use it reactionary, which then means all you have to do is wait it out for the next rotation of spells to come in from a different hunter to burst you down.
Yeah.
It was well done by Nutty to absolutely dismantle main characters and move on. But we got to talk about our Titans of Supervive. Gap, yes, we'll say Gap a couple times, but they are Cat here playing with Lord Vader as opposed to playing with King Nidhogg, taking on the Last Door, the team that made it to the finals in our last big arena tournament, but got upset by Team Pineapple in a bracket reset that was off of a reverse sweep from Team Pineapple. So TLD have a lot riding on this one to kind of show everyone that they are not just the kings of Battle Royale. They won't just win that one, but they can also come back into this one, take everyone down, and be, again, the ones with the lion's share of the cash.
Yeah, this is a match, a tale as old as time as far as competitive Supervive goes. We've seen Gap versus TLD quite a few times now, and honestly, I'm nothing against Lord Vader. I think he's cracked, but I'm a little sad Nidhogg's not in here for this one. Maybe he just taps in just for this match, right?
Just one.
But this is going to be spicy. And like to what you guys were talking about, there's something interesting happening here when you play BR. You don't have to deal with pick ban. It's not a thing. Right. So this pick ban strategy, the arena strategy, it's like so new to most of these players that haven't. If you haven't done an arena tournament, you literally haven't done pick ban in Supervive ever, probably. Right?
Yeah.
So it's like the kind of like draft strategy and that whole thing on top of as an extra layer. I feel like a lot of teams probably aren't ready for. However, these two teams are, as we did see them scrimming each other earlier this week, and that was hype.
The Paz Oath.
Yeah, that's what Oath. I'm like, it's but look at this. It is a Bebo brawl ban. Zeph taken by Cat, and that is one of Kenneth's best hunters right there. And as you were talking about, Logic, Oath for Paz. You have so much strength for both of these teams playing these hunters. You know TLD that they've already locked in the Paz, like Paz Oath. No. They have Shiv.
What?
So Abador Shiv. Okay, there.
Oh, you get 2 picks. Okay.
It's 1, 2, 2,
1, 2, 2, 1.
Yeah. So there it is. I was about to say like the Shiv for Abador, Okay, that is something that also has been played a lot, but that's what we expected to see from TLD.
And I think they literally just picked that Shiv away from height, because I think his next comfort pick after the Brawl is the Shiv. And I don't know, I haven't seen a ton of like how deep his hunter pool goes, but I have seen him dominate on those two quite a bit. So yes, Abdor also really good at Shiv and a Shiv main, so there's that as well. But I wonder if that first pick was almost a target pick again away from height, because now you got the Brawl, you got the Shiv. What's height gonna look at now?
Kind of looking at like the Felix, but that's also something that Abador likes to play a decent amount too. That could possibly go there. Krista, I think I've seen height play a couple times, but as you're talking about, it's not like the Brawl. It's not like the shit. Yeah. Even the Celeste that I've seen height play in the past, it's never going to be like those two that we were just talking about, because that is how good height is on those hunters, how much practice that he has had. Even back when nobody really understood how to play Brawl, height was the one that was leading the charge, showing everyone how to properly play Brawl and why Brawl was so busted. A lot of that was off the back of that. I am seeing that Galaxy Gayboy in chat is saying Bishop is a good call out here. I think that's a good call out for height as well. That could be something to initiate some of these fights. And yep, there it is. Bishop with the Krista. Krista more likely going to be for Rin.
Yeah, that's what I would expect. Known for the myth, and then also it's crazy good Krista. We've seen that if you watch him stream. We've seen him during the last tournament, so no surprise there.
Yeah, that's actually Cat's team just got a little bit scarier with those two picks. Actually, I was a little worried for him, but I'm not quite as worried anymore.
We won't see this, but I would just love an Aluna to come out. Taking a Luna and a Felix, I think it'd be hilarious. I think double healing. Battle Buddy Aluna, I know, not considered a great champ and competitive, but if you hit the R&B, more damage to everybody. 1v1s everybody.
So what do you think Lemur's looking here?
So Celeste has got to be like one that they kind of consider just because that has been the go-to for Lemur. It's pretty much the backup here. And I think that's something that TLD might want to take. It denies certain options that could have been there for Cat, such as maybe that Felix flex that they could have gone for. I'm thinking, what else is available, though?
The other thing TLD has to their advantage, kind of working always, is Phenom is really good at flexing, and he plays a lot of hunters at a really high level. And so, we're probably going to see whatever, like a comfort pick for Lemur, and then we're probably going to see Phenom flex to whatever fits here.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you go Kingpin. If you go Kingpin here for Phenom and then Felix as well, just to really kind of upset the... No, I don't know. This is difficult. This is a difficult one, I think, for TLD on what they want to go. Felix Celeste, I think, is going to be what it is. I think that is the more likely. But Phenom onto a Felix, Celeste onto Lemur. I feel like that has to be what TLD picks here.
Yeah.
My only question, do you think they'll have enough damage if they do that?
I mean, Felix and Celeste have pretty decent damage, even if they're like, especially the Felix is a little tankier. You have Shiv too. You got great ways of disengaging. Both damage is a lot higher than you expect. But I think I think you're kind of onto something. I think you're kind of onto something because, it isn't like burst damage. It's not like a Krista on the other side. Jewel and Myth, that's a lot of damage.
And they're also, I feel like you have to choose Celeste. I know you've been talking about Celeste so much. I feel like you almost have to choose Celeste in this scenario because you need something to do with Shiv. You need something to stop Jewel. You need something so that Oath isn't just trampling over your team after he ults. Like, I think Celeste would be a really good pick.
If they do, that's the exact same losing comp we will have seen from last game.
It is. I mean, Felix,
it was up against a different comp with a ton of anti-heal, but that is a very sort of like play. Ooh,
the KP.
Let's go. I was going to say, I don't think we're going to see a KP, but they bring it out here. And it's such a cool pick because it's like a lot of higher EO players will tell you in Arena it's not that good. A lot of times you'll see like one trick sticking with it, but a lot of people will give it up, like, trying to go in competitive Arena. But in certain situations where you need to secure a pick to have advantage, like it can be absolutely clutch. And I think that's exactly what Cat is looking for here, is kind of like not making the mistake of what we just saw the last match, where this team is all play backward with a Celeste. Let's get a Kingpin in there. We were literally talking about it in that game. There's no one to slam the Brawl. We need a Kingpin to slam the Brawl when he comes in. It's like, so now they actually got something to.
I have $1 million question.
What's up?
Do you trust KP hitting the hook more, or do you trust Paz blocking it with the shield more?
It depends on who's on the Kingpin, I think.
So from what I've been hearing, it's more than likely going to be Lord Vader on Kingpin.
Okay,
that is who they're putting the Kingpin onto. And Paz on Oath. I have seen Paz, even when you're like, there's no way you're going to be able to block this. You can't spot him. He has that split-second reaction that he always finds those bright shields to block the pulls. So it is really on to not just Paz, but I think on to Lord Vader, on how good are you against Paz, finding these unique angles. So there isn't even that moment that Paz can put up the bright shield. You've already essentially curved the bullet around the shield.
I'm going to have a controversial opinion. The more I think about it, you got an Oath shield, you have a Jewel who goes intangible and can ult, and you have a Shiz who always has a dash to move out of the way of a hook, and a Myth who, I wish you the best of luck, KP. Every time you hit a hook, I'm going to tell you to play the lotto after. Bet it all on red.
He's gonna play the bush slam angle, bro. They need some kind of crowd control. I think that was the thought, perhaps some kind of engage, some kind of crowd control, something to start the fight and like lock a kill in, give you advantage from that point. And I will about to see it play out here.
Chat has said that this Kingpin seems unplayable. Lord Vader, can you prove them wrong? As TLD look to set up control over the base camp. Haven't yet set foot onto it and dashing away from the primal slam. TLD have to heal up just a little bit. No pull to land just yet from Lord Vader.
Lemur on the Jewel. What do you think about that logic?
Not what I expected, but Lemur plays the world. So I'm ready to see what Lemur will do with it. I'm right now going to just secure the base camp, though, and that first hook goes through in a beautiful block by Paz. Nothing too crazy in that scenario. Green armors all around for the last door, though. Going to be really difficult for Cat to kind of engage, especially as Vader's still waiting for his hook to come up. Goes for a slam and misses. 3v1 now.
Oh, no, and missing the pull as well. Has to dash back, but guess what? Lemur says, once you miss everything, I've got this easy. TLD taking control, pushing back. Kenneth going to be the one they target first. No more heals as another lightning strikes down onto Lord Vader. No wisp to be resurrected either, with height falling. Cat can't do much even with Rin on the respawn, because a Lemur right there as well for the storm of TLD to start crashing down onto Cat, and Rin tries to get back, but game one goes TLD's way.
The other thing about TLD that's so scary is they're such a strategy team. Like, they're always thinking one step ahead on stuff, and all of them have very experienced players that have been playing for a long time. These players on Gap are very good, but they've come over a little bit later than the TLD guys, like Height and Kenneth coming over from BAP, Rin coming in much more recently than them, just a couple months ago. And so, yes, they're experienced players. Yes, they're very good, but they don't have quite that TLD level of, potentially years of playtesting depth. Watching the game evolve, and we're kind of seeing it in the way each match plays out. You can almost watch TLD communicate just visually.
As we see already, Lord Vader gone, having missed the slams, the pulls on to Abador. TLD even utilizing Abador to chase down remaining members of Cat who try to go for the respawn. Well, Ren and Kenneth have gotten a lot of the attention of TLD, but TLD say, all right, fine. If you're not going to play up towards us, we'll utilize Paz's strength of keeping you at bay. We'll lock down the base camp. They've got the tier 2 armor, and they've even got the push back as we see Height tries to rejoin, but Lemur's Jewel, that damage is absurd. Even with a second wind, it doesn't heal up Kenneth nor Rin nearly enough to stop game 2 going to TLD.
Yeah, it feels rough, and I think that maybe Cat's a little uncomfortable on some of their picks, which, to be fair, there was not a lot left. And I think the last doors is really exploiting that.
Yeah, and a really good door, or really good door, really good draft.
That too. At least the one that they're opening for themselves, moving to grands.
Hey, Cat's got a lot of time here. Best of 5, only 2 rounds gone so far. So can they make the magic happen? Lord Vader kind of getting caught out there, a little overextended on the slam.
I mean, right now it's kind of as we expected. It feels like TLD. They got the draft of their dreams. They got Paz onto Oath. They've got all this damage. Even if it's not like perfect, they are looking so clean in this game up against Cat. It almost doesn't seem like these are our 2 top teams. That's just how good of a draft TLD got for themselves.
I'm surprised they did the Bebo ban first. I'm not gonna lie, because that was
I was a little surprised too.
You know, it's a lemur target ban, but I don't know if he, you know, maybe they were just watching the Krillo game. I don't know.
Maybe, or maybe they're just, it's kind of one of those scenarios too where they just didn't feel confident playing up against the Bebo. They expected that to be a lot stronger, as right now we're seeing that Lord Vader isn't able to get anything for the team. That Krista, even with the salvo, just didn't have enough damage, and with only 2 remaining for Cat, looks like we are going to be at Game 4 victory for TLD. They're looking so clean.
Height going off, bro.
Maybe Height popping off, taking a lot of damage, but stopped in its tracks by Abador. Saying, all right, my time to save the game and to save this series so we don't even lose a single one in Game 1 against Cat. 1 more remains before they have that game locked in.
Dude, Height had a couple monster punches there that no one was really able to follow up on. Had a double at the beginning, then had another single, almost got a kill, then had a tree for another almost kill, had like 3 people one shot. But yeah, a little too split, not quite able anyone on Cat to finish up there and actually lock those kills in. And if you aren't, you know, if you aren't able to actually lock a kill in, put someone in a box in Arena, like that's basically time wasted, right? Like if
that's huge by Vader!
Nice slam. That's what you needed to finally land, but Lord Vader still takes the slam back, and now with Cat on the back foot, just shows you the prowess of TLD. They were engaged upon, and they threw it right back at Cat. 5-0 victory in Game 1.
That was a statement. Rough. That last one, bro, off of the Lord Vader slam, looking so good. TLD.
You don't get a better opportunity than that.
That was, let's look at items here. Lemur rocking the Vive Infuser Tech Blade. You saw that right there, Logic?
Yeah.
He's rocking the same build we saw last game. Very interesting. So it's double tech. It's helmet. It's Vive Infuser with Interweaver.
So I mean, your quota reduction's really low. I'm surprised you can manage that mana in an Arena, because it's a little more difficult to keep your mana kind of topped off in Arena, I think. But it's working out. I think
like maybe it gives you the ability to like aggressively dash, maybe without getting your reset, like you were maybe talking about earlier.
Yeah, because I'm glad you actually mentioned that. I was literally about to say, I'm like, that's probably why we're seeing so many dashes. And then getting the resets on a lot of those dashes when you get the knocks. Plus, if you have the Vive Infuser, you get that extra mana if you need to utilize that, so you feel a little bit more confident going for those aggressive surges. Even if you don't land anything, you're in a good spot. And being a slight tankier, you actually have ways to survive when you miss those surges. You don't feel like you're just caught out of the water completely.
You normally don't get the kill though, but I guess if you have teammates how to finish it off, it's fine. So Solo Q says don't do it. But if
you're playing like Disruptor Jewel, you're like playing like support, like zone control Jewel almost, right? Where you're like pushing the flank, diving in, trying to get people to turn on you, ult out, blow cooldowns, get a little reset, come back in, out full. I mean, it seems to be. I wonder if that's what, because we saw improving doing that. I wonder if improving. I don't know if we saw his build that game, but I wonder if that's what he was rocking. The other thing for Arena too is if you don't have heals, you know, having that Vive Infuse
make up for it.
Can't hurt, you know?
All right.
I hope we don't see the Bebo band again.
Yeah, swapping sides. But the problem here for Cat is I feel like they have to ban the Bebo. You ban Oath, you ban Zeph. Well, either of those are going to be taken by TLD. Like, so whatever one you don't ban here, you are giving up. So that is why you have to make the trade. You have to say, fine, that is okay. If you want to take that Oath, we take the Zeph. And now they have Bishop, but also Jewel on their side, which I think does take away a little bit from TLD.
I have a really a hot take just thinking about drafts. If you do give up Bebo and your Kingpin is solid, Bebo's best thing is throwing a bomb at you, which generally he's doing when he has line of sight. Go for the pull on KP and just hook him for it. Instead of like trying to guess, just be like, where's the bomb? He's going to wind up, hook, kill, as possibly counter. Won't matter in this game, though.
Well, because I was going to say, it's like, when you look at the bans, though, it's like, the reason why I see the Bebo ban isn't even that you're banning away Bebo inherently from TLD. It's more of like one of those free bans that you're like, I don't want to ban Kingpin. I don't want to ban Krista because I want to leave both Zeph and Oath open, which means I have to grab one, they're going to grab one. And we need something strong on top of that. So what do you ban there is really going to be the question. And if it's just Bebo, you're just taking that away as like but we don't have to deal with a wild card. I feel like it's a fine ban in this case. It's not like they're banning away, say, like a Hudson, which would be really more of like a throwaway ban. Just like it's essentially a non-ban at that point. You're just putting something there. Bebo is almost on that edge of being a non-ban, but just slightly more seen.
It's Lester Shiv.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little sad we saw Kingpin lose, because now that means we might not see Kingpin again for the rest of the tourney. But...
yeah, you missed out on some of the Kingpin games earlier. Probably.
Well,
probably
I was watching while you were
Kingpin.
streaming. I got a little bit of it.
Yeah.
I wish we could have seen. There were so many games happening early, like the play-ins and then in the losers bracket. There's actually so many games that got played that didn't kind of get like covered. It would have been like a crazy event if everything had gotten witnessed.
I'm liking this more though, just because of Oath obviously is really fantastic, but I do think, Bishop is pretty good at destroying the shield. Joel is never breaking it, don't even try. But Krista does a lot of damage as well, so maybe they're kind of like, hey, look, we know that Paz's Oath is phenomenal, but should be pretty easy for them to break the shield and then really kind of unlock, Lord Vader on the Joel, allow, Height to kind of ult in. So, I wonder how they're going to play it. Are they going to dive in, or are they going to try to play it slow and steady until that shield is broken?
Yeah, we get to see a bit of the itemization here.
It is game 2 here. TLD getting the lead after a 5-0 crushing victory to take that initial lead against Cat, but it is a best of 5 upper bracket finals. Winner of this finals goes on to the grand finals. You don't want to have your tournament lives at stake. You want to have that advantage going into the grand finals, because we do have bracket resets here for the Nidhogg Arena Tournament, as we have the initial control for TLD at the base camp.
Yeah, nothing too surprising when we saw the builds there. A lot of last stands, but all full damage except for Paz going double tank here, and nothing too out of the ordinary from what I could see. Oh, huge!
I like this from TLD. They pushed Kenneth away from the team. Nice.
He got out?
Tornado to get over the wall, though. Back with the rest of the team.
That was nice.
But TLD are starting to peel back towards base camp control.
Vader.
They need to force in Cat while height is low. And they've got Lord Vader with a flux snare landing on the Lamer. There goes the Celeste. Wow. No chilling finale, but they've got the base camp. They got the level 2 now with the blast. I'm not going to
bait.
ready. They got a lot of damage coming in from height, but they're trying to see if they can get the fuselage. Anything. No, Amador wasn't able to get it. Backflips out of there.
Holy.
Now a 3v3. TLD still in control of the base camp. They've got the base camp and the level 2 armor, which gives them control against Cat. That's why Rin tries to see if he can go back onto the base camp, but instead gets a lot of the attention coming in from Oath, but no slam down. Phenom now throwing out some of the arrows onto Rin, who tries to see if he can get the flux to land, but not even with the damage to burst him down, instead having to double dash away. While Phenom hoping to land any arrows, get the damage, while 2 are chasing Paz this whole time. Paz has been keeping Cat at bay, and now they turn back, spin dash in, both of them explode, and are in the next target. They will fall. TLD take game 1.
Just a masterclass from TLD there, bro. Paz playing that so well. He knows he's big, beefy Oath. He knows he's the only one with double tank items. He pushes into all 3, pushes past them, splits them completely up. They don't know what to do. They can't kill Paz, but he's behind them all of a sudden. And yeah, just waiting for his teams to get that kill. Team to get the kill on the bottom left. They come up and help him out to get the finish there. But just really well played by TLD there.
Again,
I'm going to be honest.
What? Go, Logic.
I feel like you ban Paz, and if you can't ban him, you ban Oath. Because, he is 1v3ing, he is 2v1ing, he's just doing everything by himself. You need to do something about him.
And someone like this Hunter, bro, he has such a loaded kit that if someone knows how to pilot it correctly, and Paz is probably one of the best, we can see, there's just such an overwhelming amount of presence the Hunter has. He can literally sort of face check 3 members of Cat, and they can't do anything about it, bro.
That's insane. Paz is too good at this game, especially on Oath. And now it's been all about trading for the Oath to Zeph. And it feels like that's just not working for Cat as they have been put on a timer. Base camp was secured long ago, and that's why they tried to go for the engage, and Rin was the first one to fall. Then a Height trying to get away, but Paz, the hunter extraordinaire on Oath, takes them down, and only Lord Vader now finds himself against 4 members of TLD, and as a lone jewel, no Eye of the Storm, no escape, another win for TLD.
And like, because of the space he creates, his team is able to get the fire and the armor every game. Like, have we seen, there's been so many rounds where TLD has gotten that green armor, you know, kind of just from, not just in this match, but the match before, from the space they're able to create. And Oath, kind of one of the best hunters.
Oh, Abador. Just exploded the opponent, but they turned on him and payback.
It is payback, and it
retaliation.
Has made it so it is even. But you got to be careful because look at Paz.
Hold the combo.
And
my support's better.
Out of that one, Kenneth. And now with only 2, they try to get back to the base camp, but there's already been the reses, and unfortunately for Cat, they do not have 9 lives in this game. Rin is getting chased down as he tries to double dash over the abyss, while TLD collapsed for another, their 8th in a row against Cat.
Little supportal combat down there.
That was bullying, okay? That was not supportive combat. Just like, you got a staff because I got a shield. You wanted the shield, but I was like, nah, this is mine.
For anyone that doesn't know the Oath combo, that was it. Just absolutely disgusting. It's the ult into the shift, into the shield shift. And it just does so much damage because the first ult hits him, then it does the double damage of the shift and the shield, and it pushes him back into more ult procs. We saw Paz do it there. Almost get the one shot, doesn't quite, but locks in with the hammer. And actually, Cat turning a little bit around here.
Nicely done. They got Paz. That's the big obstacle they have to get rid of. But now they're trying to resurrect him. Chilling finale. Separates a little bit the damage on a lemur, but look at Abador trying to go for the burst with the fuselage in the back line, not able to find the pick onto Height. He was somehow able to escape so they could turn it back on Abador, but Paz almost was resurrected, and now with him gone, Cat say, you know what? Nobody beats us 9 times in a row, or do they?
It's 2v2!
Is finding the back line. 1v1s on each side. Ren versus Lemur. Height versus Phenom, but Phenom is not going to actually have that anymore as they look to see if they can resurrect Kenneth with a little bit of the rockets sent out and flying. But Kenneth is so low. Phenom! Finding Height and saying, you're not getting him back in this game. All down to Ren. Krista has to find something. Nice hook around, but the damage, another pin. Phenom drags it back for 9 in a row.
Dude, those pins were dirty, both of them. Dang.
Phenom, that was phenomenal, no pun intended. Jumping through the wall, hitting the pin, knowing how desperately they wanted the res. Just Phenom playing that perfectly, and that's after Paz trolled. Paz had no reason doing a 1v3 while his team was killing a jewel that was out of place. But it did not matter at the end of the day.
Yeah, that was a spicy one for sure. It's like, I think Cat needs to just figure out the Oath equation here. That's really, I mean, they really only have one more round to do it, but Paz is kind of not in the picture. He's the one split out. Maybe they need to look at the opportunity here on the south side with this kind of 1v1 happening with Paz on the north.
Paz has just gotten Lord Vader completely split away so that the TLD squad taking out the initiator. No Bishop, and now with Jewel running away. You guys ask, where's the damage? Whenever Paz is playing Oath, that's the damage. It's always Paz. And another clean sweep by TLD in our best of 5 2-0 lead against Cat.
That was
so you
honestly not what I was expecting.
You have to ban it. There's no world where you give Paz that champion. That's just they don't have a coach, but I'll jump in and tell them. No.
the whole both matches did not go quite like I was expecting, and TLD just like showing so much kind of like team cohesion, just dominance. Like we saw in almost every instance when someone's doing something, someone's there to follow up on it. Even something like split second reactionary, like Phenom pushing that wall to get that pin, Lemur is there. Even though they're both in their isolated 1v1s, Lemur is instantly there when Phenom does that. And, you know, Gap's still split. And I think throughout the whole thing, that was kind of the difference beyond the comps, beyond the hunters, is the synergy of the teams. And, you know, obviously a lot of that goes to how long TLD has played together compared to Gap, which is, you know, significantly more time. Gap having a sub, obviously, King Nidhogg not being in. So that, you know, makes a huge difference. And so, but, you know, I did expect, honestly, for them to take at least a few more rounds than they ended up getting. And I think that might have been based on the comps a little bit, you know. So I think TLD had a very strategic draft both times that kind of just went the way they were expecting.
I know we're talking about this series. It's a best of 5, 2-0 lead for TLD. But I do have an update from our lower brackets. Team Pine have beaten Nutty 2-0. And so the loser of this one will face off against Pine. We are looking to maybe have a repeat of what we had back in our last arena tournament, where it was Pine versus Cat in the lower finals to find out who goes to the grand finals, and then TLD versus Pine in the grand finals. But it really will depend not only on this game, but this entire series, because even if TLD have the lead, they have yet to drop a game to Cat. Anything can happen in Supervive. We have seen reverse sweeps already happen in Arena. Now we'll have to see if that's going to happen here as we get the band.
Oh man.
Bebo priority. The Bebo. I was hoping that they just banned the oath.
They gave out oath again? We can't see it. No, what are we?
Yeah. Oh,
like.
Wait. No.
Oh,
Zeph picked. They picked Zeph. So it actually is not them going. Okay, this is TLD. No. This is TLD. They're confident. They haven't lost a single game, let alone a series. This is. Do you not know TLD?
Well, so Cat first pick
right
oath, right?
There. Huh?
Cat did first pick oath away from TLD.
But the thing is, you can't. Zeph would be the first pick, I think. Unless
it's flipped. The way he's slotting him in is flipped.
Oh, we didn't swap it on
Cat
here. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
That makes a lot more sense. We just didn't have it updated on here. Got it. Because I'm like, the only thing I can think of is TLD playing with their food, being that confident. They have done this before. I've seen them do this many a time, where they switch it up. But even if the graphic doesn't say it, Cat is on our left side while TLD is on the right. So it was first pick for Cat. They deny oath to TLD, but still Paz gets Zeph, which is his second best.
I like this way more though. One, because Paz on oath is like having an extra 2 players on your team, but it also allows you to actually play Joel, because you don't get to play Joel with an oath. And one of the questions I had was, are they going to break the shield and then engage? They never focused the shield down, and thus Joel was never able to engage. By now having oath, they can at least play with the Joel instead of having Joel kind of jump in and just die.
Yeah, totally. Sorry, I was looking at the. I think if I confused you, Shavam, if I confused you, I'm greatly sorry. But I was just going based off what I thought happened. So I don't think you needed to switch anything. I don't think you were messing up.
We'll leave it here. Yeah, it's more just we have this. Okay, we have it locked in now, and TLD
correct anyway.
Picking the Celeste, picking Myth again, as we have Bishop and Krista rounding out the composition for Cat. And so I feel like it's very similar identities for both teams. The only difference is Cat now have a better front line. They are a lot stronger at holding zone control up against TLD.
I think this is a...
Can I just shout out Shavam, dude? Because this is so cool that we have graphics and this whole thing, and it's
Shavam
like he's literally he's in the background. He's trying to like watch some other screen of these guys drafting, and he's trying to like fill in graphics while he's trying to listen to all this talk. It's got to be like total mayhem. And
Shavam has like literally been carrying the broadcast 100%.
Yeah,
just doing so much work behind the scenes.
Actually carrying.
And also, shout out to you, Magical, because you can't say it yourself for that bragging, but you helping get all the casters together, casting for so damn long.
I just yell at
Yeah,
video
but
games. That's what I
do. You know how hard it is to yell this long? All right, I know how hard. I've done it before, so
I am sweating.
Good job.
I will say, I am sweating. I have, this and like a long sleeve shirt on underneath. So I am definitely feeling the heat, but at the same time, I love Supervive. I love doing this kind of thing. So even if it feels like it's a long time, I just feel so passionate about this game, and every single game gives me more energy and makes me more pumped for the next.
It's been like so cool how open you've been to like new casters too. It's like me, I know Logic's like a little more of like experienced caster coming from Smash, but like me, Twin, Dolphy, we're all pretty much like brand new. And the fact that you've been pulling us into scrims, and you pulled us into your event in December, and now for this one, it's just like it's super cool getting a chance to come out here, get some reps in, hang out with you guys, and watch Supervive. Like my favorite thing ever. It's like the best.
I mean, it wouldn't be possible if you guys weren't all so amazing. So you guys all kill it every single time. That goes for both you, Logic and Zikrik, to Shivam, to Couragen, who did a lot of the graphics, also to Dolphy and Twin, who were with me earlier in the day. And let's give a props to the community as a whole, who have done so much in keeping the game going. Like, it's such a tight-knit community that I absolutely adore. So having everything like this has just been amazing to watch. And seeing how the teams are now going to go about this game, it is a best of 5. Cat are down. This last game, this last series, if they lose this one, they have to face off against Pine in the lower finals.
This is the first real game, in my opinion. The other ones were such a draft diff that they did not count, all right? Oh, beautiful ult right there in the block.
This is why I like taking away that oath. I think it works out a lot better here for Cat, even getting the chilling finale early out of TLD.
Nice. These are all just huge things.
Already looking so much closer, Logical, to your point. It's just like, it's actually looking like a real round here.
Lemur might be down.
Lemur's close, and they're pushing him back. Look at Vader on the other side. Tries to go for the reset with the static already charged up, but he can't go over there. No, denied. That little window. You no longer have that to immediately go invulnerable, and now TLD push back Cat. No revive onto Lord Vader. They're at a disadvantage, trying to heal up the best they can. Well, Height gets only a little bit of health. Rin was already in the thick of it all. They try to push back, get close. That's going to be the second win, pushing him away. But with how much damage they've been able to do, Kenneth surviving, and same with Rin. The 3 survive the onslaught initially thrown at them by TLD, but TLD still want to hunt them down, knowing they have the advantage. They've been healing up as well, and here's Amador on the other side. Well, Pass is going to be the first casualty for TLD. Lemur not going to be able to resurrect him, and look at Kenneth trying to rejoin. There goes Lemur. Abyssal Breaker breaking up TLD with Amador down to pittance of health, and Phenom might be able to throw out a couple of arrows to defend the Lemur, while Amador scares off Cat, who decide to grab on to the base. They need that armor. So close. Phenom denies it, but he falls down as Amador. He tries his hat in the ring too. The Cat, they finally fight back. They finally take this one to TLD and say not 11 in a row.
Dude, what a round.
Holy.
That was wild. And that was off the back of the Lord Vader pick. So Cat comes back and wins that in the 4v3. Very well played by Kenneth, Height, and Rin there. Rin just absolutely shredding on the crest of that round, dude.
Ooh. Getting a lot
of
damage.
I thought they threw. When Lemur actually was caught out. Because I was like, Lemur's ult's down. He doesn't have anything to use. Just go for the finish. But they didn't do it, but it all worked out.
So much attention from Lord Vader. Chilling finale. But this time around, TLD, they didn't burn the ults early. They're the ones who are getting this great damage. Even if Lord Vader had resurrected, he was already put right back down into his place. With 4 members of TLD chasing down the 2 for Cat. Flex Snare barely going wide. There goes Rin. And this oath against the world. Height trying to dash all the way to this respawn beacon. I don't know if you have enough time.
You do still pod race a little bit. It's not as good as it used to be. It still works a little bit.
Just wanted to give us a little show.
Yeah,
gonna jump off, gonna fight this out. Yeah. It's like it's over, but I'm not quite yet. A little bit of a blotch. Shield's broken, but
this is
all
stuff.
for
take a grind rail, Tony Hawk, kick flip times 200.
Bring it back. Points for that, right? Get the combos going on like back in the day.
Yeah,
so it's like you have all this, and then suddenly you can resurrect your team, and all because you just did some cool flips, right?
Yeah. The combo is at like times 69 right now. Yeah.
Well, there we go. Tied up series again. 1-1. The TLD still in control of this because they have the 2 full set wins. While Cat have to play it over every single inch. They have to make sure that they win this series because they got 2 more after that, even if they win this.
And a little bit more respectful of the play by the last door that time. They weren't just throwing out a willy-nilly Zeph ult or anything of that nature. They're actually waiting until they had openings, and things panned out a lot better because of it.
Yeah, and I wonder how much of that is kind of wearing on their mental Magical, where you kind of know how far you have to go.
Missile breaker. That's going to be the Eye of the Storm pop. They already get 1, taking down Phenom. Not having to worry about that, but this is the chilling finale, separating the battle. But 3 are already on pursuit, looking for Paz, who is low. They put the Vortex Arm, and nice done by Favor as they try to see if they can get Abador. Abador punted back. Maybe Lord Vader can find him, but instead it's Rin taking him down with Lemur looking for Kenneth. But the advantage is out for Cat. Kenneth doesn't have the damage to fight back as they can reset and look to see if they can scare him away. And they've already locked down his position to take the lead back.
Rin is locked in, bro. He's absolutely pumping on this Krista, just putting out so much damage. Paz did a good job staying alive there. Kai did too, back for quite a while, trying to give his team a chance to do something before he gets taken out, but it's not going to end up being enough.
You're going to see
Dagger in the back.
That's so rude. Only a big fat rat would hit a guy in the back, according to Bugs Bunny.
But the Cat might strike back because they were able to get Paz on the other side, and the Rat-a-tat-tat is working out for Cat. As now they can look for Phenom. He's over the abyss, but Lord Vader wasn't able to find the spike. Still not finding the damage. The static has been charged as he surges back. Taking down TLD, looking for Lemur, with Rin to back him up. Even though TLD have resurrected Paz for now, the 2 members now on pursuit, while it will be Lord Vader still back on his feet because they got the respawn beacon on the other side. The rest of Cat chase away TLD. Might have gotten enough time to be able to get the respawn on to Phenom, but so close. No, the Stomped Wisp takes them down. And Cat, this time around, they've gotten a nice commanding 3-1 lead over TLD.
Let's go. Cat showing up here. And I think, like, to your guys' point, the draft, the comps are looking a little more even, where we can really see it playing out in the gameplay here, that every round is much closer, and Cat getting the better of a few of them, starting to look really good. And we've seen Height making some awesome plays on the Oath, but Rin is just shredding on this Krista.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about what do you do next game when you're not going to be able to get Oath.
Because you just ban it. I think
you think about that next game. You win this one.
Well, look at Lord Vader. Might be able to get the 1v1 against the Abador, but he decided to disengage and said he had the static already charged, so I'm surprised they didn't want to go for it any further. But now they're all corralled, and guess who's here? TLD have pushed their backs up against the wall, up to the abyss, as though they have to see if they can survive. The Cats clinging onto the edge, but how long can you cling before TLD snaps
one
back
down
and look to take you out and completely separate the battle? The spikes are there while Lord Vader tried to reset, but TLD are not an easy team to thwart. Push back with the second wind, but Rin knows what's happening now. TLD will get their second game here in game 3.
Logic. Take us into the mind of a Jewel, all right? You're in your ult, you see that juicy stack down there. What was Lord Vader thinking? Why did he go left?
I am always the hero in my book, so I'm 100% taking that 1v1. And if I lose, I'm sorry, team. My bad. But look, what is MJ going to do when there's 2 seconds left and he's at the 3-point line? He's not passing. He's not going to his team. He's taking the shot. He's winning the game. Win or lose by the Joel. That's my logic.
There, Vader. There it is. That reset
but he does it
on
again.
the
And he
static.
shifts back in for the kill on that one. That was actually nice.
And he gets it.
He might be able to go for more, but he missed the static on that one. Instead, Lemur having that level 2 armor is scary for Lord Vader, but they've already gotten the kill confirmed. And while Paz might be on the other side, they're trying to get onto the respawn beacon, and Lord Vader is booking aggressively, trying to make sure there's not going to be that wall. Kenneth is going to be the one trying to interrupt. Same with Rin, as they've gotten onto the beacon. Lemur knows that he can't do anything, so he skates back to safety with the rest of the team, while Phenom is taken out by 2 members, and it's only up to Lemur. Can you be Brian Koala, or is it going to be a day where you fall down and now 1 game away from Cat getting themselves on the board in series?
Let's go, Cat, picking it up.
Zig, now my question is, did you like the book where with the alternate ending where Jewel actually goes right after the opponent? Or did you still like the other one where you go left?
The twist. She like ulted left. That was the twist of the story. Then she shifts back in for the kill. I loved it. Read that one to me tonight.
It's a beautiful one. It's a beautiful one.
TLD, they have kind of gotten zone control, but I like what's been going on here for Lord Vader. On this duel just seems a lot more confident. And when everyone has to focus onto the duel, it means the team can look to control the base camp, while TLD now have to regroup and look for something else. What is plan B after you use so much trying to get onto Lord Vader? The base camp has been secured. They've got that level 2 armor, and TLD now trying to see if they can get pot shots at Lord Vader, but he dashes back to the rest of his team to stay safe.
But a dash is a win. That's a dash that can't kill you. So good stuff, but got the orb reset right there. Grounded at the moment. Lord Vader not able to make anything happen. Everyone kind of healing up, staying relatively safe. As CLD looked like they were trying to get the base camp, but never mind.
Wait, they found him. They found Rin. That's going to be a big pick, as Lord Vader wasn't able to get the damage into the backline onto Abador. Instead, he has to use the ult defensively while Oath is gone. And with that Oath broken, Lord Vader, the 1v1 duel, I feel like Abador feels a lot more confident about this time around, especially as Kenneth gets run down by TLD. Try to create a little bit of space, push back into the wall, but Lord Vader, not enough in the tank, and TLD will get another game saying, not just yet are we done.
This was small, but kudos to Lemur. He had the 3 stacks on him, and he didn't actually try to finish chasing. He just said, you know what, I don't want to get the 4 stack. I don't want to allow the dash to happen. Beautiful counterplay to what Jewel wants to do. And what were you going to say, Zig? Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, I literally can't remember, but it's all good because we're right into more action.
Ults used, 3 ults used by Cat, but not actually gaining anything. You saw Abador's ult do a lot more with the Fusillade. And now they find that ult kill onto Rin on the other side. Phenom doing so much damage and finding Kenneth separated. Cat might have been able to answer back with a chilling finale to push back, but now you've got to make sure you can confirm this kill because Phenom on the way. They've thrown down the hail of arrows. And Lord Vader doesn't have the way out just yet. Trying to stack up the static, but not enough as Phenom was able to throw right back with a pushback from Kenneth. Taken down by Lemur. The resurrection not in time. We are now down to our game 9, tied up for a piece.
That was a round for Phenom there. He just deleted Rin on the bottom and then came up, gets another almost like, full solo kill for the second and finishes up the third there. And they're going to need another round like that from the Myth to finish off Cat. Cat on their last life here. Final round, down 2 matches. Need to win this one.
Also that Res. That Res was crazy good. Abador again?
Ooh, Abador again. And this is what I was going to say. The Cat had 9 lives, but now, as you talked about, down to that last 1 up against TLD. And they are clapping back. The Lord Vader was able to at least turn it back on a 1, but 1 goes into stasis. Chilling finale separates the battle while Kenneth tries to get the attention of TLD. But keep in mind that Lord Vader and Height, they're not down just yet. They're so close onto the respawn beacon, and they can re-engage. Phenom was not with the rest of the team. They decided to go for the call onto the Myth. Instead, they try to see if they can get back to the base camp. That hasn't been taken by either team. 3v4. We've seen Cat do it once. Can they manage it when it's all important? When this is their lives at stake? Otherwise, they will drop down to face off against Team Pine for 1 more shot at glory and the prize. But TLD look too strong as they push them around off the respawn beacons.
They gotta hurry, dude. 15 seconds.
There's only 15? Yeah.
But nobody's got the base camp. It's gonna be overtime. That's gonna be the thing. It can be overtime for either team. They gotta stand on it. Someone's gotta get there. Well, Abador's taking a lot of damage.
He lost!
Might have just saved the game for the team. Eye of the storm. Lord Vader doesn't go for it though. They've got to push back into the wall. Trying to see if they can get to the base camp. Nobody's got it just yet. Somehow Lord Vader did it. But the damage. Oh, to the bumpers.
But this
chilling
pushed off.
TLD. They've got damage. They've taken down Lord Vader. The blast out of Kenneth. It's all down to you. But TLD say no way. It is our grand finals.
Wow. What a freaking finish! Down to the wire, tightrope if you will, but TLD does not fall. They keep their balance. They just keep control and manage to take this back. Holy, that was amazing.
And like that's the kind of round that match is the match I expect between TLD and Gap. Just so close, actually, every round, or going the full distance, and then that last round, you see Gap just fighting for their lives, bro. These are competitors. They are not going down without a fight, and they almost pull out the Miracle 3v4
so
like
close.
5 different times, bro. It's so close. Oh.
Man. And I did want to shout out Lemur. Lemur, so many times, those last 2 games had such clutch reses on the Wisp. Abador was popping off doing his thing, but Lemur kind of saying, hey, let me start the res, let me Celeste ult, and then the follow-up from his team. I know you're getting pushed off, but now I'm going to pick up the slack. And there were so many times that they should have lost. They should not have been able to bring someone back, but they're just teamwork. To bring a Wisp back has been phenomenal, just crazy good.
And I think that's like, obviously Wisp play is part of BR too, but even more so in Arena, like Wisp play is like super important and can really be the deciding factor a lot of times in the round. If, you trade a 1-for-1, but your team, like you were just saying, like Lemur picks the res up and the other team doesn't, and then it's a 3v4 all of a sudden, like those little nuanced things like really come into play in Arena, and it's all happening so fast that you have to make that decision to keep fighting or go for Wisp. Like, it's really just an split-second decision you got to make. And it goes to players like Lemur, like that have that level of experience, not only in the BR, but also, grind in Arena to like make the right call there. But it's a tough call to make because oftentimes you can finish the kills and then that's more valuable. But, that's really just it's an experience thing. And it's different in Arena than it is in BR, which is the interesting thing, right?
Absolutely.
So it has been exciting. We've had a lot of awesome games played. We're not quite done yet, but I need to catch my breath. I'm going to toss us to a break. I already talked with the players. They are cool with it. So we will be back in just a little bit to get you into our lower finals between Cat and Pine.
Let's go.
See you guys in a moment.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here in our lower finals. It is a do or die best of 3 to find out who faces off against the last door in the finals. And these two teams have done this before. The last time we had a big arena tournament, they met up in the lower finals, and it was Pine that came out on top. Here, Cat could do the unprecedented and take down Pine, right now the reigning champions of Arena. Or we could see Pine try to go for glory again, take down Cat, and have another chance to take down TLD.
Dude, the like storyline is so there, bro, and it's so similar to the last arena tournament, or really the only arena tournament that we've had so far. And it's just hilarious. Like Pine in the lower bracket coming up against Gap, that happened. Like TLD sending them to the lower bracket, that happened. And we're gonna see, like, so Cat's gonna be coming off that loss hungry. We saw that last round. They looked hungry, bro. They wanted that. And they're going to get another shot here. And they know this is for real the last shot. Like, you know, there's always something. It's a weird thing where when you're in the winner's bracket of a tournament, there's like that lingering thing in the back of your mind that you know that if you lose, you have another shot. It's this weird like safety net. And now that they're down, you know, feet to the fire, so to speak, I think we're going to see a little reinvigorated version of Cat, more akin to like the last match of the best of 5 we saw, just them against TLD. Oh, already
we are seeing how the pick bans are kind of changing, because it was all Zeph and Oath banned earlier, but now teams are more likely to let those through and have the handshake. You take Oath, we take Zeph, or vice versa. And right here, Cat having banned Bebo again, not wanting to deal with that. And then Pine answering, say, all right, well, if you're banning Bebo, we want either Oath or Zeph, so we'll ban Brawl instead. And now with Cat having that Oath, I'm expecting Pine probably going to go for something we've seen a lot of, which is Zeph, maybe Shiv for the team. They have, in fact, that's exactly what it is.
I don't like this handshake. It's rigged. Oath is better.
Yeah.
And, like, you know, I think Zeph used to be really, really good. I think Zeph is still solid, but I just think, you know, Oath has damage, Oath has utility, has a stun, has a shield. I'm just taking Oath, is more tanky, can res you from a distance, so they call it a handshake. I think it's one person got a quarter, the other one walks away with a dime.
All right. So
we do see last draft and this draft again, or all the drafts from their match against TLD, and now again in this draft, we see the enemy team targeting height. We see basically if they target ban Brawl and then they take away the Shiv, he's basically pushed to, and he's certainly not bad at the Bishop. We've seen him doing work on the Bishop, but it's just not quite that same style that he likes. Like you think about how the Brawl and the Shiv play, they have that ability to just go in and execute and reset. Bishop can do that, but not quite. Oh, so Myth and Felix threw for the final.
Yeah, I'm a little
interesting.
Krista?
Yeah.
Krista's got to be the final pick here for Cat. The Celeste could be there to deal with both Felix and Shiv, but I feel like Krista, just the burst damage that you get with the team, as well as we're expecting to see more of that initiating tool. Yep, it is the Krista. That's kind of what I was expecting here. But I'm looking at what has kind of been brought to the table here. And for Cat, it feels a lot of the same. What we saw in that last game up against TLD, that actually got them all the way up to game 9. So the deciding point, sadly, they fell just short of the finish line. Well, for Pine, they have gone for a very aggressive team, even expecting to see Pine on the Zeph. And I've seen how Pine plays Zeph. He doesn't play it like, oh, I'm just going to sit back here and heal my team. No, he's right in the middle with everyone else as they're diving, looking for the back line.
Yeah, military Zeph, okay? I want to be front line. I want to be front and center. I'm fighting, which is really, I think, the optimal way to play Zeph. Obviously, you have to kind of balance that line between when do I need to pull back, things of that nature. But you're right, and I'm going to recant my statement. I do not think Oath and Zeph is a handshake. But I think if Pine's on Zeph, it's now a handshake. Pine's Zeph is crazy good. It's so good. It's just, you can't say enough about it. And as you were saying, Magical, it's not just healing. That damage is so big.
Yeah, and for those that aren't like super familiar with like Zeph's kit in depth, like basically what happens is the more damage you're getting out, the more you're proccing those marks, the more you're insta refreshing your heal, your R&B. So to your point, Magical, that is the best way to play Zeph. The more successful poking proc marks you're getting, you can just keep dumping heal charges on your team. And I think that's one of the reasons why, you know, we consider Pine so crazy on this Hunter is not only can he pump huge damage and, you know, get a bunch of mayhem happening, he can also be, you know, flinging out heals, supporting his team. And the more he's connecting offensively, the more he's able to do that. And so, you know, this Hunter, I think in general has a little bit of untapped potential in the grand scheme of things overall compared to a lot of the other Hunters. I don't think there's been as many people that have taken Zeph to the level they've taken Brawl, for example, right? But I think Pine is one of those players that has put in the hours on Zeph to kind of unlock some of the deeper, like latent potential of the Hunter, and it's going to be a treat to see it here. Here we go.
Game 1, lower finals. This is do or die. It is a best of 3. We had a best of 5 in our uppers. This one is only a best of 3.
Okay.
And whoever wins will face off against the last door, and even then, you'll have to go for a bracket reset with best of 5s for those ones if you want to take the title away. How both teams are playing up. Cat, the last time these two teams faced off in the upper bracket, they had won 2-0. So for Pine, right now they are getting control of the base camp, but Cat are doing a good job of kind of chipping out those health bars.
Yeah, this is interesting. They're playing, like Pine playing so much for control. They're trying to put out so much chip. They did kind of force Cat back off of the fire position. Now people finally looking to engage on each other.
Ooh, and there goes Lord Vader. Going to be the first casualty. They're stomping on that wisp, so no resurrection on a Jewel, neither on a Kenneth. While both Rin and Height try to get away, but you can only Tony Hawk for so long before the team's right there behind you. They've split them up. 2 chasing the Oak, 2 on to Rin. There goes Krista. And now with the tank so far away from the base camp, that should be secured by Pine. Cat now on the back foot, starting off this series a little bit battered from their last series up against TLD. And Height, again, just going for the style points with the grind rails away.
By the way, it just registered. Height's not on the Bishop. Height is on the Oath, which is a little surprising.
He was on the Oath last game, too. I forgot.
For some reason, I thought he was on Bishop.
He was on Oath that last round against... he was looking pretty good on it, too. He did, but he was on Bishop one of the rounds, too. So I think when they got the Oath, he was on Oath, but the one before he was on Bishop. That's why I was confused.
That's exactly how it was. Ooh, good amount of damage there on Spade. Taking that out first with a Missile Breaker onto the back line. And there goes Pine, a little too aggressive without the rest of his team. Cat a little bit mad about that first game as they slap back on Pine. Well, we do see that Emperor going for the long play way away. I don't know if there's nothing out there, right? There's no island, I think, on this one. Oh, there's an island, but you're going to have to use your ult to get there.
This is, okay, so here's the other difference between these two teams.
Oh, he didn't use the ult. Yeah,
close. Okay. I don't think he had it. I think he probably went across that gap thinking he was going to ult and then maybe realized he didn't have it along the way, perhaps. But something I was going to say, and we were about to see it right there, just barely doesn't make the edge. But we basically have like a BR expert team versus more of an arena expert team here.
True.
Cat being sort of our BR experts and Pine being more of our arena experts, with a player like Emperor, the Fox, almost exclusively playing arena.
Exactly, and right now we're seeing how sometimes the BR experience can help you out, but also the team fighting prowess of Pine, where it looked like initially they were the team getting it caught out, fight right back, and they take out 2 of Cat. To Pine, having again separated the 2 members of Cat, looking for Kenneth and Rin simultaneously. Flame Shield to pull back in with a burst of damage, and now only Kenneth on that Bishop, and the grind rails not really helping it out, so another point over to Team Pine.
And these are scary players on Pine. Like if you are newer to Supervive in the last few months, you probably don't recognize Flappy Penguin. Or especially early on, one of the scariest players out on the breach and really carving the way for several different champions early on in playtesting. Just has sort of been I think a previous Battle Right, pro or like played competitive Battle Right, and we see him at the bottom.
Lord Vader kind of showing on that burst. That's the thing when you got Jewel on the hands of someone who has got a lot of practice like Vader. has to use the Eye of the Storm, wants to chase down Pine as they are going a long ways away. Emperor was already on the respawn beacon, but you brought in the entirety of Cat, so they stopped that in its track. No respawn too easily. 3v4 for Pine. Fight up against Lord Vader, goes aggressively as he gets spiked out, and now they've separated him. Emperor was looking for Crystal on the other side, and with that burst of damage thrown right back, they're trying to get the res. Spade has to dash back, but with the flight of the Firefox, it's denied even with that flame shield. Pine falls somehow. Cat take that game.
Dude, we were talking about the Wisp game earlier. It's like then there's the like next level of it where it's like, do I push to try to push them off of my Wisp because they're stomping it, and then they're like, they're gonna push. Let's bait this push. We're stopping this Wisp, and we saw it right there. Like it's like a crazy mind game that ends up playing out.
Yeah, did not work out the way they wanted to.
Second win did not find the pick, but they did get the pick from Kenneth onto Spade. So Spade should be resurrected, but look at that entire time. Kenneth has been getting some damage and trying to keep him away from the Wisp.
Kenneth!
Hunt back, and Kenneth has to get back with the rest of the team. Got really close, but Spade will be back on their feet. Battered and bruised, but still back on their feet.
They're just taking turns throwing one person at them to do a 1v4 and then retreating, and somehow it's working out for Cat.
Nice Vortex Charm with a nice flight of the Firefox, and there goes your defense. Your tank is gone. Vader is out of there. Rin's gonna be the next target as they look for the second win to resurrect Emperor as he reigns supreme. Rin could not muster it, and Pine will take another game.
Yeah, we saw like the reset to the full 4v4 there, then Emperor just finding the angle. Really kind of punishing the positioning of the Oath there. And once you're through that Oath, this game becomes so much easier.
Yeah.
You know?
Is he a champion without a shield? I'm not sure.
I kind of feel like he is. I feel like Oath is really strong in many regards, while the shield is one of them. You have a lot you can do, and we've seen that before. But right now, Lord Vader having to use the ult defensively is almost pierced down by Spade, landing a lot of those arrows. So now the base camp in control of Pine. Cat, how do you bounce back from this one? You've sent up the engage, but they've already disengaged. They've already been able to get back, and you are split up. You don't have Kenneth with you, so you got to be careful when you try to fight for this one with that base camp now secured at the level 2 armors for Pine.
Oh, Lord Vader in there, and the opponents are not.
He escaped there. I thought he was doomed.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a trade of 1-for-1, but Lord Vader somehow avoiding the rebel scum there of Pine, and they fight back. Flappy Penguin cannot get resurrected, even with the Vortex Charm landing. Pine has dragged back, looks for Spade to try to see if they can maybe get him back on his feet, but all the while
Vader's
Lord
behind
Vader
him.
chased down Emperor, and now it is only a Zeph against 4. You might have the base camp for now, but only a matter of time will that be the case, as Cat now 1 game away from a series win.
This is spicy, bro. I'm like, Cat's showing up with the hunger from last match, dude. They're here to play. I love to see it. We see Vader just going off on the Jewel, just finding these instas. How much, Logic, as a Jewel player, how much are you looking for a flank like this? Like him just all the way on the south side? Is it constant?
To me, I think it depends on who the priority pick is. If there's someone that you know needs to be eliminated, then I think you go for it. Otherwise, I think you play a little bit to the side, but you don't have to necessarily play that far down.
That has just gotten picked off on the other side, and that's going to be disastrous. That's your engage, your flanker. Well, Pine's taken low and reset. It is going to be 2 striking back, looking to see if they can get Emperor with the flame shield onto 1, but a lot of damage from that surge spark coming in from Lord Vader as they will take Series 1.
Yeah, Vader's feeling it. I think they're all starting to feel it here. I think they're getting a little more, like, kind of...
Wait, we're not done?
Maybe the score?
Maybe we missed one. Maybe one of the games was won based off base camp.
Bonus round. Burp, burp, burp.
I know. I'm a
We
little
have
surprised at that too. It's okay. It's okay. We're back in this one.
We know what's happening.
So we'll see. As now Pine maybe having another chance up into the air. Eye of the Storm for Cat. Lord Vader didn't go anywhere, and now they're all corralled into a tight corridor, and we're seeing how Cat can try to muster back, but they are really struggling. And now it's down to Kenneth, who gets chased away. And
Cat's
hey,
just
you know,
as
we thought it was
surprised as
over,
we are, bro.
Wait,
Pine,
if
they're
your
still
chat's
in this
correct,
one.
apparently it's 4-4. If the chat's correct, OC said it was 4-3.
Well, it would have to be because we were definitely on.
Yeah.
We were definitely on. We had the right amount of games. I think we just missed
Okay,
one of them. I
okay.
think one of them might have been a base win, and that's all we missed.
It's hard to see the base win from observer POV because you can't tell
Yeah.
who has the fire.
Exactly. So now this is actually all important. It is, I think, game 9 here between the two teams. Do or die. Nice vortex arm on 2, but body block.
Oh, the block!
Shield. No second win, but a little bit of damage on a Flappy Penguin is going to be absorbed with the heals coming in from Pine. They still have control of the corridor as there is going to be the grenade thrown in.
Good dodges.
Snare to land. No damage just yet. That actually has stuck. It's all been healed back up as Lord Vader tries to find Emperor.
Did he get it?
On the rest of the team over the abyss, but not getting the knock just yet. But with how low he is, Felix is gone and now reset to days. And they're looking for it. They're looking for Pine, but they've got the damage on a height, or do they? Because the resets. Vader showing up when he needs to the most in the eye of the storm, clapping down Pine, the last one remaining, jumping right over, but the abyss has been broken as Cat do take Series 1.
That was spicy.
Yeah.
We see
Man, oh man.
little build preview there, pretty much what we'd expect from the items, but I think like that, it almost looked like that round Cat got caught off guard, like they didn't know they were going around. No, but that was like, honestly, I was expecting Pine to like come out and maybe take match 1, but after Cat's loss in the upper bracket, coming down here warmed up, pissed off, they came out swinging, and you know, Pine put up a good fight, like 4-5, like, you know, down to 4-4. That's a close match. This is going to be, I almost wish this was best of 5 because this is going to be
Right. I just
Despite-
messaged Nidhogg to see if it is going to be a best of 3 or best of 5, because it would be cool to see this as a best of 5. Not
I don't
gonna
think
lie.
we are allowed to change it on a mid.
But what if we get the teams
But I
to
wish we
agree?
could.
What if we get the teams to agree?
I mean, that would be the way.
Some of us might still have plans after this. It's possible. It's possible.
My plan is
You're
log
on the
in,
East
play Supervive.
Coast.
So I made a mistake. I thought this was tomorrow. So I was like, yeah, guys, I'll come out. I'll be there like 10. And I was like, sorry. They're like, when does it end? I was like, I don't know what it ends, but I know the first shift was 2 hours. It was like maybe midnight. I'll tell them 1. Or
Yeah,
I won't make it. We'll find out.
Priorities.
They're understand.
Priorities.
You just never know. You never know how the games are going to go. That's Supervive for you. Sometimes, if you have played solo queue, you should know. You should, or even just squads. Some games
no, I know how they always
you
go.
die in like 2 minutes. Some
Never-
games
never.
they last like an hour. You just don't know.
I know that sometimes happens. 2 minutes? Those never had. Those were memories that I never had. We call those dreams. I was asleep.
Those nightmares.
So we do have an update right now. So Rin is restarting their PC really quick. So we will have a little bit of time to kind of kill in this one as we wait for them. Shouldn't take too terribly long. Hopefully we'll be able to get that getting back into it pretty quickly. But I want to look at what Pine might need to do going into this next game, because it does feel like they have a pretty solid draft up against what Cat brought to the table. But the biggest problem is Oath. What do you do about Oath?
There's that, and they were also like Vader was kind of going off on the Jewel that time, and I think a lot of their wins came off of the back of a Vader kind of insta delete into a 3v4. You know, just the power of Jewel being able to do that. But it's, you know, it's to the point where you only get 1 ban per side, and like you're obviously trying to take that Jewel too. So I don't know what you necessarily do about that, but
I think you still get rid of maybe the Oath, or this. You don't have to ego check everything. I know you want to win the 1v1, but I hate to say it, sometimes you're a little off. Sometimes a player just has your number, and if a player has your number, you need to just say, look, team, right now it's not happening, and maybe it's not good for me to do this 1v. I want to do it. I'm not winning it. Let me stay with the team, because Jewel can't do that next to your teammates. She jumps in and then dies.
right.
But-
And we've seen that happen too. But you know,
Yeah.
it's kind of like we almost saw that happening early with Vader on Jewel, and now he's kind of scaling where these last few rounds we've seen, and even in the last match, he's kind of just cooking with it. So there's not. I'm trying to think. Can anyone on Gap or Cat play Jewel at like or plays Jewel at a high level? I don't think, right? None that I can think of.
Cat?
Or besides Vader, obviously.
Oh yeah, I mean, if I'm looking at Pine, Spade would be the one I'm looking at.
Or Pine, yeah. I got
Spade
100%.
Like, Spade used to be a Jewel main, has kind of gotten out of just being Jewel, but that would be the player I'd look towards Pine. And
Spade is like the Jewel. Spade Storm used to be the Jewel.
I think that might be what you go for here. I think you grab Zeph and Jewel, and then the Shiv will be taken by Cat. I'm expecting that that's going to be it for height, but they don't. They go back to exactly how they played last game.
That's very interesting. Well, because Jewel is still going to be back on Cat's team, I think they really need to play a little more together because we kept seeing Shiv kind of do a 1v1 versus Jewel and not win it. And I think when you're that far away from your team, if you lose that 1v1, you're not coming back. Jewel gets the hit. It's a really bad spot to be in.
Yeah. We did see that a couple times. That's true. Saw a couple Shiv almost getting the kill, then right when Jewel ults up, gets out of there, lives, and then they're able to finish off the Shiv.
Looking at what Pine could possibly play now, what they can draft in this one, the Myth I think was looking really good for them. It was something getting a lot of damage, finding the backline plays, but I feel like you're kind of right that the Shiv, it feels like it is a bit of a takeaway, but it isn't something that's doing well against Vader, and it is really struggling. So I'm kind of like at odds of what I want Pine to play here, on what I think they can really do to kind of do well up against Cat. I mean, actually, this might sound like a meme, but maybe Hudson. Maybe a Hudson play. Just
Magical. Just putting the prayer out in the universe.
I'm just getting the big brain cap on right here.
I would say Krista.
Barbed wires. It's got health buff.
500 more HP, guys.
I was thinking that Krista might have been good, to be honest. Krista's. I mean, it's too late Shiv's pick, but I think Krista's not a bad pick there, especially if you do want someone to 1v1 Joel.
Ooh. Ghost. Okay.
I wonder if that's going to be Flappy's Ghost. And he switches off of the Shiv.
That could be interesting. Get spicy. You have a little bit of CC, not a lot. You get to poke safely through walls. You have an ult that, at worst case, will destroy an Oath Shield. Interesting.
I do like it.
And there's a lot of walls in Arena.
Sorry. This is why we saw the old meta back when we saw the last Arena tournament. I mean, think about it. There weren't bans, and it wasn't like how it is now where you have the pick bans. Everyone chose pretty much the same comps over and over again. But Ghost was one of the few that can kind of come into the meta and kind of take away. We had, what was it? Zeph, Brawl, Oath, and Shiv as the main four. And then some teams would sub out the Shiv with a Ghost. Gap was one of those teams that kind of would swap that around. And so I think Ghost is really something that we have to keep our eyes on, that you could possibly play here, especially like you talked about. Great with the walls and making sure that you have that burst damage to take down the shields from Oath.
If I'm not mistaken, this is basically a repeat of the last draft, except Ghost instead of Fox, right? Otherwise, it's identical.
That's the only difference.
Which, by the way, I had no idea why they picked Felix last game. I meant to ask, and then that actually kept happening. But I was just thinking, I was like, what does Felix do against that comp? It's not like there's a ton of healing. There's a wall.
I think it was to stop to provide anti-heal. I think that's what all it was, as they were hoping that the Shiv would be able to duel against Jewel on the other side. So that way the anti-heal that is not going to be with the team from Shiv is now still being applied from Felix. That's at least my thought process on why you're providing that, why you're going for that. But as you were talking about before, we saw that the Shiv Jewel duel was going to Lord Vader. He was winning that pretty much every time. And I think that's why you have to now swap and bring in something like Ghost.
Yeah, I can see that. And Oath heals only a little. It's weird because Oath heals, but when I think of a Luna, when I think of Zeph, I'm like, yo, I'm getting healed. When I think of Oath, I'm like, but maybe he heals a lot. He just does so many other things so great. It's overshadowed.
Some heal is better than no heal.
That's true. That's true, bro. True. Big true.
Right here, it is best of 3. I have not got confirmation from Nidhogg on whether or not we'd move up to a best of 5. So I'm assuming best of 3, which means Cat have the advantage going into this set. And if they can take this one, they can take down the reigning arena champions in Pine. I've talked about it before. Team Pine, it feels like this team plays better when the pressure is on as they take out Lord Vader.
And that's the thing. Lord Vader didn't have a 1v1. He dashed into a team, and what happens goes down. Beautifully played right there by Pine, and Vader should have chilled out.
Should have, as now Pine taking control of the base camp zone. Respawn beacon being attempted by Kenneth, but he's already put the escape tool there. Was ready to get off if need be, all the while Spade chasing away, Hyde, saying you're not getting out of this one too easily, and everything is now down to 1 for Cat. Never mind, because Pine found him.
Yeah, perfectly played on the Jewel entry there. Like Logic was talking about, exactly what you need to do. If the Jewel comes in, as soon as that iframe is down, land the CC, everyone turns, just deletes them before that stun is over, and they do it to perfection there. And Lord Vader, maybe, you know, does he change the plan a bit after that one? We'll have to end up seeing. I think so. Flappy is back on the Shiv. We have Emperor on the Ghost. I actually have not seen Emperor's Ghost. I've seen him be really successful on the Oath.
What
a lot of damage
smart
on the back
stuff.
line. Nice dodge again. Flappy Penguin maybe feeling a little bit more confident in this duel via Shiv duel, but no, it's going to be someone else joining in until the resets were there. Lord Vader outplaying them both. And now with Pine and only one here, and Emperor trying to survive, they decide to pick them apart one by one and leave it all down to Pine, the namesake for the team, onto the respawn beacon on the wrong islands.
Was very interesting to watch there. Just you know, because Spades was right there and did not help fight the Jewel, and then Lord Vader just, you know, finished off the Shiv kind of like he's been doing all day. So really interesting decision making there. Did not pan out. Heights right there, licking his chops, waiting for Shriko Jordan.
And there's just the backs to say, all right, you're back to the main island, and we're back to a game where we win and tie it up.
Hawaii was fun, but you got to come back to America eventually. All right, our weather is trash compared to what. No, I'm joking.
All right, but with it tied up, Cat, I feel a little bit more confident going into any of these games, just having had a whole set that they've won in a best of 3. Well, Pine, the pressure is there, but if any team feels confident when there is pressure, this is one of those teams. The team that reverse swept TLD, the team that reset the bracket last time we had an arena tournament against TLD and took the title away from them. Now, they have to fight as there is going to be the resets almost there for Lord Vader, but no longer up in the air. Body block with the bright shield as they look to see if they can take down Spade. So they've split up the fights, looking for Flappy Penguin and Emperor on 2, but then Pine and Spade chasing away Rin and Kenneth as Kenneth tries to get back to the base camp.
Dude, there's a little 2v2 this whole time on each side. Then it's switched and it's still a 2v2. Pine's getting the better of him up top, though. Here we go.
Yeah, they managed to do it. Vader's looking.
Only the 2. Arcane Railgun didn't connect, but it doesn't need to. Even though Vader does find the resets, maybe in the storm, no. Doesn't find that one. So Pine will take the lead unless Height can pull off. Yeah, he got to pull off more than just a miracle in order to find that game back. But Cat, it's okay. They'll fight back. They are now down 1-2.
It's interesting to consider which arena they're on based on how good Ghost can grenade. Because depending on which map you're on, or like which kind of little one you're playing on, you have like more or less grenade angles. And we haven't seen a ton out of the Ghost yet. I'm looking, ooh, Spadestorm's going off on that myth. Huge pick down there on Vader. Oh!
And the rest of Cat now scattering, trying to get over the abyss, but the ult whiffing from Kenneth with not that arcane rail. It don't miss. Only only Oath alive as now Height trying to get away, but the myth in hot pursuit. Same with Pine as they put down so much to make sure it's hard to get out of there. But almost was Height able to juke them. Unfortunately, there was 4 still alive.
They got. Look at this range, like huge burst. You got the Zeph ult, you got the Myth ult, you got the Ghost laser. Those are 3 of the longest range abilities in the game. They got like the snipe squad assembled here, planning to poke and pick and just annihilate anything that tries to run away. And it's working so far, 3-1 here in round 5. I want to see some ghost grenade action, but like this one, almost gets it there on Rin. Super close. He is looking for it.
Spade taken pretty low as they have popped a lot, and that summon Napalm does a lot, but they have slapped back 1 for 1. But there goes Lord Vader with the blast off. Too late for Kenneth and Pine. They have really been angry in this one. They have looked clean in set 2 up against Cat, and now are 1 game away from tying us up in our best of 3.
Yeah, Emperor was pumping that round. We saw it there. We got like, it's interesting to consider this very first push and like the bonfire positioning, because it's like, you can threaten bonfire positioning, but you basically like leave yourself vulnerable to poke. And like this whole round between these two, we've noticed like they don't even really play for fire. Whereas the TLD match, they were playing for fire every round. We saw them getting greens so often. We've seen like 1 green armor assembled like this whole match, I feel like.
Definitely a different strategy.
Try to get in. Summon Napalm, helping to take down Lord Vader and doing a lot of damage to Ren on one side, while Pine is gone. Shreckle Jordan not in the equation anymore, and they might be able to get the resurrections. Cat so close. They've taken out Spade, and there has been 1 backup. Pine's not going to be one of them, but with 3 there, low health bars, Emperor can start peppering them. He dashed forward, but wasn't able to find it, and they have the res on the side, and that snipe from Emperor! Pine looking to take them down. Mad about the last game. They will tie up the series in our best of 3. They want a rematch up against TLD. They want another chance at glory. And they want to get to the grand finals.
Emperor's actually looking nasty on this ghost, bro. That was nice. We saw the insta laser resets, the double tap again, the kill, just punishing them for even existing within a mile's radius.
And you kind of know better. You don't heal in that scenario. You're vulnerable. You know, a ghost is gonna shoot you through the wall.
And we saw it. He's working the ghost laser or the ghost laser angle where you aim and then you flick, and he's just like, you know, they don't see it on him, and then it's on him as it's shooting. So it's way harder to predict if you shoot like the way Emperor is shooting, where he's shooting, you know, 15 feet off to the right or left, and then whipping it in at the last moment. And like, yeah, that was just really well played by them. And I love seeing the Ghost come out with a W, because that means we might be about to see it again here. And now Cat having to maybe calculate that into their draft game plan. Not going to be able to have, you know, maybe kind of like a identical one like we saw last time.
So now we are tied up 1 apiece. Cat versus Pine. And this is a best of 3, at least from what it says on the challenge. We are going to show the bracket if we can, so everyone can see. Now, this is the do or die. Everything before does not matter. Pine won that game 2, well, set 2, 5-1, dominating there against Cat when the previous one had been so close. But this is what I talked about with Pine. It feels like when the pressure is on them, that is when they play at their strongest. And now they are only 1 set away from meeting up against TLD, the team that they were able to reverse sweep in the last arena tournament, and then reset the bracket to beat them again and take the title.
Yeah, this is hype. It's hype.
Yeah.
The storylines here, bro, they're always so good, and I just love how similar it is to the last one. I can't get over it, but like I mean, this one's really going to determine how this next round goes, because we just saw TLD taking on Cat, right? And so we either see a kind of rematch of that, and if that's the case, Cat needs to either, you know, figure something different out, or just have some maybe like kind of renewed hype and energy to be playing at a new level. Otherwise, you know, we might end up seeing another 3-0. And I think Pine, you know, these guys they pride themselves on being arena players, right? This is their tournament. I would be very surprised if they don't come out with a fury here in this kind of final match to send themselves up to the winners bracket for a second time to maybe bring a second win in.
And you want to know what is funnier too? Is if you think back to that last arena tournament, what was the team they faced off against in the lower finals in order to face off against TLD? It was Gap. And in that series, there was a game 1 5-4 victory for Pine and for Gap, and then Pine dominated the next ones. It looks like the script has been written long ago. We just didn't realize it. But we are getting into our third game, do or die between Team Pine and Cat. Shiv going to be banned.
Pine
not Brawl.
Pine with the oath now.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Wait.
Wait. There might be a mistake then. Maybe it's Brawl. Here, I'll have to... Oh, no, there it is. There it is. It is the Shiv with Zeph and Jewel locked in for Cat.
Wait, they didn't pick Brawl for height?
No, I'm surprised. I'm looking
That's
at
actually
this
insane.
too.
Like if Brawl just got through and they didn't pick Brawl for height, I'm extremely surprised.
I know why. No. I know why. They are too afraid of the Felix. They know that that's there. They don't want to deal with it. I think what they're trying to do.
They like know Pine has a counter for it, so they're not gonna.
Or they're gonna wait to
that's
see.
the idea here. They're looking to see what is picked. So Pine themselves will take that Brawl, which to me screams that Cat need Felix. They need to get this for this composition, for that engage to follow up with Jewel.
I'm still, even with, I mean, Height's just so good on that Hunter, bro, that even with a Fox, you just cannot count him out. Like, we've all seen him just pull the 1v4 out of nothing because he's Brawl and because he's so good at him. And to just give it up like that, I'm almost like,
You know what it might be? They might be more worried about Jewel getting taken away if they do that. That's what I'm wondering, if they're kind of concerned with Spades taking Jewel, and they're like, they know that Jewel was kind of one of the things that was helping them when Jewel was doing well.
Right.
So that could be the thought process.
Could be it.
But
Could be it, for sure.
But I 100% feel you. Like, Height is known for Brawl, so
it could also be one of those things that Cat didn't think that Brawl was going to be taken so early. They thought they had more time. Maybe they were expecting it to be something that they could still grab later.
Oh, they're thinking like no one on Pine plays Brawl, so we can wait till our second two.
I feel like that is what the call was for Cat, and now that's what's taking them so long on this next pick.
So
they're like, off guard, and now they're like, what do we take here instead? Do we go back to our Krista strat? Do we try to have that burst damage and then take Felix as the counter? There are a lot of options available for Cat, but I feel like that was the strategy.
Is it, you think it's going to be Vader on the Brawl then? Or, sorry, Emperor. My bad.
Yeah, I was like, Emperor would be Brawl. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It could be Flappy. It could be Flappy onto Brawl too. But I would expect maybe Emperor, depending on what Pine end up drafting. Not Pine, what Cat end up drafting here. And how they want to kind of fix the composition at the end of the day. Like, to really put them in a better spot up against Pine. As they really have been thinking about this one, like,
yeah, they are
looking at what the possibilities. They definitely were caught off by the Brawl.
Yeah, I think you're right based on that, Magical. Based on how long this is taking, if they're actually just thinking about this, then you're probably right. They were expecting the Brawl to go to the next round, and that's the thing is, like, I've only seen Emperor play in the last arena tourney, and I don't know what his champ was, but I gotta imagine as like an arena player, you're playing a lot of different hunters. He probably has pretty good mixed experience, and we just saw, whip out the Ghost and dominate in that last game, and I've never seen him on Ghost, and he was just absolutely shredding. So he might have a cracked Brawl that Cat did not.
I was just about to say it. I was just about to say it. This is a strike angle. This is a strike angle. I was just about to say it, and he does it. Michael Jordan.
Let's go.
Playing the strike.
Now that's
for those of you that don't know. That is the name is Strike Jordan because of the strike. But Strike is not considered to be a good hero anymore, not a good hunter. So seldomly
played. This is the comp to play it in. This is the comp to play it in. I was looking at this one, I'm like, you have an oath. You have Brawl to get a lot of attention. Myth will get some of the attention as well. This is the time for Strike Jordan for Pine to play the strike.
Dude, I'm stoked, dude. And it's like in the last match, like the one that really counts, we see the Supreme Comfort pick. I love it, dude. This is gonna be awesome.
Does he change his name if they lose?
Cracked at this hunter.
Does that happen if he loses? Does he have to change his name? Can he no longer be Strike Jordan if they don't win this?
Who do they give it up to though? Who takes the title?
I don't know what we changed the name to, just not Strike Jordan. All right, Strike Benchwarmer? I don't know.
All right. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better deciding game. right here.
Yeah.
Yes,
Lower
this
finals.
is awesome. I love the
Whoever
mix-up
wins
here.
this series
It is Flappy's
goes
Brawl.
on to face up against
Emperor on the
TLD, and
Oath.
Pine is playing the classic El Clasico in Strike up against Cat, who they were able to battle back well in game 1.
Emperor
make it a
on the
5-4
Grace.
win.
Sorry, Magical, to keep cutting you off. I'm looking at the items. Emperor on the Grace Mindblade, full offensive Oath. Haven't seen it yet today on the broadcast, but we have a full damage Oath on the mix. This guy is pretty insane on this Hunter, so keep an eye out for the Emperor Oath for the Shrike Jordan. Shrike.
Oh my gosh, already a terror. Like, what? This green armor is ours, and come here if you dare. Like,
It's hard. It's hard to get through, and you're already noticing
Yeah.
Flappy Penguin, Emperor, the amount of zone control they're able to create for the team. Pine even got off the base camp to look for the plays, to look for the headshots, but there's Spade
Nice,
taken out on the
Spade.
other side, which leaves Pine exposed. He's trying to kickflip away, has created a little bit of distance while the revive was attempted by Flappy Penguin, but instead he went for the dive onto the line. They do get one. Kenneth has been sniped. This is the time to shine if you are Pine and look for those headshots on Lord Vader. He goes up into the air. They're still chasing, still looking for the 360. No scopes out of Pine. Even with the punt back, even with static electricity popped, somehow Pine survives. And Cat can't do much. They're trying to get away, but it's Flappy Penguin's turn to fly high, chasing away Rin, while Pine is now on the flank, looking to take down that Krista, who only double dashes in. Nobody remains for the team. And look how aggressive Pine is playing, looking for these headshots to land so they can take the first game.
Dude, that was Cat's round to win. Rin had an excellent pick on the bottom. Huge damage outcome from the Krista. They get it into the 3v4, but they did not account for the Shrike Jordan blasting through the paint, throwing it down. Multiple 360 snipes, as Magical says, and he pulled the dub out. Really well played there.
Just watch Pine.
Yeah.
Almost every time he looks for a shot, he's doing the 360. Almost every single time. He really is putting the flare on
Emperor.
Shrike as Cat are bailing.
Saw that
They're
oath
trying to resurrect Height. Jewel not able to get the reset, so that's why they have to reset and wait now that they've gotten Height back on his feet.
and the reason, Strike does it is kind of similar to the Ghost when shooting. That laser comes out and says where I'm going to shoot, and Strike was like, I don't want you to see it early. I want you to see it when the bullet's coming at you. Forget about the red laser.
Plus, it looks cool.
It's certainly harder than it looks, though. Let me say that. It's to actually flick and hit someone at the end of that is not easy, and Schreikel making it look easy there. And I don't know if anyone caught it. It happened so fast. Emperor gets the full 100-0 Oath combo delete in the top left of that fight from rocking the double damage. So basically, on top of the rest of his kit now, not as tanky, but Oath Assassin in the mix, looking to do that. Ult shift, shield shift, one tap combo.
Right now, it's not looking too good for Cat. They're struggling to fight back against Pine. I mean, it's not just the Shrike that's creating a lot of zone control. Emperor, as you talked about, getting the full combo. Flappy Penguin, every time landing those chains, looking for the engage into the back line. Look at how Cat constantly have to retreat.
Oh, you're stuck?
They're never the team playing forward because they don't have the confidence. They don't have the way. They don't have anything that can deal with Flappy Penguin or Oath on top of him. And look at how Spade gets rid of Lord Vader. There is the revive onto Height. He heals up a lot. But Pine still gaining control and not looking for the base camps. Instead, looking for the headshots to take down Rin.
And all this happens and still not opting to take the base camp. Pine doesn't believe in it, apparently. They believe in winning only if you are completely eliminated, and they don't want any shields, no excuses, as they try to get this W.
Exactly, bro. That's the arena mindset. Who cares about a stupid fire? We are here to kill the other 4 people.
Final destination, Fox only.
And now they keep looking for those fights. They might have taken the base camp this time around, but it's only because Cat kept playing back and they wanted to take this game. Dominating performance thus far as they will take their third.
Dude, this is looking strong from Pine here. I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried for Cat on the back foot, down 3 rounds in our final matchup here of the losers bracket. It is do or die for both teams.
And how do you prepare for this?
Dude,
you know?
It's tough.
It's a strike. You don't have a game plan for a strike? Especially not this late. It's not a meta champ.
I'm looking at Lord Vader. Maybe that's going to be the play. Take out Brawl or take out the Strike, but neither are taken out. Instead, you're the one who's going into the Wisp.
Waiting for him.
Fine, yet again, pushing up at the face cam, giving
you're
the
going too?
over to the other side. They've taken out Rin, looking for Kenneth, but they've got a lot of damage. They could re-engage, try to see if they can get Flappy Penguin, but he survives the whole time. And now, even though you finally were able to get Flappy Penguin height, it is only you against the world. Abyssal Breaker breaking down the backs of Cat, while Height has nothing left. Pine going aggressive as he's looking for those headshots to land. 360 no scopes, need to land one, but with Height doing a good job of at least taking down some, sadly the wall was against him. He has to use the blast up to try to get away and heal back up momentarily.
Even the wall was against him. Height gonna try to do what he can, but of course, the writing is indeed on the wall, and Pine moving up to match point. And this is looking destructive, crazy, and damn near impossible at this point.
It is like, if you consider a Myth and a Strike on the same team and then think about them both hitting all their shots because they're piloted by two really cracked players, it's hard to deal with, bro. There's just so much damage coming out. And then you got a freaking Assassin Oath coming in on top of that.
Yeah.
And then a Brawl. Let's not forget about the Brawl.
I'll type this in the chat, and she said it best. It's Pine time. It's Pine time,
baby.
Right now, Cat on the back foot again. But this time, when you're on the back foot, it means that your tournament lives are at stake. And down to only 2. Make it 1 as 1 is about to fall 2. Tries to get away. Kenneth has created a good amount of space, but Pine is on the hunt. He is looking for you. Sent out the Hawks, and they've spotted that out. Almost was able to get the headshot, missing a couple of them point-blank range. That doesn't really matter. It's pretty much just showing off the flare here for Pine, while 1 remains very far away.
Gonna go for a res? Who knows? And how much time do we have left?
Hoping.
Yeah,
you're just hoping at this point. It's the YOLO play. You're like, I gotta get something, because we lose this game, we're out. And if we don't have at least anything, but guess what?
He's so rude! Flappy, give him this!
Nope, we're not giving you any chance. He's just standing on.
He's not even killing him. He's just waiting the timer. Oh, Flappy!
Pine will not be denied a grand finals.
Had to do it to him like that, bro. On his Hunter, too. Had to do it to him.
Oh, my gosh. That was a thing of beauty right there. Look, only one person's allowed to flap those wings, all right? And if your name's not Penguin, it's not you.
Hey, I just want to say I'm stoked seeing Flappy back out here. He's been a little hiatus, but one of my favorite players to watch. And what a showing by Pine, though. Such a cool comp, so much damage coming out, and just like, I think catching, Cat a little off guard there based on how the previous rounds had went. And shout out to Cat, like really good games, good showings, like especially when they kind of came down to the wire, like their last match against TLD, those matches against Pine, like maybe not that last round, but the last couple rounds, but the matches before that, like really good games and really close to pulling it through with a sub, right? Like brand new kind of teammate coming in with Lord Vader as Nidhogg's kind of hosting the whole thing. So shout out Cat, really nice run, but not quite able to pull it through there. And it's Pine time, baby.
It is Pine time, and it wouldn't be an arena tournament if it wasn't TLD versus Pine time in the finals, the grand finals. And not just that, the fact that it's TLD coming in from the upper bracket, Pine from the lower bracket, possibility for a bracket reset. You never know what's going to happen, but we are going to toss it to a break. I want to get as ready as humanly possible for this grand final, so make sure you don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Let's go.
Hello. We are here, the grand finals, and it wouldn't be an arena tournament if it wasn't these two teams duking it out.
Let's
the
go.
Last Door and Team Pineapple. Of course, you'd expect these two, Pine being the reigning champions from our last big arena tournament, and the Last Door, the team that won through the upper bracket in the last arena tournament. They won through the upper bracket in this tournament, and they are looking to take down Pine and say, now is our turn for the title.
Yeah,
Are they going to win
the
it?
The plot armor is like, it happened already, and it's been like reinforced now. So we're gonna have to see, because last time we saw, if you missed the last arena tournament, we basically saw this same exact thing play out, and we saw Pine kind of take it to TLD in that last series. It was a 3-0, and then it was another 3-0 because they had to reset the bracket, if I'm not mistaken. It was kind of disgusting how well Pine was playing in that comeback.
The thing is about that 3-0 too, is it's a 3-0 that started with the series one, so set one, where they were down 4-0. They were at one game from losing that very first series, and yet they won 5 straight from there, 5 straight after that, 5 straight again, and somehow reset the bracket to make it so that they had another chance at it. Pine, I'm telling you, this team, these players, they play better when there is more pressure.
You know who hasn't forgotten that Magical? TLD.
I think TLD has a slight edge with the format. I think their players, overall, just in terms of how long they've been playing the game, because there is something to be said about just having players that have played from almost the very, very beginning, and you learn more champs. Like, think, if you went into a game like League today, there's no way you're learning every champ. But if you started from season 0, you probably could play every single champ in the game. So once you start adding a ban, you're still really comfortable, while your opponents, their pockets are only so deep.
Yeah, but I will remind you that Pine, they've been playing for a long time too. You have Spade, you have Pine, you have Emperor and Flappy Penguin. These are not players that have just picked up the game recently. These are players that have been playing for months and months as well. Yes, the Last Door have the most experience. Yes, the Last Door are the most winningest team of North America to this point. But they haven't gotten one title, and that is the Arena Champions. And so, yes, there is a lot that they want to play for. They want every title possible to show everyone why they are the best. But if a team's going to do it, it's going to be the reigning champions of Arena and Team Pine.
We've already kind of seen like a deep champion pool from Team Pine. We've seen Emperor on multiple picks. We've seen Spades on multiple picks. We've seen Pine on multiple picks. I mean, I think, like, to the point earlier, it's like if you're playing a lot of Arena, you're probably getting more reps on different hunters in. And I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how this draft plays out, because I think like between these two teams, like draft is really going to matter because we have such an equal skill level, such an equal experience level. Maybe TLD having a little more time together as a unit, but Pine kind of being those like arena experts, right? And so like I think a huge amount of the kind of power getting traded is going to come down to these drafts and who ends up kind of winning the draft, and then we'll see how each match plays out after that. But starting it off with a Zeph ban on the side of Pine, pretty much what we would expect here. You guys thinking of Oath next?
One thing I really do like about Pine, though, is I think they are probably the only other team, you could argue a Gap, but that plays as well together as TLD. I think there's a clear cut between we're really good players, we play pretty good, versus we're all one unit. And I do think, you know, Pine, TLD, and I'd say Gap for the most part are kind of the three that are in there.
Yeah, and I like literally my only experience watching Pine was last arena tournament. So go ahead, Magical.
So I'm curious here when it comes to how TLD are going to draft. If they're just going to ban the Oath, or if they're going to leave that open and instead take away something that we've seen be powerful for Pine already. Jewel is a big one, but that could also be taken away by TLD. Doubt it's going to be a first pick Jewel. Bebo is something else that we know TLD play well, but we haven't really seen out of Pine. There are all these questions that kind of go into this one when you can only ban one.
I would, yeah. Go ahead, Ludger.
Could you imagine if they leave them both open? They leave Oath and they leave Bebo open and say that we will play either one of them. That'd be interesting to see.
I think, yeah, and I think Brawl might get through more than often on this draft because neither of these teams have like a, you know, kind of like a go-to Brawl player. So we do see actually the Jewel ban coming here for TLD. Even so better. Oath is going to be up, Brawl is going to be up. I would be very surprised.
Now, Pine can only get one. TLD gets both. They get both Bebo and Brawl. But they can grab both of those here. I think the Jewel ban is great. They don't want to put that much of a priority onto Jewel. They just say, you have it. Of course, Pine can then pick Felix afterwards. But the Bebo is a great counter, not only to Brawl, but also a little bit to Felix as well.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Were they just going to land it? They opted to do it. Interesting. Myth.
Interesting. Okay. I think I honestly think it might be a little bit of a mistake just giving the Oath free to Emperor, though, because he's legitimately like the best Oath I've seen in Arena, and he doesn't do what other, you know, Oaths do. These BR Oaths, like, you know, we see Paz earlier, other people playing double tank. Like we saw last game, Arena Oath, the Emperor version of Oath, he plays Grace Mindblade. And he's literal Oath assassin with the rest of Oath's kit on top. So
the full combo one shot, yeah.
You know what's really good versus that? A Bebo bomb. If you're not a tank, that shield's going down, your health bar is going down.
Dude, I am more excited than anyone to see Brian Koala step into Lemur's body and take this Bebo to the next level.
So it's gonna be right here. I'm looking at what's available. I think Shiv is a good answer. Yep, there it is. Locked in pretty easily, and I feel like you have to go Brawl here, but they go Krista instead, something that can kind of stand behind the Oath. Yeah, I'm a little surprised just because Brawl being available. I look at the last door, and yes, Felix. That is always going to be the big thing when you see Brawl available. Do you want to play it because you know that your opponent's going to be able to play that Felix as well? So for last door, they have to kind of look at this. They could always go for a Felix Brawl. Have it so they already take away that counter. They already have the Bebo too, which is kind of considered like the next tier counter towards Brawl. But then you're not really having a reliable frontline, right? You're pretty squishy, especially if, depending on how this Oath goes, if it's going to be the one-shot Oath, he is going to one-shot every last one of you.
Yeah, and I don't know if anyone else on TLD has put the time in on Bebo besides Lemur. Like, I think that's a Lemur pick. So if they pick up Brawl, I mean, that's also kind of a Lemur pick. Like, so, you know, I don't know who, if they did pick up Brawl, who would even pilot that at this point. I'm sure someone could, but it's not going to be at the level of like, you know, a Lemur Brawl or like a Hype Brawl or something like that. So, yeah, really, I mean, we see these, like, they're kind of in the tank on all these decisions, where this one is also taking a long time for TLD to work out. They spent a long time thinking about the ban. And if you've like watched any of Lemur stream through all this, and when they were scrimming earlier this week, they mute stream during picks bans because they have very kind of real hidden strategies they're trying to execute on here. And
even when I would like hop into the Discord because I was trying to move things along, once they heard like the Discord notification, they all go shh. And I go, guys, they can't hear me. It's okay. That's where they go, oh, okay, sweet. Because they just don't want that out there. They want to make sure they're keeping a lot of that close to the belt. But here we go. We get the Fox.
I was wondering about the strike.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, Pine see another angle. They see a strike angle because they know there isn't the greatest of engage and greatest of ways to stay on top of that strike.
Well, I was looking at this. I was thinking, you have Oath. Do you bring out the strike again?
Mm-hmm.
And clearly they do. Does TLD have enough? Because, I mean, it is a skill matchup. With strike, you dodge, she does nothing. She hits you, you die. So
this is such an interesting matchup. This draft is actually so interesting. And it's so cool to see, like, first kind of, match of the finals here. Such a different look because we've seen a lot of similar stuff throughout the day. And this very first round here, it's like quite a different look than we've seen. I mean, similar hunters, but kind of a different split. I love seeing the strike back on Pine and the Oath on Emperor. And so, like, big comfort picks over here for Pine. Looking on the side of TLD, probably Phenom on the Fox, Lemur on the Bebo. Comfort picks there. Abador on the Myth, Paz on the Bishop. Not necessarily.
That's what I'm assuming. I'm going to assume that as well because usually Phenom likes to play a lot of that Felix. So having that is kind of the roundabout way of going for your draft here for TLD. But I am looking at this one. It is best of 5. There are kind of these drafts, especially early in the best of 5s, where you might feel like maybe the other team got a slightly better draft, especially when a team gets an Oath and Strike on their team, where you're going to go, okay, that's a problem that we have to deal with later. You have luxuries. You have wiggle room to go for this one. But this is also the last door, a team that is insanely talented and insanely smart on how they can pick apart teams. And looking at how they've drafted for game 1 here, I want to see if the last door are able to muscle out against Pine.
Does Bishop still do double the damage to the wall? I mean, to the Oath shield because of how her auto attacks work?
I do not know.
Huh. All right, either way, Emperor in the middle of the fray, having to get out of there quickly, and Paz already down.
Yeah, and that Flight of the Firefox with the Flame Shield completely avoided by Team Pine. Now they've already reset, and they've gotten themselves back. Paz is going to be killed confirmed, while 2 are chasing down Phenom. Getting a lot of attention onto the Firefox. He finds a spike on the one, but doesn't land the Flame Shield on the other. Instead, he is now getting attacked from all sides, while there is that B-bomb from Lemur trying to resurrect the team. He was hoping to be able to hit someone away. But the team, they're all gone. Pine will take game 1.
It's interesting. We saw in the TLD match versus Cat, they were playing for fire a lot, and then in the Pine match versus Cat, Pine's just doing arena mode, kill everyone, don't care about fire or armor. We kind of see the two teams clashing here now. That round we saw TLD look bonfire, but Pine just went right on top of them, just start deleting them instantly. We'll see if TLD shifts their strategy a bit here, playing against such an aggro team. Phenom in.
They were looking for the team fight. Salvo does take down Phenom, but they almost were able to find Spade, but Spade dodging away. Abyssal Breaker. There goes Bevo. And Pine yet again with the team fight win, dominating TLD with only 2 remaining. And needing to land some of these headshots so they can take down Abador and then look for Paz, who was the first one down in game 1. Game 2, he's going to be the last.
I think it was a Freudian slip, Magical, but you called you called Bishop Teldo.
Did I? Oh. Oops, definitely a Freudian slip on that one.
That's too funny.
Right now, it's a little interesting, but this reminds me of when the bark is a lot more dangerous than the bite, because everyone was so worried about Bebo.
Ooh.
But Lemur's been non-existent this game.
There's going to be the Tonk crashing only the...
Oh.
But that explosive damage from Phenom taking down the front line, and it has been a 1-for-1 trade. Emperor not quite confirmed. That's why they tried to go for the dash in with the Flight of the Fox, but it didn't do enough out of Phenom, and all they need to do is land some of these skill shots onto the Firefox to get rid of him. While Bebo healing up the best he can. But Abador, in the thick of the battle, getting a lot of damage. But here comes Spade to re-engage. And only Bebo left. Even with the flame burning, it does take down one. But it's only a Bebo. They can resurrect pretty easily. He's trying to heal up. And here's going to be a Tong to remove him from the Wisp. But now the headshots to land. And Pine, 3 in a row.
Dude, this is a monster start for Pine here. This is not what TLD wanted to come out to. Just like, it's like you're having flashbacks, dude, of last arena tournament. There's like the PTSD kicking in. You guys got to pull it together here. Get a couple rounds in.
I feel like they're pulled together at one point. That is one down right away. Beautiful follow-up ball from Emperor afterwards.
They didn't land the Abyssal Breaker either, so they're getting a lot of damage, and they're forcing everyone away from Spade. Base control now going over to TLD.
And this is how TLD likes to play it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. As soon as they can slow down the tempo a little bit, this is their game.
Gotta make sure that they're not letting these reses off too easy, as they have the tier 2 shields, but Flappy Penguin trading 1 for 1. Looking for the headshots, but the lockdown, and now maybe point-blank range from Pine, but the flame shield too strong for Pine. And no longer will Shrekel Jordan be able to find the rest of the battles. Instead, we're going all the way over to here where Paz has been dueling against Emperor. He might lose, but now it's Lemur's time to shine with the rest of the team to boot. No pull on Emperor, but denying the respawn means that TLD, they're not going to get swept in the first series. They are going to take down Emperor eventually, or the timer will run out.
Dude, some of the skill shots these guys dodge, I'm just like, like they dodge it and I didn't even like see it in time. I'm like, bro.
You're like, I would have been gone.
Dude, I would have definitely been gone. I would have been gone a long time ago. Dude,
again,
TLD take a round though, so that's big. So they got their confidence back, slow it down a little bit. Gotta, right as I say
but
that.
that's the thing. This is kind of what we look from Pine. They're aggressive. They look to never let TLD set up, and they always want to get them on the back foot. That's the strength that Pine have always been able to bring to any one of their games. As it's double Wisp, they were trying to revive at the same time. Abador split away from Paz, who couldn't bring back up the team. Instead, getting the attention away from Abador, who is looking for the respawn beacon, but that is really far away.
Yeah, going to be a tough ask. They do have time, probably, if they're able to get it off.
Going to try. Let's see. Paz over there and mess with him.
There's a tree, but
Nice.
doesn't get the stun.
Such a good
Unfortunately,
dodge.
missing that one.
What a
And so
good
we see
shift.
that Pine will be able to get the team TLD as well, but they're far, far away. They're going to have to hop aboard the cart as they look to get through the abyss. Flappy Penguin not realizing they could have done that, so he has to snap way back with the help of the Blink Dagger. The TLD are still putting up at least somewhat of a resistance. They're not going down too quietly here in Game 5.
Love to see
But they don't have that much time to work with. 5 seconds. Got to get on there. Got to take these health bars down as well. Going to be really difficult.
Oh! Trying to fight. Get on the point. There it goes. That's what we were just talking about, as Pine will be now at match point.
That's like, it's so hard to fight because you not only have to push them off, but then you also have to have someone be holding the fire the whole time. It's a really hard, you know, kind of even in an even 4v4 to push back that fire on time like that.
There's going to be the cannonball into the back line. Almost was able to find him,
Tonk,
but
tonk.
they got the tonk landing. Spade avoiding, surviving, getting back, and the rest of Pine had stopped the engage from TLD. Paz having to jump away while Lemur trying to resurrect the Firefox, but he's punted over the abyss, and everyone turns their attention onto Paz. Pine, there's a reason why we've looked at this team at being one of the strongest ones in Arena, because they can do this to TLD.
Yeah, Pine wants the emote so bad right there, dude. He wants to so bad, so bad. He took it off his bars.
Next time. We're doing next time.
All right, so back to the tried and true here from Pine, and taking game 1 commandingly so up against TLD. Like, there's a reason why we always talk about Pine as being this team that when there's pressure put on them, they really start to step up to a whole other level, and they really do play so well as a squad. But they also just understand Arena a lot better than so many of our other teams that are so well practiced when it comes to the BRs that you've been talking about, Logic, that you've been talking about, Zik.
That's like, I mean, we're really seeing it in action here. It's like we're kind of witnessing it before our eyes. It's like you see a team like TLD and you're like, these guys have won so many things. They're so good. They're so stacked. They're so experienced. And then, Pine just taking to them. You're like, wait, what? They're like, oh, yeah, we are the experienced Arena players. You guys are in our format. This is Arena. This is not PR. Here's how it goes out here. And it's the tempo, man. Every time Pine just was able to kind of insta push, like you almost saw it, especially at the beginning. That very first round, I think, was the best example. TLD moves in to do their normal thing, try to poke and get fire position, and it's just like Pine's like just like blasted into their side like instantly, like right off the bat, like no time to breathe. And the only round TLD won was the round they had a chance to breathe, right, where they could kind of recollect and play space like they like to do in the BR format. And so, I think TLD gonna have to look to adjust and play more of that Arena tempo, that Arena play style of like, objectives don't matter. The objective is you guys die and we win. Right? That's the Arena mindset.
Logic, if you remember last time we did the Arena tournament, we actually got a nice interview with Pine, and he kind of talked about like how their game plan was up against TLD. And the game plan was that, but even more so, not just in how they were playing to make sure that they get this early lead, get these kills, but they also knew that if they ever gave even any luxury to TLD, any time for them to reset in a series, if they were able to get a couple of games, they knew TLD are this great team of reinvigorating themselves, finding that momentum back just from a couple wins. We've seen it before when they got knocked out 10th place recently, then won back-to-back games. Like, who does that? Only TLD is a team that I can think of that can manage that.
So you're correct. So they smother them immediately, saying, look, if we make sure there's no smoke, there won't ever be a fire. And they did a fantastic job of it. I'm really curious, this draft, that's last game, I think it was very interesting. It was almost as if they said, Pine, pick whoever the hell you want. And we are just going to pick up the scraps. Bebo sounds good, but Bebo wasn't doing much. Everyone they had felt like a leftover pick. And I want to see a little more oomph, a little more, hey, let's put a little more thought into this and not just play what's fun because we're coming from winner's bracket.
Logic, do you think if they switched the Bebo for Brawl on Lemur last game, it makes a difference?
100%. I don't know if they would have won, but I absolutely think of Bebo didn't do Bebo things. There were no reses with the bomb. There were no huge chunks with the bomb.
He was trying to do Bebo things. It just happened so fast. Like, the pacing, like you're saying, like the pacing of Arena, he was attempting to do Bebo things, but it's just like, blah, your whole team's dead as you're doing the Bebo thing.
So
Brawl's a bit faster.
Yeah, that's true. Here in our draft, Bebo was swamped for Shiv from TLD, which means Bebo got quite through the draft, all the way down. So Pine's still getting that, and Krista. TLD. Is this the moment that Lemur brings out that Brawl into a Bebo and then a possible Felix that can go on top of that? But that also means that Pine might lack damage, but I'm expecting Emperor to go back to that Assassin Oath playstyle. I'm really curious as how TLD are going to approach this draft.
I would be very surprised if Lemur is not on Brawl here, honestly. Wow,
well,
I'm surprised.
It's a lesson said. Instead of going for the Brawl, Lemur going.
Please do it. They did. I love this. I love Aluna. I think Aluna is so underrated, and the reason I think that she's underrated is because people were like, she only heals. Have you been rooted by an Aluna? Have you ever won that 1v1? I've never been rooted and lived.
It is a strong ability.
Bad Aluna. No, I'm joking. But she does more damage than people give her credit for. When you're a Wisp, she can still bring you back, whether she grabs you, whether she ults. So I'm not saying they're going to win, but let's shake up the meta. We just saw a Strike dominate their opponents. Let's see if Aluna will, change a little bit. I'm still worried about their damage, but I want to see what happens.
Okay, so I will say Pine hasn't lost on Strike in this tournament. Has been undefeated with playing it, has gotten it again in a fairly decent position to do so. I don't know. This is looking difficult for TLD.
But we have not seen the Paz Bunny yet.
Battle Bunny Aluna.
And I will say, I think Aluna's root is one of the strongest abilities in the game because of the delay. So you think about other crowd control abilities like a Kingpin Slam or something, your team has to react instantly to follow up on that. Right when you slam, they have to react. Not the case on Aluna. If you hit a root, your whole team has like 2 full seconds to be like, she got the root. Look, they're going to get rooted. Everyone, kill them.
And it's huge now. In an arena, that's even better.
Yeah.
You know, you max it. But to your point, you know, MadMagical, Oath and Shrike on the same team is unfair. It's rough. It's really difficult. So let's see. This is going to be fun.
We are getting into our second set here of our grand finals. TLD, they have a lot that they can work with. They have a bracket reset. All they have to do is win 3, while Pine, they have to win 5 more. They've done it once up against TLD, and in game 1 of this second set, they are gaining control of the base camp so far, but they aren't actually holding on to it. Instead, they're looking for that flank angle because they were worried about Lemur falling in from the side.
Yep.
Yeah.
TLD trying to get on it.
Interesting to see TLD like basically all on supreme comfort picks here, literally. Like all the except for Paz, maybe. I'm sure he's good at the Aluna.
He's played Bunny before. I've seen him play Bunny.
Support master, but everyone else on TLD is like literal their hunters.
Well, Phenom's taken out, so there goes that. And same with Abador on the other side, which means Paz and Lemur are going to be the last ones remaining. One is now in stasis and only a matter of time, even with the root, tries to take down, has gotten a bit of a reset, but Paz is gone too. Lemur skating away. But you got to be cautious on who's on their way. You put up the wall, but here comes Flappy Penguin. They've already got the base camp control, and Pine are in control of this game. The momentum favors them. Arena is their battlefield.
Little interesting that Paz opted to use that ult to heal his teammate a lot earlier and wasn't able to use it later when a teammate was knocked, especially because no one on the other team can actually just eliminate a Wisp. You can always ult it. There's no.
I'm sorry, I know you're on the point, but Emperor is playing Bebo, not playing Oath like he has been every single time they've gotten that. They have swapped it up, so it's Flappy Penguin instead onto that, while Pine just absolutely dominates until he gets rooted in place. You talked about it before, the Bunny doing work while they try to crash down the party onto Abador. But look at Lemur trying to make sure they can get that res, but with the damage coming in from the bomb, and then the spin dash takes down Lemur and Phenom. So it doesn't matter if you took down Pine. Team Pine are all 4.
Just looking so strong.
For free? What? How do you knock someone and you're not the team with the Luna and just casually get your res off?
That was like they didn't, like you were saying, like maybe not the damage to push that. They literally didn't have the angle to push it. Like Phenom got chunked out so hard instantly. Like 1 HP had to burn the Aluna ult just to keep him alive there. And dude, yeah, Pine just putting out so much damage, looking so terrifying here. TLD really gonna have to figure something out.
Yeah,
and I wonder.
Flappy is kind of by himself. Did they get it? The pick?
Almost were able to find Krista. Then there's Abador.
Oh, got it.
Fuse a lot. Doing a lot, but it's going to be straight to 1-over-1. Trying to get the res here with Paz. So Abador is going to be back in the fight. That's going to be the Tonka, not necessarily landing onto anybody. While Lemur takes out the shield, looks to fight against Oath, and that's why you go Frozen and you go home and try to take if they can take down Pine. While Pine is getting taken on Abador. There's now a Shrike against 4. I don't know if even Pine can do this one, as we have a game 1 by TLD.
There we go, TLD on the board, baby.
They did, and ironically enough, they hit the root and they didn't get a kill, but they did force Flappy Penguin to fly all the way back behind his team, which gave up a ton of other openings that TLD was able to capitalize on.
Yeah, keep an eye out for that bunny root.
Oh, bye, my friend.
Bye-bye, Spade. And this is the problem, that Pine, they know with this team when it comes to TLD and why they were kind of saying, we need to make sure we're snowballing every game. Because when TLD just get an inch, they'll make a mile out of it. They are so good at making sure that they can bounce back, and right there, taking off Flappy Penguin from one of the respawns, and then the other one by Phenom to remove Emperor. But because Paz got picked off in the 1v1 duel, it could be bad for the team. Well, Lemur has gotten rid of Flappy Penguin, who's taken a lot of damage, but with the shield back up and Pine to back him up as well, it means that this 3v3 could go either way. Bomb sent out barely not finding Phenom.
Main Jam actually killing it on these Observer. We're getting both fights
I don't know how you do it.
simultaneously. Now the panned out view, it's insane.
Oh, he hits it back. He hits it back on the ping pong.
I like that one from Phenom, making sure the B-bomb was not going to be there, but the res is almost already completed. Nobody can get there. And now, oh wait, Emperor came off of it. He didn't actually go for the full one. And instead, we're seeing how TLD have split up the fight. They've got one onto the base, and they might be able to get the shields. It's getting close to the wire wall. Abador has been taken out. Paz is also lost, but Lemur did take the base camp, has the advantage, has the damage, almost taken down Pine, but the reinforcements have arrived, and here comes
he backed!
to help out too.
He backed onto the base camp!
To nothing, and the spin in. Pine looking for anything, any sort of damage, but they've taken out Shrike, and they've taken out Flappy Penguin.
Holy.
Wait, so who recalled? I thought that was
Phenom recall.
Phenom,
Dude,
he recalled and
was-
said, I want some of the action.
That was nice. Very well played. That was insane, actually.
Whose playground is this? Because it looked like TLD's with that play.
We talk about momentum, and we talk about the swing, how this is right now working for TLD. 2 in a row, but when you land headshots, that could stop them right in their tracks, trying to get the revive, but Paz not able to bring back up Phenom, and with the
got
trade
the
on the
root.
other side, Flappy Penguin's gonna be the one they have to trade.
And you're gone.
Taken.
Oh my
They've got to be
God.
careful. Pine chased down. The bunny battle. Bunny baby takes him down and re-engaging. Trying to get him.
no-
Another root.
Flappy Penguin has been brought back while Spade is taken out. B-Bomb's not landing. Emperor getting damaged. Has to be careful. They have been forced off of the point, but they have gotten on top of Spade. Can they survive? Top
Yes.
whiffing. No bomb to connect. And there goes Bebo over the abyss and nearly taken down. One more strike back from Abador as it's TLD taking 3 in a row.
Let's go. TLD back in it, baby. Looking strong here. Making a statement, dude. I love this.
And I was going to mention that the Luna never ulted, which surprised me because Paz watched a teammate die. But being in that position and still having your ult, that is crazy. There's no way you're winning that. That was basically a 4v2.
Pine push back again.
Goodbye.
Ooh,
Dude, they're just
hello
pumping now,
and
dude.
goodbye
Holy.
back line as Abador has gotten the attention of Bebo and Oath. But when you're both focused on only one and you lose 2 of your damage dealers, you see how they fly away, scattering out of that one, trying to get anybody to a respawn beacon they can.
What a momentum swing just in the last couple of rounds here. TLD looking kind of like a defeated a little bit from the start to just turning it on, like on an absolute tear. Like basically taking Pine's strategy of like, guys, we're shipping it. Let's go. We're killing everyone. That's all that matters. And,
Win or lose?
All right, Emperor. That was a great pick, but unfortunately, once the rest of TLD with the green shield shows up, not much you can do. And 1 game away, TLD. I just gotta keep mentioning it. Momentum. Yep. No team is better at playing with momentum than TLD.
I figure win or lose, I don't want anyone to talk to me about meta ever again. All right, you're already banned from a year of telling me what the best champs are and who could play what and who could do. We have a Shrike right now in Grands and an Luna in Grands. Play what you want, figure it out. Be the change you want to see, like these teams right now.
I love it.
Right now,
the message
it is
from
going to
Logic.
be the engage. Almost finding Pine, but Pine healed up. Abyssal Breaker does almost break down an Abador. They will take him out. And here's Tonk stopping the res, saying no way, Jose. But they got Bebo. It is a trade for the Battle Bunny, but the Battle Bunny outside to get a lot of damage onto the team. While Pine trying to get away, but Oath is gone. It's all down to Pine. You've got to save this game. 1v1 duel, baby. Can you find the spike? Get the damage onto Phenom as everyone's wish. He jumps over with the pull, not finding the knock into the wall, utilizing the terrain and saying no headshots are that easy for you to find. But Pine and Phenom playing with this one crazy time, and Pine says, I want to fight. Battle me, baby. Let me find the headshots. 360's gonna Pine.
The spice, the pure spice. Holy.
And they lost if he lost that fight. That was it. That was a set.
That was the demote from Schreikel if he loses that.
Oh my god. Wow.
Jeez, that was so close. Holy.
But the thing is, TLD still only need one game to take this set. Well, it's 2 more for Pine. Even if Pine played beautifully on Shrike in that game, you got 2 more to do so, and then that means 4 more games for you to win. And right there, Flappy Penguin taken out by Abador. Pine already on the back foot in our set 2.
Yeah, spicy little 1v1 down there by the Shiv the Oath. Abador barely getting the better of him. Does get that reset, all his health back. We're going to take out Spade Storms now. So now TLD have 2 down. They just need to secure a couple more here to get this match.
Yeah, it's
should be able to get it, but it is the base secured right now for TLD. It is looking like TLD to take this game, this set against Pine, and that's going to be dangerous. Last time when Pine beat them, it was nothing but sweeps in series. When it came to each set, it was TLD that lost. Pine finding great ways to battle back in that first one to get the reverse sweep, and then be able to sweep them from there to get the bracket reset. They knew that if they ever gave a moment for TLD to get back in the game, this is the potential that could happen. And now they have to fight tooth and nail to secure this game. Otherwise, it is going to be the lead gone for them. TLD will tie up at 1-1 while Pine are falling. And there's the timer. TLD will take the set.
It's just so hard to push that fire off of if they have it and you're playing against time and you're trying to push on and you have to keep someone on it. It's like, that's a tough ask. But what a kind of reverse of momentum from TLD in that match, bro. We saw, kind of looking very slow at the beginning, like almost a little hesitant, and those last couple rounds, man, they really just turned up the heat, and we're starting to see, dude, by game 5, which I'm expecting this to go to a game 5, it's gonna be insane out here. Hey, I will say, common denominator of both losing teams, Bebo.
Get rid of him.
Go overhype, baby.
It reminds me, how you used to watch League of Legends and, it'd be Worlds and there's these champs that are just busted, you have to ban them, and then some team lets them through and that team loses. And then throughout you realize maybe it wasn't an issue after all. I'm wondering, is that what's happening with Bebo, or is it just that these teams are really good at dealing with Bebo? Because as effective as he is, when you have players that are this evasive and this mechanically skilled, his threat goes down a lot. I haven't seen almost anyone get hit with the Bebo ult on either team versus a couple, rounds earlier, everybody got hit with it.
And it's one of those things where he's like an agent of chaos, and like chaos thrives so much in the BR format where you have third parties, where you have the sandbox, where you have powers, you have all these kind of extra tools to enable the Bebo madness, right? But in Arena, it's so much more straightforward. It's literally like no powers, generally no armor, just 4v4, no third partying, very straightforward. And so his ability to use the ice playing out over Abyss, use the bungee, tonk in from nowhere, like that's like so much more diminished in the Arena setting. So I honestly would be surprised to see Bebo get picked on either side here. Because I really think if they just put Lemur on the Brawl instead of the Bebo on that first match, it would have looked a lot differently.
I did have one question, and I'll ask you first, Magical. TLD showed that they can play another healer. The thing before was Oath, Zeph, and that's it. And if you don't have an Oath or a Zeph, you don't have a healer. Now that they showed they will play a Luna, is Pine going to say we need anti-heal to deal with it? Or are they going to give them a Luna again?
I feel like it comes down to this last pick. I don't see any problem with the composition from Pine leading up until the very last pick, and I know Shrike, that's going to be the Pine special there. But as you said, you kind of need that anti-heal. You need something to stop Aluna from being so strong, but they lock in Shrike early with Bebo alongside. Krista is left open.
Interesting.
They could do a Krista Aluna potential. That interesting.
I don't know. I think go back to what it was before. If you're TLD, I don't see any problems with running back.
Just stick with it.
Go with the Celeste. Go with the Aluna. It felt like it worked. Of course, you open yourself up to a Felix that could be on the other side for Pine, but I feel like it's okay in this scenario.
Yeah, I feel like the Felix, based on what they have already, it'd be tough to pick Felix and have him fit a little bit. Yeah, this is interesting.
I think you stick with the Aluna again for sure, just because I think TLD does really well the longer fights last, and I think that a healer, whether it's Oath, Zeph, or Aluna, provides that for them. So I think that's something they should do. It's kind of the rest after that.
Like I think if you go Brawl Bunny here, like Brawl Aluna, put Lemur on the Brawl, man, that could dumpster.
That's actually a really good.
There's an Abador on the Shiv, dude. Phenom on the Myth. Like, it's all comfort picks.
And a lot of damage, and you get your anti-heal still if you want it. You have some CC. You can just ult to counter whatever you want if you want, and even the chain to jump on strike.
Yeah, I was about to say, if like Brawl can find the Shrike, like that's, so hard to deal with as a Shrike without your team around you. Just a Brawl in your face.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see what they end up going with. They're definitely in the kind of think tank, thinking it over here.
We have had a couple of these games where teams are really utilizing their thinking power, trying to get all the way down to the bitter end on what they want and how they want to really approach this draft. And maybe for TLD, they feel like if they go for the same draft, there is that possibility they open themselves up to a counter pick here from Pine. And that's why grabbing the Strike early kind of does say, hey, you might need something a little bit more frontline. Maybe TLD are looking towards things like Bishop. They've played that before, but I really do think that their composition was fine in the previous game. The Celeste, Aluna, it looked really good, and yep, they grabbed that, say it doesn't matter what is going to be on the other side.
Okay. Which I hope Pine, maybe Brawl Felix, but Brawl actually.
Ooh, okay.
Not what I expected.
We saw Emperor on the Ghost go off earlier that match.
So
then,
Flappy Penguin back onto Oath. They're gonna have, but Emperor is the one who played Bebo last game. Pine for sure is going to be on Pine Hunter, which is gonna be
it might be Spade's Ghost, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of looking at as like, what are the potential options here? But also something that to keep in mind, Spade is also a really good Strike player. They are also someone who has played Strike before. They could decide to really change things up and say, all right, we're going to give Spade a little bit more comfort because that has been the target here. Jewel has been taken away from Spade every single game here in the Grand Finals.
I'm just a little surprised. Like, obviously I thought Brawl would be good and Bishop could do it as well, but Brawl you get anti-heal, but also you get a way to stop the Wisp so that, you nullify a Luna ult. So I'm just a little interested, or it's just interesting that they opted not to go for a Bishop or, a Brawl in this scenario, knowing that in a Luna ult, it played such a major factor earlier. So we'll see how they pilot this.
Yeah, and I think maybe like they run it back because they had success with it last time, but it's so crazy how like stuff shifts because every single match we've seen Brawl so high priority. What do we have here? We have no Brawl ban, we have no Brawl pick. Brawl just all the way through. No one cares about him anymore in the Grand Finals. This is not a good hunter, guys.
Always needed, even though I think everyone thinks he is. Just this time, Luna. I feel like if there's a time to play Brawl, this is when you do it.
I feel like too, but we are in to game 3. The series is tied up 1 apiece. It is 0-0 on the board for our teams as we've just loaded up into the 3rd set. But Pine taking an early control of the base camp, playing a little bit differently, not going for team fights, allowing Flappy Penguin to absolutely destroy the back line of TLD and force out an early chilling finale from Lemur.
One that worked nonetheless. Yeah, there was no shield for Flappy Penguin. TLD completely demolished it, so there's no way to stop a Celeste ult. Beautiful pick, though. But that Luna ult, come back, my friend. Come back and play the game.
Bringing back up Lemur. meaning that all that work that had been done by Pine, out the window. But they still take away Paz all the same. They've split up TLD, not having the Hawk to land, but it doesn't need to. 360 almost predicting.
Dude,
there it is from Pine, showing the work on Shrike. Shrike goes Jordan for a reason. As game one, Pine in firm control. Lemur, the last one they take down.
30 seconds left.
Yeah. Pine
Very
coming out with
interesting.
trying to make their own momentum right off the bat here. Saying it worked last time, guys, but we figured it out. We got our comp, and this one's ours. Spadestorms is on the Ghost, so we do have Emperor back on the Bebo. I am honestly surprised to see the Bebo picked again. We'll see if it can make a bigger difference here. There's a bomb.
When you land a bomb like that, it's definitely going to make a bigger difference. And they even look initially for Phenom. Well, Abador, the Future Law does take down Pine. It already split up, and with the shield broken, it helps out TLD. They got to be careful with the bomb, and that's going to be able to get the return back onto Lemur. But they have that Aluna for a reason. They can resurrect pretty easily. They got Lemur, but they've got to be careful. That damage from Spade. Trying to see if he can throw out any grenade. But with Pine back, they forgot about the Shrike. Never underestimate this Shrike. Looking for another headshot while Lemur throwing out the icicles. But you don't have a chilling finale anymore. It's your own funeral you're about to find yourself at as TLD. Trying to get away, but Pine hunting down these kills to take a 2-0 lead.
Dude, I feel like Pine is just the player Pine, Traggle Jordan, is just loving the shift resets on the Shrike kills, bro. It actually looks so fun. He's just flying around, just tapping everyone.
I know another Shrike main named Apostle was talking about that. I think this is going to help Shrike so much, having this option. And, I mean, man, it's definitely helping out Shrike Jordan, that's for sure. Look at Abador on the flank.
Paz, though, taking another B-bomb to the face. Doing a lot as they're trying to get rid of the B-bombs from capturing the base. But that means you're using a lot of your attention onto just the bomb. And that's why Pine has been able to get a lot of free damage. But when you miss right there, it opens up a window. Lemur was almost able to find Pine, but he was able to skate his way away. While TLD slowly have control over the base, but they don't actually go for it. They've gone to the playbook of Pine. They're playing for the team fights. And Abador almost found the back line.
Yeah, Lemur, I think, trying to push a little bit on the Celeste, but that's the problem with just that Hunter specifically. She's so good at playing backward, a lot harder to play forward, just the nature of her abilities, especially that auto attack. You watch the icicles.
Nice dodge. And Abador was looking for the Fusillade, but didn't have enough damage. While everyone's been healing up, they could re-engage. They found the Oath, broken away. No health anymore. Flappy Penguin, the spin dash doesn't work for the team. They found one, but it's a 1-for-1 at the moment. That's why they try to fight back the best they can. Abador now, there's that flank showing up out of nowhere, getting the damage onto Emperor and onto Spade, who have been slowly trying to peel back. Pine, too, taking too much damage to everyone from Pine. Now, not resurrected, trying to get resurrected as Pine are trying to get away from the battle, but with the base camp secured by TLD. Tonk tonk. Oh, it's too late, and the game is won by TLD.
I love
I
the
don't think
idea.
I don't think they've lost at all. Go first.
Like I don't you saw at the very end there, he was gonna tonk the bomb onto the fire to stop it. He almost gets it. It was like a second away. It's a good idea.
Yeah, it was time. The base had been taken by TLD, so you didn't have to wait the full 30 seconds, just a couple seconds. That's why they're able to win that one, get themselves on the board, but it was barely. Pine almost were able to strike back and take control. Like right now, they are taking control of the base camp. The B-bomb has been taken down, so not quite that green armor they needed.
Yeah, and I was going to say, every time TLD has taken the campfire, they've won the game. Which maybe that's why they always prioritize it so much. Like, I don't think they've lost at all.
Yeah.
Oh, he jumped in it! Taxi ride!
Okay, so one bit of damage onto Paz. Paz so low, no bunny anymore. They throw out the frozen penguin that Zeep to help take down Paz, and no way to resurrect yourself as a Luna. But Lemur might be able to back up Phenom. No point blank to land. So close. Where's the Arcane Railgun going wide on the other side? And they found the damage onto Pine, and now now with a chilling finale over the abyss. But Phenom taking only a little bit of damage. They're trying to get the res onto Pine, but Lemur scares away Flappy Penguin for now, getting something back, but nobody has fallen except for Lemur. No, skating out of there. Phenom celebrating. No, too early of a celebration because Lemur's still getting attacked while Abador way late to the party. Pine should find their third game in this set.
I'm playing that really well. They had like, you know, kind of split on multiple fronts, but the difference there is Pine gets their reses through and TLD is not able to push, you know, past them and get their wisps up. And so Pine like continuing to look scary, bro. We had a little bit of momentum from TLD last game, but Pine just coming right back out into this match saying, guys, we're still better.
Well, Paz jumped in the wrong Uber, to be fair. That did happen.
Yeah, that did happen.
But yeah, Pine just, I mean, looking great. You know, the momentum shifts back and forth, and they clearly had a nice little pep talk between games. Yeah. They weren't choosing champs. They weren't choosing strategies. They were just getting their head back in the game.
Sometimes that's what you need, bro.
Right. You need that reset. You need to say, yeah, you know what? It's one game. It is a best of 5 for a reason. But TLD
the kiss of
are
death.
on the point.
They stopped.
Strong to it. They decided to go for Pine, getting a lot of damage. Phenom saying, this duel I win. I had the team to back me up too, but the B-Bomb will deny the base camp. A lot of damage onto Phenom. Tries to use the pillar to get away. Summon Napalm while Spade dashing forward and hopping aboard the right over that time as they're able to get Phenom. But look at Lemur and Abador. The Abyssal Breaker breaking Abador. Lemur tries to skate away. But Pine, even without the captain, Team Pine take the 4th.
I feel like the rounds are looking good for TLD. We saw they almost got their win condition there, Logic, on the fire.
They're so close.
But it's just like once Pine finds a little opening, they just split it wide open. And we saw it there. It's like once they get like a little pick, they really just like amp the pressure, put the pedal to the metal, and try to finish.
Yeah.
Bomb on the fire.
Abador already gone. Picked up by the bunny. Tries to get away, but Lemur getting some of the attention of the back line. They've got a lot of damage onto Emperor and an early chilling finale canceled. Not even going for the completion. Skating. Wow.
Whoa.
That was fast from Lemur. Really skating back towards the team.
Where are my friends? Please, I want to be there. Good little Tong hits nothing. A late ult by Abador.
Look at Pine. Has gotten the base camp. They've gotten that secured. Sword, the level 2 armor is in favor of Pine, but they are getting pushed back while Abador stopped in his tracks. Could not get that Fusillade into the back line. They've got a lot of damage onto Bebo.
Beautiful brute!
1 gone, but still 3 remain. Pine being one of them, looking for any damage while Lemur still on the base camp. Kept at bay by Phenom, getting a lot of damage on him while Emperor has been resurrected, but the base camp has been equaled out. Both sides have the green.
20 seconds. TLD need this one. It is a match point for Pine.
There's a lot of things on their side, though. You know, imagine a Luna ult is back up if it's been used. You know, Tong shouldn't really be in play anymore, but they do got to get on there now.
There it is, and it is going to be Abador, the first casualty. Bebo got taken so low.
Good
Another
ult.
chilling finale
Is that
on
enough?
top of the base. It could be enough, but the summon Napalm takes down Lemur with Phenom and Paz trying to heal up the best he can. Snipe from Emperor as Pine will take another set, and they are up 2-1 in the grand finals.
They lost him with Campfire.
Win condition cracked, bro. Holy. I thought that was TLD's round there, bro. But Pine's just so good at, like, once they find an opening, they really are good at capitalizing. And I think the other thing we're seeing is something we talked about earlier. They're able to get their reses through, maybe partly because they have the Oath. He's so good at holding positioning over, but that time they res the Oath, so it wasn't that time. But I feel like Pine is winning a little bit on kind of picking up their wisps when they go down, and you know, which is interesting because TLD having the bunny, right?
Kind of wild there for Team Pine. They take another set, so 2-1 here in our best of 5s. And if they win this one, if they win either this one or the next one, bracket reset. We talked about how TLD, they only have to win 3. That's what they need in order to win at all. If they can win the next 2, bring us into game 5, they will take the championship while Team Pine still have to climb up the mountain. They still have to win this game or the next if they want to reset the bracket and try once more.
Yeah. And, I mean, if you're TLD, I have some questions because it just didn't play out the way you expected to. I think a big thing is Paz's Luna didn't play as pretty as before, or it didn't look as polished, / maybe the team wasn't assisting as much. Because it felt like before, Luna just really wasn't dying. Sometimes because of Paz outplays, sometimes it was because, you know, his team was helping him survive. We weren't seeing that as much last game, and it kind of nullified a lot of the benefit of having a Luna on your team.
Yeah, I literally had to pause when I was like making my point just a second ago because I was like, wait, they did have the bunny, right? But to your point, like I didn't notice the impact. Like I really didn't see the bunny come into play for that whole kind of series of rounds there. And so we'll have to see if they end up picking the game. We did see Bebo win, so that theory's debunked. Bebo's still a real hunter. Keep him in there. But go ahead.
TLD, having lost that one, and it was quite a dominating performance from Pine. Now, stopping a little bit of that momentum, it seemed like maybe TLD were starting to build for themselves. This is what I was going to wonder. They hadn't swapped sides once yet, but TLD are going to be on the left side, Pine on the right.
Smart.
When you change things up like this, I'm really curious to see what TLD will go for, especially because Oath has been that first pick for Pine every game so far.
One thing, shout outs to Shazam. With the leak, Shrike Jordan said you guys got to be thinking about banning Shrike, right? And what a statement!
Also, shout out to Shivam because also gave a gifted sub to Zikrik.
Oh, awesome.
Wait, what happened?
Well, thank you.
I got a gift sub to your channel?
Yeah,
From Shivam?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's go!
Together.
That's so hype.
But the thing is,
Hello.
what's up?
Nidhogg here.
Dude, so good.
It is great. I need TLD to ban a Shrike. I mean, we're not going to the bars and clubs tonight. Okay, we're not doing that anymore because you know.
Oh yeah,
We're in it to win it, baby.
I'm good. We're
gonna make it work.
For a bracket reset. We got this on lock right now, but.
No, we are not. We don't bracket. We want some hot, nice action.
I love that no one can hear Nidhogg in here except.
This is beautiful. It's beautiful.
So Nidhogg,
Yeah.
I will translate to the stream what you say. What are your thoughts on the series so far? Great. Long. Very long. Okay, so Nidhogg said that Flappy had an emote, so it's time to DQ Pine to stop the bracket reset.
I will say also while you can hear us, thanks of course Nidhogg for putting this on because this is phenomenal. This is crazy good.
So cool, man.
Yeah, it's a learning process because like this is all new and just it always takes longer than you expect, and then there's the fishy stuff, and the team's not on time, and how do you? It's so much, and kudos to sticking around.
We did.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. DQ, Banhammer. I'll do it for you. I got you next time.
Dude, what a monster showing though. 32 teams. Let's go.
Seriously.
That's hype.
Man, that's gonna be annoying.
Awesome, bro.
152 account codes I have to send to TC, bro. So fucking and more subs, more for the subs.
Damn.
They can't hear me.
They can't hear him. Yeah.
He's like, whoops. No, I'm
All
joking.
right, I'm gonna stay here. I won't talk over cast, but I'll just chill because
Hey.
I like it. I like it.
Oh yeah.
I'll just be chilling.
But what? Okay, for bans, does TLD get rid of Shrike, or do you think if they can get off, there'll be enough?
No.
Leave the other ones open. I mean, it is an ego thing, but I will say there's like other priorities because like it's not just banning one thing; it's like the whole draft plays out. If you'll notice any of the good teams, they'll think in terms of like, okay, we'll ban this, then they'll do this, and then we'll pick this. Like for example, my team had like maybe 30 lines drawn out in like an Excel spreadsheet. I helped them with that, right? I just set that up. Like, so people at high levels, even coming from League, right? We used to do draft predictions, and it was really fun to see like how many do we get. So in League, you got to like predict 3 bans and then like 5 picks, right? So we called it 20 out of 20 if you got them all. And like in a lot of cases, we have them labbed out. I'm assuming TLD has a system like that where if they ban Shrike, it leaves one thing open, and because that's open, the next rotation something else is open, etc. So, you know, these teams are on another level. I will say it's like basically seed 1, 2, and 3. These guys, you'll see them at the top all the time. Even Gap without me, rebranding as Cat, you know, they're coming 3rd place. Like it's just like not even close. It's a different level of play.
I mean, I was just about to say, I'm like, we saw last tournament, last time we had Arena, top 3 were the exact same, right? We're seeing here, top 3, and right now, Pine, as we get into our draft, we do see that it is Jewel and Brawl as the bans. TLD being on the left side. Oath has got to be the first pick. Like, there's no way around that.
Yeah, Oath is 100% PB, like, everywhere. If you're a good team.
As long as he gets
There it
Oath.
is.
Yeah.
There it is. There it is.
You know what's so funny?
This is where I feel like for Pine, I actually feel like they're going to struggle in this draft because they grab Zeth and Myth afterwards, but then it's Bebo and Shiv for TLD after.
Do you do it again?
Dude, I've been waiting for Brawl to pick up, or Lemur to pick up the Brawl. Brawl goes all the way through last draft. No one bans him, no one picks him, and I think Pine are like, Lemur's going to be thinking the Brawl now. And Brawl is like, I mean, because that's just like, I don't know, what do you think about that, Nidhogg? Like Brawl going all the way through last round and then getting banned here?
So the issue with picking Brawl into Bebo and Oath is you're going to have a really difficult time if you're ever marked, and they can do stuff while basically like neutralizing the Brawl pick, but Brawl can't do anything when he's being neutralized like that. You know what I mean? So it's like, not only do we counter something, but we can also just be useful independent of that shit. When you pick the Brawl, it's either like you pick around it. You could argue that the Luna pick is like that, but Luna is honestly like probably the weakest part of their kit or their draft. Like you could full set on the Brawl, but you're basically saying we're gonna do one thing. And Pine, I'm sure they assume Pine's team is not stupid enough to be like, yeah, let's fall for it, you know? So you have to kind of pick around.
I wonder how much they picked Bebo because they believe in it being that good for them versus them not wanting Pine to have it.
Oh, the Bebo? I mean, yeah, Emperor's really good at the Bebo, dude. I mean, in fact, both of them are. It's disgusting. Like, that bomb hit rate, dude, it takes like 70% of your HP. It's the threat of it.
Health.
That's the thing.
So
like, oftentimes the value of a skill is like in the threat of like getting hit by it.
Yeah.
It's even better when you actually hit it too. And the fact that it rests and caps everything, like, yeah, I think Bebo stunks are good. You gotta get that.
Emperor did a good job.
Right. I was like, let's look at this draft though. TLD, Felix, Shiv, Bebo, and Oath up against Pines, Zeph, Myth, Krista, and Ghost. What do you got? What do you think going into this one, Nidhogg? Last time we asked your opinion on something really quick. You said that one team had one draft, they ended up losing the game.
I always look at. I mean, I don't necessarily just look at like what character beats what character in a vacuum, or even like sets of 2, sets of 3, or like 4 and 4. What I'll look at is like TLD. If you think about their theme, right, like the ability to just full set into one character and use things like anti-heal to prevent like Zeph from being useful, like. You could argue it's good as a counter, but if you look at it just by itself, they match thematically because they can all help each other in what they want to do, whether it's dive or take space. While on the other side, you have like these range characters that will chip away. They're a lot more vulnerable, sure, but in a sense, if you guys are familiar with the idea of like crossfire, like you're always going to be within range of your teammate. If they play that properly, it's like a matching theme as well. Like you're all for range, but you can all peel each other. So I like both drafts. I can't really tell from my perspective. I can't really tell like which one's better. I can definitely say that TLD side is easier to play because you have go buttons and you just press R, right? While Pine side needs a little bit more finesse to defend against those go buttons, right?
Right.
So it's a matter of micro.
We have loaded up, and we are in to set 4, and already The battle is brewing.
my
TLE taking the advantage right out of the gate, but Lemur and Phenom are close to death. There goes Bebo, then follows the Felix. While they're trying to get the damage on Emperor, Abador couldn't finish it up. Instead, it's up to Paz, while Abador gets damage onto Pine. So close, just needs that reset. Takes down one. All the while, Paz has gotten the attention of two. The Resurrections are there, though, taking 2 wisps back up while they're looking to see if they can get Pine back on his feet.
Yep.
Yeah, they
And-
need this Pine res.
Are they gonna get it? Oh, it was a little bit of Phenom trying to force it. Couldn't do it, but the ult's back up.
Shield getting down that Zeph that just came back up.
Tonk.
Trying to deny that while Emperor getting damage. The baseball bat did not help whack him away and far enough. But Lemur is still fine. Another chance at life given over to Pine. Second wind doesn't connect, nor does the stun. They're trying to bring back up the Felix, and they do so only for him and the Bebo to fall. Pine taking game 1.
What an opening round. Holy crap. Pine just
that's-
coming out with a vengeance like every time, dude. They just go.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's literally just like, you know, one team has the go buttons, but they got parried by Pine. Like, that's just how the comps play. Like, that's high level. That's good.
Good amount of damage onto Flappy Penguin from the B-Bomb. And in the side duel, Phenom losing to Zeth. Had to use the Flight of the Firefox away while Paz tries to rejoin with the rest of the team, but they haven't got control of the base camp just yet. They're getting pushed off of it. Abyssal Breaker denied. No breaking up this fight this time around, but the Tonk might be able to save the team instead. Paz will be resurrected again while they look for the poke, look for the damage, but a huge railgun from Emperor taking down TLD. Some Napalm didn't find the predict on the Paz because it didn't need to. They've already won the fight. They've chased off TLD from the base camp, and they've only got to deal with an oath with a broken shield so they can take the second one.
And it's like if you're TLD and you don't hit those go buttons successfully, it's like the side of Pine just has so much damage coming out constantly. Like these 3 champions, Myth, Krista, Ghost, they pump, man.
That's the power.
And so if you can't lock it in, it's like
the 4 range threat is just too good when you actually have a good micro and you position properly together.
Yeah. Because it's almost as if, like, you know, TLD, as much as I was praising them on how well they play together as a team, you know, they're a little more split because of their ranges. You're limited by it versus Pine, always in range. Even right now, this fight at the bottom, Spade Storm, anyone wants to drop down and help, they easily can do it.
That was a good pin back, though. Denies Phenom the engage. That Flight of the Firefox went nowhere. Well, we do see that Abador was actually able to 1v1 duel against Emperor, but it is the struggle that they're having when Phenom falls. The 3v3 not going so well. That's why they got a call over Abador. They've got green armors, which gives them a little bit of a chance against them. Phenom might be resurrected by the B-Bomb. Getting on top of it. Finally, they denied that from getting the revive, and instead they turn for Paz. While Lemur batting away, not landing the heal. Here's Tonk trying to re-engage and get back with the rest of the team, so him and Paz can spin dash back towards the base camp.
30 seconds left.
actually still in it here in the 3v3. Nice recovery here by TLD. Flappy on the res, though.
But he has to get off of it immediately, noticing Abador was a little worried about what could have happened, especially if they're able to get the resets. They peel back.
But they got an ult out of it.
They did get an ult, but not just one. Abyssal Breaker completely denied. Well done from Pine to disengage at the proper time and not get locked down, not rooted out in place.
Abador on the flank right now, looking at Space Storm, changes eyes to Flappy Penguin. Paz right now up against Space Storm, not able to make much happen, unfortunately.
Abador barely gets away, leaving Paz out to dry. But, wait, that goes to TLD. They had the base camp, I think. Oh no, just in time. It goes over to Pine.
That's wild.
Barely.
Yeah, TLD losing while getting base camp, it's gonna be rough. And Lemur down already at the start of the fight. Pat's gonna try to revive, probably not gonna work unless Abador has something to say about it. But he goes down as well with his friend.
Pat defending Lemur, making sure that Bebo is back. Well, it is gonna be a revive on the other side as well, so that Pine still have a way of fighting Phenom on that, forcing out the summon Napalm early. But all the way over here, we see that Lemur has already been on to the respawn while Flappy Penguin takes the base.
Lemur's gonna get this one.
Was played so well. TLD splitting up the side, still having somebody else go back and contest kind of the base camp. Yeah, eventually Pine got it, but he had to bring their whole team back and continue to fight.
Space being controlled by Pine. I believe it's actually a 3-0 lead that they have right now because they were able to get the base camp barely in the last game, and now they're in control with only a few seconds left on the clock. You gotta stop that. You gotta get on top, or it's gonna be another one taken by Pine, getting a little close on the timer. While Lemur taking a lot of the damage from the other side. They've been able to take away Emperor and are reviving the health back onto Lemur. So TLD onto the base camp. They've got the B-bomb to make sure that even if the time went over, they'd have that reset on the timer, but they don't need it when they kill off everyone of Pine.
What a round, dude. Huge split res there to like actually get it off, because you know, if you're just single resing and they know who's doing it, it's like so easy to stop a lot of time. But really well played there by TLD. They get the full team back, re-engage in the 4v4, get the dub. So finally a round on the board for TLD here. Pine's momentum kind of slowed down at least a little bit, and it's been such a momentum game, reminding me so much of basketball, where it's like one team scores 12, the other team scores 2, and then it just switches back and forth till the end of the game. And we might be getting the TLD streak here.
As they find Emperor over the best, the Missile Breaker, though, not actually landing enough onto Emperor, nor was anyone in position to capitalize on it. TLD forced to try to heal up a little bit, getting a nice B-bomb onto Zeph. Pine also healing. Damage only onto the support. Gonna be nice, though, for Pine as he heals back up, back with the rest of the team, and can let them start to frontline.
Lemur almost had such a good opening, but had to hit it a little early. Abador somehow still getting the kill at the end of the day.
Almost was able to find it. Well, Abador, he took down one, but it was traded 1 for 1. The bomb trying to stop the Wisp, but Spade might be resurrected. And
oh no, not the
miracle spike on the other side. Wow. TLD pushed back yet again by Pine. We're now going to be 1 game away from resetting the bracket. Pass, spin dash, only delaying the inevitable while they think, what can they do to stop this gravy train?
That was like, wow. They were close to kind of like, you know, resetting after that second engage and like having another go there, but that spike really did them in there. Give them numbers advantage, makes it a lot harder.
And it sucks because Abador just got the hill off as well, which felt a little illegal to be honest, but he got it off and then got sniped. Oh, so unfortunate. But right now, TLD in a beautiful position right now. Shield is broken on Paz. But it doesn't matter. He's still going to solo Space Storm? He might get it. Oh, he's so
not quite. But they did take out Emperor on the other side while Flappy tries to join in with Spade Storm. Base not taken by TLD because Pine was on the other side. And now they're trying to go for the 3v2 fight, getting a little bit of damage. Pass might be resurrected as they do try to see if they can interrupt that with barely Flappy Penguin escaping. Lemur is down. He got resurrected only to fall again. While Flappy Penguin just needs 1 tick of damage. Anything you can throw at him, Phenom, as he goes all forward, trying to find anything onto Flappy Penguin. But we see on the kill feed that TLD were losing out on the fight.
All of this happened.
On the res.
They might have lost because of this.
Maybe. Goes for the flame shield, takes down 1. Has gotten a bit of reset, but there is no base camp taken by either team. So instead, Phenom waits for the shield.
Oh my god.
Late. Bracket reset. Let's go again.
If you're Phenom, you're just thinking, if I got the 1 hit, if I got the kill, we were still in this, but not able to do it when it mattered most. And now all of a sudden, you're also in loser's bracket with your opponents. Man.
Really nice juke in there by Flappy on the crystal. Really well
guys. Okay, let's see the 3-0. You know what I'm saying? Let's see it, the 3-0, 15-0.
3-0 whose way, bro?
Throughout this entire tournament, I've like constantly said, "Yo, that's some good shit. This player's good," and then they immediately die. They like get like spiked or something, or like I curse a team. I said like, "Nice, let's go," and then shit.
Cast a curse. You're too powerful.
It's a real thing, bro. It's something. It's like, oh.
There was no world where it felt like that. Like you should have been able to live there. And even after the snipes, you know, letting the hill happen, I think you just say, let me just dash and get rid of you because I'm either going to stop your hill, you're going to go further away, and maybe I can get this res off now, or you get the kill.
Just
I mean,
little surprising. Kind of a good thing because they would have had to come back all the way, and it would have been a 2-2. And if they went 2-2 and then they lost 3-2, that'd be like an extra hour. So I want to see these devs play, and like it is so funny that I told them it probably around like I don't know like 11 p.m. It's like 2. So
wait, when are the devs playing? I missed that memo.
right after the finals, they'll just play one game. I'm gonna get them.
Are they playing the winner?
Yeah, they're playing the winner.
Let's go.
Just an exhibition match, you know, just for fun, you know. Just
That's
see.
cool. I didn't know about that. That's
I
awesome.
feel so bad for them because you know some costs like they're probably on standby. I mean, they've been playing, right? They've been warming up. But...
I mean,
They
it's also
agreed
the
to it.
weekend. Maybe
I know they agreed to it, but still,
Yeah,
like
no, I'm just messing with you.
I told them like 1 hour later, like maybe 2 hours. I don't know. Well, maybe 3.
Bracket reset.
Were you sleeping the night?
It's only a little. It's only a little late, you know. Just
Yeah.
But, I mean, if it makes you feel better,
You guys
it
are
is
troopers.
almost 11 in California.
Oh, that's great.
Don't you
that doesn't make
dare.
me feel
Don't
good at all,
you.
actually.
Wow, okay. I'm looking at the 1:40 a.m. like, oh, really? It's the...
I'm looking at the clock and it says 10.
No, it's good though. It's good though. This is it's definitely a good highlight. I mean, I might put this on the tube, and it's like just show off, like, hey, scene's alive. We got people. It's good.
Dude, the community's so good, bro. That's like, I remember when I first kind of met you, Nidhogg, and we talked on your stream like that one time. It was like the first thing I said in your stream was like something along the lines of like Supervive Community BIS, and you said it, you saw it, and you were so skeptical. You're like, yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. Yeah.
I mean, I know I don't have to say this, but I'll make sure, Nidhogg, anything that is used on my channel, you have full permission to use anything.
Oh yeah. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I might get like some parts here and there. But the best part is that like out of 152 contestants, only 4 were annoying. So like only 2 really. And like I'm glad. I'm so happy I didn't have to like tap the sign and be like, guys, DQ. Sorry. Like only 1 is kind of crazy. Now that I think about it, I gotta be a little bit more grateful, right? Like. No issues. And like also Saya, big shout out to Saya. This guy like super helped me with like the bracket and shit, and like was reporting like scores, moving along. Yeah, if the community can be like this.
Say, like,
yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was gonna make a joke and say only one team is kind of annoying and kind of spams everything, and sadly they are in the finals. So if no one knows anything about Pine and his love of spamming emotes.
Wait, can we lift the emote ban for the last match?
Just for the last one? Oh.
I mean, no, hold on. I made it pretty clear to people like, well, actually, I did talk to Pine in particular. I said, don't do it if you know that the other side isn't okay with it, right? Like default to. I even wrote like my specific wording was like, default to no emote. You have to be certain that they're okay with it, right? And like I know TLD and Pine, like they know each other well enough, and they would emote. But like it's also just an easy rule to follow, Yeah. So it is funny, but like Pine's a lot more mature than people. Like it's funny that I'm the one defending Pine when way back in the day.
That is funny. Right?
I was like, I was it was actually one of the first cases of like beef ever. Where like I was the only one willing to call this guy out. I'm like, dude, this guy's just nonstop BMing people, and then I chatted with him, talked to him, right, talked to his teammates, and then eventually he got okay, he understood, and like, now we're actually friends. So it's funny.
Nice.
I literally saw like
always works.
somewhere. I saw somewhere in the Discord. He's like, "Yo, Nidhogg, can you unban me for your?"
Yeah. No, that's the thing, dude. Okay, so we went through like a bunch of different eras. Like we had like the closed alpha players, and then a lot of people come in here and there, right? But like once we got to open beta, these open beta players, like the ones that came in, I fucking hate like 90% of them. Okay, well not hate, but like either I
This is
dislike
why our
them.
scene won't grow.
Either I like dislike or I'm neutral. I don't like anyone, you know what I mean? From the thing. So it's like I mean that was my biggest issue. Just so many of them are like emoters and shit, and like hosting my own tournament, I get to make my own rules and whatever. So it's nice.
These are
nice that
facts.
everyone, like it's just so easy, right? Like you could dislike me, you could hate me, but as long as you follow the fucking rule, I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? You can join. Just follow the fucking rules. That's it. So that was nice.
I didn't know I could curse on the stream. I got a lot of words to say now, Magical. No, I'm joking.
Oh, should I not have?
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just messing. It's like an inside joke, even though me and him didn't talk about it. Because whenever you cast at events, you obviously can't curse. So like, if Nintendo hires you or you're like doing something, no, this is chill. You're fine. This is your event for starting.
Hold on. It is your tournament. That's the thing. We can, I'm the one paying.
No, you're good. You're good.
That's true.
Yeah, you're good.
But no, you're right. I mean, we should probably keep it professional. Fuck
nah,
that for
I like that. I like this shit. What you talking about?
Yeah, true. No, actually. Are these guys playing, by the way? Like, what the fuck? Like, are they going? What's taking so long?
I think.
Oh, okay. They're drafting. Let's go, dude. Let's go. Yeah, I won't get the shit underway. Right. No.
I muted on the Discord. There we go.
Is there any way I
okay.
can see your guys' screen?
Yes, if you have the VMAX. We have to give you the
Did I
VMAX.
get that from?
Should be that
That's
link
sync-
that Shivam
Does that
sent
take too long?
Yeah. The thing that you clicked so that you could be heard, I think, should be the VMix, right? That tab.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
I
should
thought
be able to
he
click that same
said
thing,
he nuked that.
Or did he?
Oh,
Maybe.
like made it. Did he make a new one? Hold on one second. Let me check.
Just check. And by the way, what I was saying, everyone, is CLD hold many accolades. They are pretty much our Titans, our #1 team of NA. They've won many tournaments, but they have not been able to beat Pine when it comes to Arena. And now that the bracket has been reset, everything that happened before is gone. Only this best of 5 matters between the two teams. And it looks like Pine have elected to be on the left side. I think because they were able to reset it, they do get the priority and they get to pick which side.
I really wonder if they learned from last time or kind of took it in because, again, bracket resets is not something that is particularly common unless you came from like the FGC community. Then it happens all the time. And there is still that momentum thing, that, well, we just lost. And you have some players that are like, oh, we lost, whatever, was a throwaway. And you have some that are like, oh, like, we just lost. We're not going to win this. They get down on themselves. And hopefully they're warmed up, fired up, and excited and like, look, we just won an event over the weekend. The odds look slim. We were down on our luck. We turned it around. We won. And they could do it again. They have a chance to make another beautiful highlight vid if they can pull it together and win right now.
We're going to see how the draft is going to be for this game and how they'll change things up. We did see quite some adaptation coming through from our teams. One of the big ones, I think, was the perma jewel ban by TLD. That did kind of get swapped up a little bit, where we are starting to see more of, like, leaving it open, but also really putting more of the priority onto who is going to be the left side and get Oath. Do you leave it open and go for that trade with Zeph? It feels like that just isn't working for most teams.
Yeah, they banned the brawl the third game, but the first 2 matches the brawl was open. So I'd be like, if I'm TLD, I don't know. I just feel like with the way things have been going, the amount of kind of pressure and chaos that Lemur could cause on the brawl, if they kind of build around that comp, like Nidhogg was saying, I think it could, be sort of what they need, because we see Pine kind of putting up this insane amount of pressure constantly, and when TLD is able to recover, they're able to win. But if they had a brawl, they could basically put that same kind of pressure on themselves. And
you can pick the brawl now. You can definitely pick it into this.
So. That's what I'm thinking. If he's not banned, like, the brawl's looking good.
Myth over the top to actually support you and Shiv going in with you. Yeah, that's good.
I don't know what they banned.
Neither do
I.
I.
What did they ban?
Bebo brawl or Bebo
I'm assuming
Jewel?
Bebo got banned.
Probably Bebo.
Either brawl or Jewel for the other one.
I'm just or Zeph.
There's no way they pick Celeste though on the left, dude. That is not okay. That's like asking to lose. Hey, I want to lose.
Do you think that's like a Lemur takeaway?
It is. It's setting up the Void last pick, but they did that and no, it didn't look that good. I think conceptually it doesn't look that good either. What's your damage?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You have
I think
you gotta set up the
longbow
otherwise.
I was like, it could be the Assassin Oath playstyle that we've seen out of Emperor in the past. Unfortunately, we are already into the draft, so we can kind of see what.
Bebo was open? Wait,
Bebo
these were all
was,
okay.
Yeah, like I said, so there were some issues. Sorry
Yeah,
about
no
that,
problem.
everybody. We are just diving right into it. So we got to see what Team Pine have drafted. So they've gone for, it was Bebo into Strike, well, with Oath as well as Ghost. And then if we look at the other side, I believe it was the Myth still locked in for TLD. Yeah, Myth, Shiv, and then I'd have to see the other ones.
Okay, I'll just watch the delay. It's totally fine.
This is a really
Oh, they have Celeste. Okay.
okay. That makes more sense.
Yeah,
Less
that
than
makes
Lemur,
more
I presume. Yeah. Myth, Celeste, and Bishop. Okay, on Strike. Okay, fair. Just
Wait.
it looks like comfort picks. It looks like they're just like comfort picks. Let's just go from there.
Everything outside of Paz. And playing that Bishop, well, yes, he can play.
Oh
not
no,
as
the Emperor! The bomb was
That was a lot of
huge.
damage. Whoa!
Paz is
Dude, that was an
down.
explosive headshot to take down.
Oh, he's down too.
Kidnaps Phenom and drives him right over the edge. Well, it is a chilling finale. It feels like we are watching the finale of TLD as Pine rip them apart. Lemur going off to the other islands to hopefully resurrect the team. But you have a long time to play with, and you're hoping you can find something nice dodge away by Pine as they punt away Lemur, not allowing him to resurrect the team. They're not even going for the base camp. Instead, they are going for the plays. They're going for the wins, and they throw down the Penguin and throw off Lemur from the edge, denying him his easy way in. But Lemur does get right through their fingers and does find one spike, but not the game.
I'm
They
like,
have
I'm
a
honestly.
big problem.
Go ahead.
Just
hear
the
it.
fact that Emperor's Bebo is so good, and they play Oath so well, but they still want to ban out the Joel. It's kind of like you're playing a team you can't outban. I almost wonder if you just don't even try to ban and just say whatever, because
Jeez.
it's rough.
Phenom really facing the power there from both Flappy Penguin and Pine. TLD already on the back foot, and this momentum, it has been going Pine's way for a long time. It feels like it's not about to change anytime soon. Even though Abador nearly was able to find Pine on the other side, blast off, throwing all the way to the other side, so they take out Pine. But Paz is so low, healing back up the best they can, while Abador not finding the angle. Paz has already been resurrected, with Team Pine still in control. 3v4, no grenade to connect, while Spade does get taken down. They found a lot more damage and sniped down Abador with another resurrect onto Spade, but the Wisp not actually going to be what they aim for. Instead, they're looking to chase up TLD from the play. Damage from Lemur as he skated past everybody, but the B-bomb secured the win as the kills go through for Pine.
I'm honestly so surprised to see TLD coming in with such a similar draft again. And it just looks like they're just kind of on the back foot, you know, sort of the whole time with this comp. And it was kind of like that the last time we saw it too, where as soon as Pine finds an opening, they just crack through it, and then TLD's on the back foot kind of till the round ends. And the only rounds they won are when they were able to like get fire and recover from that initial push.
They're just reacting, which is unfortunate. And shout outs to Pine. They're playing such a good job. And then I didn't even think about this, but the fact that Ghost can hit you through walls in Arena, you're generally going to try to pop a potion or a Vive beam, and now you die for it. And we saw it happen a couple times, but I'm really liking the Ghost pick the more it's played out.
True.
But I will say, Abador kind of saving this game for the team. Not only was he able to take out Pine, but then the rest of the team got the base camp. A pull! Oh, that didn't look good for you, Emperor. You pulled him into your own doom. While, yes, the team has gotten the revive all the way in the northwest, it is still a base being controlled by TLD. Flappy Penguin was looking for a better angle. They're getting a lot of damage on a Lemur, but it's reset. Paz put himself into the dire of Pine. While Abyssal Breaker a little bit too early. Bomb not connecting onto anybody, and they've got the root onto two members. Here's a lot, did not actually land on anybody, so no damage out of Abador, but the timer is ticking. You gotta get it, finding Abador, and now Pine on top of the base, putting down the B-bomb as well as they look for Lemur. More headshots. Pine saving the game with the help of Spade, and then locking down Phenom for a third one in a row.
Just like, I mean, they're just connecting, bro. It's just like they just kind of have their number. Like TLD cannot find an opening, and every opening Pine finds, they kind of just push into it and get a pick and play it out through there. And it's like, and they have so much kind of agency. Like we've seen the Oath get a pick. We've seen the Shrike get a pick. We've seen the Bebo get a pick. And we haven't kind of seen the same thing from TLD. They're trying to play together, but there we go.
Way better.
Much better.
Oh no, Flappy Penguin with the reversal. Poor
and
Abador.
The fact that that is going to be the case means it's difficult for them to fight back. Abador can't get revived. That is a summon napalm just to make sure they were trying to get the revive, but they couldn't actually get on top of the wisp. And now Emperor driving the car. The bomb delivery from Emperor's Bebo.
Disgusting.
Might have just been able to win this for Pine, but Abador has got some backup. The B-bomb sent out to stomp the wisp and deny Abador that way back in. Well, the 1v1 between Flappy Penguin and Lemur. Lemur wins it, and now he can join in. Sees Emperor healing up, throwing out another bomb, but who do you throw it? Goes for Paz, and now a 1v2 for the Bebo. Emperor tries to pull back, dodging away from Lemur, but the hail of arrows is scary, hard to deal with. Throwing out the B-bomb, looking for the resurrection, while Lemur chasing down, looking for Emperor, but Emperor could not whack him with a bat. Instead, he has to drive the dog to try to see if he can save Spade, but he couldn't get there in time. Healing up, but only can do so much as TLD get themselves on the board.
Let's go, TLD on the board, baby. Trying to pull that momentum back, dude. We just saw the streak from Pine. TLD looking to make theirs now, but they were not able to do it last time. They really need to ride this momentum. We need to see another round or two out of them if they want to have a chance in this series here.
Fuselot taking down Pine, a good start for the team. Even using the hail of arrows to give him a little bit of distance from Pine, as Team Pine have put the B-bomb down onto the base camp. Almost was able to take it, but not quite. Barely was it thwarted by TLD, who they themselves now find themselves looking for that tier 2 armor. Should be able to get it, but it's taking a long time, especially because they had to reset the base camp and then try to get it, which is given time for Pine to deliver the bomb, getting damage onto Paz, but then looking to see if Pine down Phenom, but not landing the hawk shot he needs to, nor the headshot. Instead, where do you turn? Where do you look? Pine was able to help one kill on the other side, but Paz tries to re-engage while Abador takes out Pine. Phenom is healing up, and it's a 3v2 favoring Pine, with Pine being down. The heal onto Lemur just in time to try to reset against Spade and a Flappy Penguin. Flappy, no shield, it's broken. Abyssal Breaker does a lot, but doesn't actually take up any kills, while Lemur scares away Emperor. 4v3, Abador low, Flappy gets him down, and now it's just 2 for TLD. Fighting up against Pine, while they have the resets from Spade, almost getting him, but they have somehow Phenom taking him down while the base was secured by Pine, and they get the game 4-1 lead.
Even with the pick right off the bat, bro, it doesn't matter. Pine just kind of too much to deal with this comp, with these hunters, and TLD like just don't have an answer, bro.
Yeah, it's looking really, really difficult, and it almost looks like the confidence is gone. The wind is out of TLD's sails, which is really rare to say and hard to watch, but I think anyone going up against Pine right now would be feeling the same exact thing.
Well, and they're coming into that like
tried to get into the back line, but unfortunately, that chilling finale is your own finale. Game 1, I'd set 1 for Pine, looking like it's set up. Too many low health bars on TLDs and these bombs to land. Abador, the last one. But Pine, this team have been the Titans of Arena. TLD, you might win in BR, but we've seen so many times that Team Pine are the victors of Arena, and they're up in our finals reset, 1-0.
And we've gotten like far enough into the rerun of the previous Arena timeline that TLD might be actually getting a little worried there. Logic,
right,
like you're
you
saying,
know what?
bro.
We gotta ban the Shrike.
Can we rewind the replay about the banning of the Shrike?
But the thing is, no, hold on. The thing is, my team would unironically be better because I play Shrike. If anyone can just pick the Shrike away, he has no picks. He plays Zeph, Myth, Bishop, and Shrike. That's it. You can pinch that pool very easily. That pool.
There was a statement I remember from college that my calculus teacher said, and I never forgot it, where he said, "In theory is in theory, and in practice and in practice." And I think in theory, let him play Shrike all day, but in practice, look, they're getting that ass whooped. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way around it.
Taking that
It's too much. It's actually too much, and it's also like a mental damage sort of thing. Like getting one tapped is like not fun.
Yeah.
Do you think the Shrike's a bigger issue or the Bebo? Because Emperor's Bebo is like
The Bebo, of course.
yeah.
But theory is theory, and practice is practice. Okay, so we're gonna go with that.
But if you're
I'm with
banning
it.
Strike, isn't that also a moral victory for Pine and gives
It
you
is.
more?
It is,
more
but at
fuel
what
going
point?
into this next game?
At what point do you think,
One cost.
holy fuck, I can go from 12 McChickens to like 30 McChickens and just ban the fucking Shrike? You know what I mean?
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll
Pride
give you
feels
that
a lot
one
better
right
with
there.
money in your pocket.
Right. Right. These guys, they need to shake it up. Pass Bishop is not practiced. I don't think it's good enough. This is the thing. I'm so glad that this is kind of happening, where we can finally expose, like, yeah, they play the BR comp, and they're used to having like jump pads and shit like that, right? Right, and like having better armors. But in a straight fight, the better aim wins, better coordination wins. You know. That's
Yeah,
what
and
we're gonna-
in a clean 4v4 where there's no third party or anything, there's
Right.
not like the chaos of the sandbox. It is definitely a different look for sure. I also would love to see a draft mix up here from TLD. Like, take the whole thing, throw it out, start over, and don't do what you did the last two times.
Yeah.
and like
There's been a.
they don't have a strike player. They need a strike player.
Yeah.
I'm the strike player. My team can pick it away. It's very nice.
So, you know what?
The other thing is that they have an
You know
oath. It's not
what's
as
gonna be over
bad.
with this. I think ban the Strike.
Yeah. I will say that I still think the Strike should go, but I'm more concerned about like the Oath Strike combo more than anything, because I feel like if you have Oath, you should be able to deal with it a lot more. You have a safety net, but without Oath to stop the Strike, there's what do? You hope you don't get hit twice, and I mean. Homie is not missing, so that's not really as feasible as maybe you want it to be. Sometimes it's not your day. Sometimes you get hit more than you want it to be.
Right.
And,
Homie
you
is
gotta
not
just
missing
accept
is
it.
the call. That's
Yo,
literally, that's it. That's the cast. Homie is not missing. And
We
he's not.
I heard a couple words and I was like, you know what? It was esports. Now it's chill sports. I'm sorry.
No. That's fun. That's fun,
Yeah.
dude. Like, I gotta be saying that shit more, dude. Yo, ban that
Big
shit.
thing here. Big thing. TLD is going to be on our left side this time around, and the big pick has been Oath. I think that has been like what you have to ban if you're not like we've been seeing it let through so many of these games, but they're just not willing to ban it. Bebo is gonna get banned here by TLD. Pine, I feel like just ban that away. Let them take the Zep, and then maybe that's where you go. Hey, there's no Oath. We don't have to worry about that. We can get the Strike early again.
I don't know the other band, but if Pine for some reason bans Oath, they're going to have the same exact problem with the Strike again.
That's what I'm saying. You ban Oath here if you're Pine.
Yeah. Do they ban it the same? I guess they don't because you don't want to ban the same person. So yeah.
Honestly, bro, if they don't ban Brawl here, a TLD just needs a first pick Brawl, dude. I'm just saying.
just something new.
just ship it, dude. Put Lemur on the Brawl. Screw the strategy that you've been trying. It hasn't been working. And like they just need some more agency. Like this kind of like play backward poke comp is not working for them, and we've seen it. I think almost most of the matches against Pine here.
I think it's a combination of kind of what you're saying and what Nidhogg was saying is just agency. When you are in the battle royale, your agency is the equipment you have. It is the experience. Like you have a lot of the tools and powers that you acquired to get there. But in Arena, when you don't have that, you need agency to come from somewhere else. And currently they haven't had it. And them playing on the back foot's just not the same TLD we're accustomed to seeing.
And like Pine's thinking the same thing. Like we are not going to give this Brawl away because there it is.
For it.
I mean,
you can deal with the Strike now, I hope.
They win when.
And I will say that
that's a big one.
Yeah, that was I was about to say. Paz has looked better on the Oath than he has on anyone else by far. IMO.
Right. It's not his fault. He's not the most practiced because he plays like other stuff now, but he needs to be on Zeph or Oath.
And we saw one game where he looked pretty impactful on the Aluna, and then the next one where he didn't so much. And I think it might have just been, overall comfortable and stuff. But yeah, I agree. Also, probably his strongest look is definitely on the Oath.
I mean, if you think about it objectively, TLD does not have big pools. Not like big comfort pools. They're really good at like, I guess playing their one comp in BR, but They have
I feel like they have comfort picks and they have a bigger pool when it comes to BR as opposed to when it comes to Arena. Like Arena, they feel like they are a lot more niche in what they can and can't play.
Right. Their pools come from like combinations and like banning
Right.
and picking order takes away a lot of that. Right.
True.
And so like Lemur can play like Celeste Brawl, from what I can tell, and Phenom can play Myth and Felix, and like peripherally Oath. Paz is primarily like the Oath with the Zeph, and Abador plays basically just Shiv and Krista. So it's like just Shiv and Krista is like kind of rough. So they all have like 2 comforts at least, and like maybe a 3rd and 4th pick peripherally, but that's the difficulty in the gameplay.
It's like if you go into BR with your 3rd or 4th pick, you have more tools to make it work and like combos to make it work. Versus like
it's very deliberate.
And like in a 4v4 like isolated format, you have to be more perfect mechanically in the micro. And if you're on your 3rd, 4th pick, like you're saying, like not as practiced, like that micro. I mean, the micro just shows way more, right? Yeah.
And your comfort and confidence. There's been a couple times where we see some hesitation on what could have been a kill. I think most notably there was a spot where I believe Abador, there was a stun that got set up and he kind of hesitated on doing the fuselage with Shiv. And then what happened was you hit no one. But I think if you're a little more comfortable, not just on your pick, but on your teammates' picks as well, you're like, oh, you are going to hit this. I should be prepared to go in. I can capitalize on this. And hopefully we'll see that change this game.
That's the thing about deep sets. Sorry, I was making a point. You go. Like it's like an endurance game. They've been at this for I don't know, 8 hours, almost. Sorry, 7
I'm glad you mentioned that. That's what I was gonna say.
Right, it's an endurance thing, and like simpler characters, simpler ideas like go buttons tend to be better because it requires a lot less of like that mental stack, like paying attention to what you need to do. But it's funny how Pine's team just seems to be fucking fresh. They're just like they got like an IV drip. They're pumping Red Bulls. They're just like playing these. From my perspective, they're playing more complex comps that have to like do better when it comes to like crossfiring or helping each other. And TLD is playing relatively simpler ideas, but they're getting kind of crushed on that, or they were earlier. So it is kind of sad to see that.
How much do you think that like the experience of just repping Arena? Because like we look at Pine's team, like these guys probably on average rep Arena significantly more than TLD. I know TLD players will get in some Arena now and then, but like, a lot of these Pine players are actual, like Emperor, for example, he is legit a Arena player. I don't think he plays BR at all.
I think the experience matters a lot because like knowing damage thresholds, things like that. Even like you would think they're tiny, but knowing how much damage you're gonna do, for example, especially with dash resets now, like if I were to play more Arena and I know how many shots I need to take to kill someone and then just get right the fuck out, like that makes a big difference because in BR that changes from moment to moment, like based on their armor and like my item level.
Right,
you know what I mean?
that makes sense. It's like more clean cut and like that makes sense.
It's a lot more standardized in Arena. Like you always do the same. You always have the same items pretty much, right? I mean, I guess the opponents can change up if they build like some stupid shit on like a DPS carry. They build like a tank build or something, but for the most part, like I think experientially, like these guys have a massive leg up, right? Because even I noticed myself, like, I don't know how much damage I'm supposed to do here. So,
right. I wanted to ask you, how much do you think the Shrike shift reset is like coming into play here versus like before that change?
Wait, no, Shrike. I heard you guys say this. Shrike actually got resets when she killed anyone to begin with. Yeah.
Oh,
it's funny.
She maxes it.
No.
Because they took that out and put it back in, right?
Her max shift, it only resets when you hit someone with the net. She had that shit to begin with. She's always had the ability to just like go in with a shift, kill someone, and get out. In fact, I used to make commentary on Shrike. I'm like the only other Shrike player actually, I think, in NA at this level. There are like Shrike mains, but no one that plays at like the high level teams. No ego, Lamau. It's my tournament too. but yeah, like when I look at Pine, I'm like, he should be flicking more. You guys were talking about 360s. Like you should just be like flicking sporadically all the time, and it's like, Shrike is definitely fun, and I think she's up in stunks because the biggest change is the 1.7 cast to 1.5 on her auto. That makes a difference. I'll let you cast though. I'll definitely in a moment.
Can you shift? So can you shift, hit your net, shift again, get a kill, shift again?
Exactly. Yes. In fact, you can go. You can ping pong between 2 targets if they're on your left and right, like just nonstop.
That's actually wild.
Yeah. If you max.
All right, guys.
All right. Good luck.
Here we are. It is the grand finals reset. It is set 2. Pine already in the lead, and they are looking unstoppable. TLD, as you guys were kind of talking about, seem like they are struggling to really find that game plan. But here, I feel like if any draft is going to work, it is going to be this one. Especially with Abador finding a flank like that, and then using the chilling finale with Abyssal Breaker, splitting up the fight, making sure that Pine is chased away, not going to join in with the rest of the team. The base camp hasn't even been in the ire of TLD. Instead, they're looking to see if they can get these knocks, get these kills before then peeling back.
Yeah, it looked like a little bit of a misclick right there. There was a glide out of the blue from Spadestorm, and then he got sniped or stunned because of it. Really unfortunate stuff.
We also saw Emperor peeled super early there, so they were basically fighting, losing 3v4 that whole time. Emperor kind of waiting for his team to go down, but no one actually died. So also a little bit of miscommunication or just like mistiming there on the side of Pine. Shraggle Jordan on the Zeph, do the 2v1. Oh my god!
No way! 1v2 Pine against Paz and Lemur scares off one, but there are more members of TLD collapsing on your position, and as Zeph, yes, you might have won before, but not against 3, not this time around. Game 1 will go over to TLD.
Man, he wanted that clip, dude. He was literally one shot from getting pass. He wanted that one, dude.
It was a statement nonetheless. Like, that was phenomenal. But so far, already, that switch kind of changing. The fact to have an ult at half the match is why Pine, or, Shrike Jordan didn't go strike. And now they're on the board. Looking like an entirely new team right now. Win or lose.
Yeah, huge entry there by the Oath. Paz just ripping into that wall. Shrike down instantly.
Though it was traded back, Abador also lost his life, and then they're looking for the resets. Spade might be the one to carry this time around as Phenom tries to heal back up, being sneaky about it, but Spade knows he's there, waiting for that static to build up, doesn't go for the charge. Instead, peeling back for the base camp, could decide to get the attention of TLD on to the camp, while they are instead more focused on reses. Instead of being able to get that, Bobby Banger
Lemur!
throws it right back at him.
That was so needed because it was a 3v2. Right now, you're in a position to potentially get this res off if you kill Emperor, or at least let your teammate have some fun.
Looking for the snipes, looking for the damage, missing the icicle. Emperor skates back with the rest of the team, but Phenom was there to catch and release. And now with the base camp for Spade, you've got the armor, you've got an advantage only in that. The man advantage goes over to TLD. The icicles and the frozen barricade have been thrown out. Spade waiting to throw out the spear, but doesn't connect on anybody. Instead gets hit back by the storm themselves. Getting out the chilling finale up into the eye of the storm, and you have to disengage. But they could not do it. TLD taking a 2-0 lead.
I think, is this our first time we've seen Spades on the Jewel today on stream?
In this one. We saw it earlier in the stream.
Gotcha.
Way earlier.
But Lemur was ready for it. Lemur pretty much won that game for his team. Taking out players, pushing people off of res beacons, even that ult at the end. Not fully necessary, but really well played at knowing exactly what Space Storm wanted to do and how to punish it.
Yeah. That's like, there's so much that can be said when you are playing against an opponent and you have super deep knowledge of that hunter, right? That hunter's your main and you're playing against them. You it's such an advantage having that level of, woo!
Yeah, and we're seeing right now, this is a TLD comp. Through and through. It is difficult for any team to do this against them normally when it's the BRs, and we're seeing even in the team fights how powerful they can be when they have everything lining up. And Pine are struggling in this second set to go up against them, even with Spade being on the classic pick of Jewel.
Yeah. I mean, just stellar performance nonetheless, and just all around with what they're doing. They're playing so much better together. And just as you were saying, Zik, the difference between, I think Jewel's a prime example. When you don't play Jewel, she's busted. She does way too much damage. When you do play Jewel, you do things like Lemur.
That's my
You're like,
Jewel.
Thank you. Brawl players say it too, but that's fake news. Brawl is good. No, I'm joking. Was at least. Phenom losing the Flappy Penguin in the 1v1. The Chris is just too much to handle. TLD grouped up together. Spades looking at them, licking his chops. Beautiful ult coming in from the Ghost right there by Emperor. Just going to bide a little more time, but it's a 3v3.
3v3. Base camp not secured. Lemur taking a lot of damage from the Arcane Railgun. Forced to skate away while Abador does the same to Spade. Paz deciding to go
Paz
in,
down.
putting up the shield, taking a lot of damage. Has to heal up, but was able to get back with the rest of the team. Still, no base camp for either team. 3v3, throwing out the spear, not connecting out of Spade. But TLD, they've got this momentum. 3 games to none right now in set 2. And we see that Pine trying to get anything onto Lemur. Eye of the Storm not finding the pick. Lemur surviving. Paz still kiting back and now turning back onto Spade. One more hit, but somehow he escapes danger. Getting back with the rest of the team. Well, Abador might be able to clean up, but they've already lost Lemur. And now they're losing Abador so close. Pine have battled back beautifully. 2 against Paz. Paz now having a broken shield. No base. Abador lost as well as they got the resets with Static to take their first game.
What a round. Holy, what a round. Fine back on the board. This is where TLD needs to win this next round. Otherwise, Pine is on the momentum again. And it's like, dude, it's just so much in sports. Like real life sports, esports is exactly the same. There's so much to be said for momentum. It's just like, it has such a subtle, you know, kind of like subconscious effect on the mental. And Pine just feel like coming back, and we're gonna see if they're gonna take this round and try to stop this TLD momentum here.
It's like real life. You know, when you're having a great day and someone says that's fine, you're like, wow, we're on the same page. You're having an awful day and they say that's fine, you hate them. Why would they say this to me? And it's happening in front of our eyes, you know? When TLD is on, they are on, but when they are off, man, it's looking like Pine is in a league of their own against them.
TLD have kind of separated Pine at the moment, keeping Pine way away from his namesake team, but he is able to slowly but surely push back with the Vortex Charm landing on Lemur, but no damage just yet, still alive. TLD survived the initial onslaught and are trying to get some damage to stick into the backline as Abador will look for the Fusillade, not able to get it, while Lemur is his turn in the middle of everybody. Chilling finale avoided by all of Pine with a lot of damage from that summon napalm, with Pine losing his life. Nobody wants to try to resurrect him. Instead, they are looking for the plays. Any damage on a Phenom, taking him down, making it even. 3v3. Pine might be resurrected, but with the lightning striking the push back, denying helping out the team. Instead, having to use the ult to get away. Wall pass says, not today. We have answered back. TLD have got their comp, and they want to push this off. They want to keep getting themselves closer. They won the upper bracket for a reason, and now 4-1 lead in set 2.
It was like good awareness of Lemur there to push them off of that res, because I feel like earlier on, like especially in just like the first match, like Pine was getting away with so many cheeky reses. You know, that TLD kind of wasn't stopping, and so really good awareness from Lemur there to push them off that one, lock in that numbers advantage, and get that win. One more round here for TLD to take a match and put it to 1-1.
Yeah, now Pine is playing a little reckless, if you will, you know, a little loose. You know, Shriko Jordan is playing Zeph as if he's fully a damage dealer, getting heals off, but very close. And Paz just jumping in and eviscerating the opponent. 4v3 right now, as Pine is going to struggle to bring a teammate back or win this uphill battle.
TLD getting control of the base camp. It is going to be the Flux Snare. Goes for the salvo, takes out the back line, the push back. Almost taking Lemur. They've stopped Paz from getting back with the rest of the team, but they've got their resurrection onto Abador. TLD then reset. Abador still falls. Wisp form. It will be denied. Pine does not want him to get resurrected too easily, while Emperor, chased down 1, has forced away the oath from the rest of the team, while it is the escape from Lemur. Then the snipe in from Phenom, making it so TLD, they want to take this game. They want to even up the set score, and all they have to do is take this game, with Emperor almost getting the blast back, but Paz too strong with the shield.
Yeah, the 2v1. Gotta imagine gonna walk this one in. Flappy Penguin, you are Krista, a great character. Some even say busted. But not even you are gonna be able to take down Lemur on the comfortable Celeste. Paz on his most known hunter, the Oath. Gonna kind of start.
Abid and Lemur having Phenom behind him too. They're all
Emoted a
healing
zero.
up. This is not looking so good. And we are going for more games. TLD tie up the set at one apiece.
DQ'd. Finals over. That was an emote. Get him out of here.
But
GG.
it's kind of an easy correction for Pine, to be honest. I think if you get rid of Oath or your first pick, I don't think
So here's how it
TLD
works.
has not.
I'll tell you how it works.
Here we
Okay,
go.
Logic,
Yeah.
you ready? Watch
Okay,
this shit, okay?
I'm ready.
Watch this shit.
I'm ready.
So I had a professor that once told me, when a loser can choose a side, they win. So winning that first game, the reason why it helps you so much is because no matter what, even if they end up picking like a draft that helps them, and TLD did, right? You're gonna be the loser of that, and you get to pick next. And if you win that 1-0, it'll just go 1-1, 2-1, 2-2, and then you win, right? So that's the thing about winning that coin flip. If you can get a good draft first, or if you can upset their optimal draft, like if they choose first because they want first and you have to play second, and assuming you don't want to play second, like it helps so much. That's actually I saw a couple drafts win because of that exact reason, where it's like, oh shit,
Yeah.
beating an upset is like really nice. Like upset as in like they picked their draft and they lost on it regardless, right? Like you don't want that happening. So here,
Yeah.
you know, we're potentially see Pine just pinch like that pool. Like again, getting Paz off like Oath or Zeph, like it's very difficult.
huge.
It puts him onto Bishop or the Aluna, and it's just, I mean, you saw what Paz did there, right? He's really good at capitalizing off like no dashes. Just instantly ults you, and like, yeah, that's too rough.
Yeah, we always called it the flex pick. Being able to get that flex pick, that kind of, if it's a best of 5, that third game, being on your comfort pick and being able to kind of take advantage, it is huge. So is it going to happen again, though? Do you think Pine's capable of doing the upset, or TLD is capable of doing the upset?
Well, it would have to be TLD doing an upset here because Pine gets to choose which side, and they're going to choose first pick. Right. They're going to ban the brawl, and then they're going to force like Zeph Oath or something. I'm not sure exactly what they were doing. Regardless, I mean, I'm sure they have the draft strats, and I know that. Okay. Well, I don't know for a fact, but I'm confident that they know that Pass's pool is probably the most pinchable because it goes from S tier picks to bad picks. You know what I mean?
Okay, so hear me out. Hear me out. I feel like TLD, all they have to do is ban O. Because if Pine picks Zeph, you don't have to worry about Strike.
Okay, but now you have to deal with Zeph. You know what I mean? Like, it's...
You're thinking too much.
Why do you?
Just getting rid of the Strike.
Really?
It's guaranteeing that Pine's playing that and we're not having Strike.
It's good that the TO also plays the game. You know what I mean? So, this is actually, I've been having a lot of fun just hopping into their voice calls and just like shooting the shit with people. Just try to like keep them entertained while like they're waiting and shit. And I don't know, I was listening to the draft strats. I think they're really intelligent about it. I'm glad to see Flappy coming back.
Yeah, me too. Bro.
Yeah.
He's one of my favorite players to watch. I've loved watching him since the very beginning.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's good. We know he's good. He's flashing like his zero mastery and like his bronze rank and stuff. I manually seeded them because otherwise they would have been like seed 32 or something, right? Like, so. And it's good to meet Emperor, dude. Again, I gotta glaze this guy. This guy's fucking great. What a great name too.
Yes.
Like he kind of beats me.
it's
Like
kinda
like an
fire.
emperor kind of beats a king. You know what I mean? Like we're the same thing, but like I'd rather be an emperor, dude. Like what the fuck? Like
Damn.
emperor.
You're also
Nidhogg.
only the king of Nidhoggs, you know.
Right.
But
he's just the
that is-
emperor,
he-
right? He's
of everything.
He's
That's
just
wild,
the
you know?
emperor.
like
There's
we
nothing
can't
new.
be like. How do you beat that? You got to go to God. We got to go to God now, right? Like or like God's
You can be
father.
magical.
What the
Emperors died. Magic's forever.
bro? Magic doesn't exist. Okay. I'll take that.
Did you watch that last game? Paz's Oath.
I don't know
That's
about that.
magic.
It's pretty magic.
Yeah,
It's
but I
pretty
don't
magic.
think he's getting that Oath again. I'm just gonna say that right now. Even with how the draft
Yeah,
is
it's
a
not-
little
it
bit
can't happen.
longer,
Right,
the
you gotta
chat's
deny
getting
that.
banned. I'm imagining it's either got to be the Oath or it's got to be Bebo banned, which means first pick will be either or for Pine. And I feel like a lot of this is kind of telegraphed from our two teams, even if like it is taking a little bit of time.
Yeah.
We know what they want to play, how they want to play. Pine have been working really well when they can kind of put TLD on, as you were talking about, Nidhogg, put them down the tiers of hunters that
Right.
aren't working so well for the team, but also playing this very front to back team fight comp.
I mean, like the biggest thing for me is just when you can pressure one guy, it's just like such a psychological advantage too. I mean, my team, like,
They did it again.
they're going a little hard on Lord Vader. I felt a little bit bad because he's a dual shiv 2-trick, and it's like it makes drafts very, very difficult. That's why I'm saying like pool pick might be one of the cooler ones. Draft kind of gets solved when these guys like literally have a history of playing against each other for years, and like they just know each other.
Yeah.
Right. That's the issue with this kind of game. It's like it's got a small amount of hunters, and draft is a little bit odd because it's 4 players and not 5 like in League. So there's no counter, right? And also counters don't really exist in this game when it's a straightforward 4 because you don't go down a lane and 1v1 each other.
True.
So it's like a big that's why draft pick is the most familiar and intuitive, or best combination of familiar and intuitive for people, but I think pool pick solves for like this. Like we don't have to see the same characters every time. We just create a different pool, right? Like you could do funky stuff like you pick a pool and then next game you swap sides and you play the other pool. Like you have to play all 12 hunters.
Ooh, that's kind of I like that.
I will say TLD, because I think we have spoken about how you can't give Oath and Shrike over. And unless TLD is willing to play Shrike, they just did the same thing. I feel like if you're not picking first, you're not allowed to ban something that's not Oath.
Yeah.
And so I don't know what their strategy is or what their plan is, but right now I think we're about to watch history repeat unless TLD plays just out of their mind or
like if I were on TLD,
Shrike.
If I'm TLD Nidhogg right now, I'm thinking, guys, we have runway. let's throw the Hail Mary. Let's not do this at game 5. Let's not lose with regrets. Let's just fucking do it right now. Give me Shrike right now. Even if I'm like someone like let me first time that shit. Let me flash that 0 mastery back on him, you know, and get DQ. Like let's do it. Because like I mean, so if they pick this shit and like okay now we're looking at Celeste Luna at the end game. Like we're gonna run back the same comp. I'm not flaming. I'm just saying like, oh, that's unfortunate for viewership too.
It's not looking good.
Are they gonna try to brawl? Like I don't think that would help that much, but maybe that's the angle. I just play around trying to get the chain on the Shrike.
The same comp that has not been working.
It's so funny. Again. So the not picking brawl here is typically done because you assume the other side won't pick brawl. But it's so funny that Pine's team literally has shown that they can make that on the fly. Fuck it, give me that brawl.
Yep.
And then now their draft plan is over. Their entire draft plan is hinging on being able to like pick 3 and 4 like brawl for lemur, I'm assuming, and something good, right? And it's like,
well, and here's kind of that same idea, right? They don't have to pick the Shrike here if they don't want to.
Exactly.
Because they're not worried about TLD picking it, and they don't expect TLD to kind of pull out that. Lack of better term, the big dick energy.
Straight up brawl Shrike. Let's see it.
Brawl Shrike. Just pass. Let's go. Pass needs to let them hang, and then just pick the Shrike.
Just do it. Just bam. Look, if you can hit a Zephne, you can hit a bird bomb. All right.
I need to like I have to like TO override like, yo, I'm sorry, I'm taking over your draft actually. I'm bored.
You're gonna pick
your Shrike. Yeah. In fact, you're all Shrike now. Let's just one for all. If you get it to 2-2, everyone all Shrike. That's it.
I'm okay with this.
Right.
Anyone else voting against this?
Yep.
We're all voting for this, right?
If it wasn't for money, I would do that. I don't want to piss these guys off, you know.
Fair.
Yeah, I'm just looking and I'm like, you're just in such a bind right now because you have no way to stop a Jewel. If Jewel stacks you, that's it. You are going to die. Just accept it. And then Krista has so much range and damage. Just simply ulting you forces you to leave. Oath is gonna stop. It's funny. TLD can win. It's just so hard.
Please pick brawl. Thank you.
No, it's not the Luna. Oh, okay, they picked brawl. Okay, I'm like a little delayed.
Brawl Luna.
All right.
Oh,
all right. This is like
spoiler.
Probably the best way to play for the brawl. This like yeah. Let's go.
Let's go.
The best way available.
There's some hope. Yeah. I mean, you still have the roots, which would be great. And even if you do happen to root like a Joel, you're still going to force something out, whether it's an ult so she doesn't get rooted or it's a dash that she doesn't want to use yet. I'm still worried about this Shrike, but maybe Shrike won't even come out. Maybe, Emperor's tired of it.
Well, he's gonna get Dove. He knows he's gonna get Dove, but he's gonna have other picks other than Bishop, and Bishop's not the best. If Pine's fucking crazy, he goes Felix, because Felix counters all 4 of those characters. By the way, okay, never mind. It's Pine we're talking about, bro. He's gonna be like, yo, lock me Pine or lock me Shrek.
Yep. All right,
great
guys.
so far.
I mean, I'm looking at this draft, and there is the change from TLD. It is a bit nicer for them having that Brawl on the team, but this is what's been working for Team Pine. This kind of draft, I don't really see how that little adaptation out of TLD is going to overcome the mountain that they find themselves, the deficits they've constantly been when dealing with this composition.
Yeah. Nidhogg, can you fill in everyone watching, because we haven't really had a chance to go over it here on the stream. Okay. What are these players playing for? Like, what are the stakes? What did you kind of put up? What did TC put up? Like, you know, what's first place walking away with?
They are walking away with $820.
Woo!
As like the total
boy!
For first. So that's 205.
Just found out.
Yeah. I put up $1,500 personally, and I sorted the prize pools. So, you know, it's good.
Go.
It's $200 for like 8 hours of work. You know,
dude, that's so hype, bro. No wonder 32 teams signed up. That's awesome, dude. Hell yeah.
And I do have to throw this out there because I come from FGC. It's a freaking free tournament. It boggles. I'm like, where else can you go? Stay at your house, do something you love, not pay a dime, not have to lift a finger, and just play. So like, kudos to you again. But I think people take that for granted. Like, you don't have to pay for stuff. Like, hey, here's $20 to enter this. There's that.
Yeah, just play.
This is free.
Just have fun.
Like,
yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, I'm happy to do that for people, right? Because I remember telling Paz way back, like, yo, I'll put up a tournament, it's fine. And it was so funny. It was like, I said it's only $1,000, and he was like, what the fuck? I'm like, oh, maybe I'm out of touch. I don't know, but I'll just put up the money, and people are happy. And then it makes me look good too. Everyone wins, right? It supports the game. Even though, you know, I don't play as often, like, I still want this game to succeed. And the hope is that I invest this $1,500. The game does well. I'm good at the game. A year from now, more tournaments will come out as a result of, like, maybe the energy, the momentum that I've created here, right? Because, like, I specifically told the teams, I'm going to seed you guys based off of rating. And so already 32 teams should have been gunning for you know, solo queue. Like that's 152 people out of the 38 teams or whatever that are potentially playing the game more. And like 152, I hate to say this, 152 is like, I don't know, like 5% of the entire player base right now. So it was you know, the hope is that I could just support them, push them up. And so in a sense it is peanuts compared to what it could be and what it means for the community. But I definitely can't fucking keep putting up 1,500. I'll
no, but we're scaling, bro. We're scaling.
I think I'll do maximum 2 more tournaments where I throw in $1,000 each, and then I can't really justify it. Yeah,
that's a lot, man. That's still
dude, and just getting it rolling.
Yeah,
like you said, like kind of getting the momentum, getting the community excited about tournaments, getting players out there like playing, and it's like, you know, I think the game is just going to continue to scale, and like I'll be here for it. And I'm like, it's so cool having this stuff.
Lemur got back down the flappy off of that,
and we are into game 1, set 3 between our two teams in a bracket reset. And the first casualty was Paz. The bunny is gone. Lemur could be the next one, taking a lot of damage and couldn't get back. But a hammer struck him in the back, and now Abador is going to be the next one. With Pine, we talked about this composition for them. They seem so strong and unstoppable until they fall to their might.
It's just like the round one, the pacing, like every round one, dude, Pine is just out there just snapping, and it's over. Like the round one goes so fast every match, it seems like.
He really is Thanos, bro. This guy, he just snaps in your
murder. I don't know if anyone caught that. Emperor's shield was broken. And, you know, Lemur could have turned on him. They had a 2v1 to take out Emperor. And it didn't happen. And now, we're talking about how they're down 1-0.
You can't go from Celeste to Brawl like that. Like the APM, the fingers, the aiming, it's just so different.
It's different.
He needed to warm up a little bit, maybe.
Well, we'll see if that
Good
was
route,
enough,
though.
because he got a lot of damage.
Enough.
And they've taken out Spade. Not able to get the dunk on Emperor or the damage as he's able to get back with the rest of the team. Now looking for the attack, but losing out on Emperor. And now Lamer's flashing away, only having to deal with Flappy Penguin. Not really too difficult, even if it's a Krista. You got him far away from the base camp and nowhere to go. Lamer on the prowl. The hunt is there, and TLD will even up the set yet again, 1 apiece.
So you can definitely go from Celeste to Brawl. I was completely wrong.
No, you weren't wrong. You got the game. You got one game.
Caster curse. Okay, TLD's gonna win. TLD's gonna win. TLD's gonna win.
You can't apparently once you jump back on Joel, you don't remember the timing to avoid the snare though. That was showcased.
Okay, he's going in.
Had the chains, but now with the Eye of the Storm popped, Flappy Penguin's taken down by Abador. And with all that attention onto Lemur, yes, Lemur will fall, but they've already separated the battle, so Pine's going to be the next casualty, and they couldn't even get the resurrection, so 2 Wisps will be stopped. Even if Lemur doesn't come back up, you've got to deal with Abador. Spin and dash, not getting enough damage, but those hammers really are starting to hit at Abador. That's why he has to blink dagger away. Heal up the best they can. No team on the base camp. Instead, it's going to be Spade looking for the caught out myth. Was it really the myth caught out? Or is it now you as you have to surge away while Emperor and Abador were doing battle on the other side? So Jewel gone, Emperor the last one remaining. DLD, they look for Oath, and with the spin dash not working, no shield, no worries. A game won by TLD.
I'm going to make a prediction here. TLD win this match, and then Brawl is banned for the rest of the time again.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it. It's doing work. I'm just, I think it's actually a Schreikel difference. It's like, if Schreikel plays well, they win the game. If he doesn't, I mean, that's just like how polarizing. Oh, I didn't go for that. Unlucky.
I thought he was going to go for that reset too.
No, that's a high-level back out. Like, straight up, because Phenom can just dash it.
Lemur, too far. Without the team, the base had been captured, and now losing out in the tier 2s. TLD, they might have been able to at least get someone knocked down, but now you're at a disadvantage. You don't have the base. You're trying to stomp on the Wisp. A dodge away from Abador as they have to deal with Emperor.
Oh, he doesn't get it.
Oath on the other side was doing so much work, and that's going to be the res on the Pine, so they can reset the fight and look for Paz, who tries to heal up, and it's a lot of healing, but not enough with all that damage that came in from Pine, so they can start picking apart the members of TLD. Notice that the 2v4 is working out well for them. Even with the dash away, they're separating. Phenom goes north. Abador might go south, or he might look for the fight, look for the 1v2, but he's taken down by Spade.
Round concluded.
Yo, we need to do a LAN.
Interesting.
We need to do a LAN. We need to get like 200 computers.
Dude, that
And,
would
like,
be
fly
so
everyone out.
hype, bro.
Couple
It's
of
gonna be a lot more than
I would fly
1,500
for that. I would fly wherever for that.
Yeah, a lot more than 1,500. So what is it like 200 a room, 3 days, 600, 400. Let's just call it 1,000 per person for travel.
Okay. All right. Say less.
So
Who's gonna spot? We're talking to the sponsors. We're making this
100
happen.
people.
Easy.
You know, I actually asked. I was making a joke with B Chang. Hopefully, you don't mind me like talking over the cast.
You're fine. You're
But
fine.
I'll give you a little bit of break. I'm gonna just tell a story. So B Chang, love this guy. It's so funny. I was teasing this tournament. I'm like, yo, I need like the devs to put up some money. I was joking, and every single time he like died in game, I was like, yo, the tournament just went up like 1K. Like now you gotta pay me 7K. Now it's 18, right? Every time we jump in, now it's 15K. Now it's 20K. But imagine a 20K tournament, and you fly out players across the world. So we get like an EU versus NA, like a whole BR tournament, like 5 NA teams, 5 EU teams, online qualifiers, and you get them in person. Like, dude, that'd be fun. And like the Supervive community is pretty tight knit. Like you know, like the classic esports, go out for KBBQ. Like, I just want to like go out, dude. I don't know about you guys, but after COVID, man, I want to go out as a gamer. Like, dude, I'm so.
If you're ever in the DC area, let me know. I'll invite you out.
Casting lands, I will say casting
where I'm
lands
at.
is so different than casting online. It is so much better.
Yeah, dude, you get to be on like a stage. You even got the suit and shit. I love how professional you're. That's why I'm paying you 300. That's why.
I get what I'm paid because we have a fight going on with Pine taking the brunt of the damage. TLD. They might have gone down a game, but they want to make sure they can tie it back up at 3 apiece. They've split up Pine. Spade goes north onto the respawn beacon. But TLD are still nearby, and they could put up the fight to get him off of that. He will have to disengage, but here's the chase. With Flappy Penguin gone, Spade was the only one remaining, and no longer is that the case. Tying it up yet again.
Let's go TLD.
Yeah.
Dude, the other thing about a LAN would do is like, I just want to see this game played at a high level on zero ping and see what happens.
Right.
How long will it take to get adjusted to that? Have you thought about the fact that like you're almost accustomed to a certain level of ping? And what happens when it's gone?
It's easier to go down than up, at least. I would
For
say.
sure. That is true.
Yeah. We just let them play a little bit of warm up, you know, good 8 hours just chilling in the LAN arena. Need some AC, need some Red Bulls.
Better have some AC in there, bro.
You never get gamers in the same spot. Dude, holy fuck. TwitchCon smells like shit, dude.
Yes, it does.
Oh
Yes,
my
it does.
God, dude.
It could be better. It could be better.
Dude, we had it in Vegas, in the desert, bro. Fuck that.
Oh
my
That's
God.
where Evo
That's
is
where
every
I'm
year.
from.
So we've been there. We've been there. At least now we're at the MGM.
Right.
Before, some of those places, it was rough. It was rough.
Shit.
Lemur, a little bit far, broken down by the Abyssal Breaker, but look at
Abador with the beautiful stun in the ult!
But no spikes, no picks.
Got
Finally,
one.
Spade is the one they found. Now they try to see if they can get onto Flappy Penguin with the shields gone. Emperor couldn't put it up in time, and they've split up Pine. Tries to go for the 360 no scope, not going to be able to land it while they have on the other side. But Pine looks for the damage. Chain has been landed. Lemur, do you go for it? Do you try to get on top of the strike? All the while, Phenom has been scaring away the Oath. 3 members are now looking for Pine, who has to kick flip away. But TLD in control of the base camp, finding the snipe down onto Pine as Team Pine crumble. Only Emperor to survive with 4 there from TLD. No way to get out of this one. TLD now 1 point away from taking another set.
I've never seen 3 people that scared of a single character, let alone play. It is so fucking funny what this guy is doing to their mental. They did not even approach him. They had 3 players. I'd scream at my team, guys, what the fuck? Go. What the fuck?
With a 360 no scope, scares 3 people away. Like that's
Dude, he only has 1 bullet. Only one of us has to take it, man. Go.
Holy hell.
Well, you gotta be careful, because, I mean, we've seen just how much 1 bullet can do. Almost was able
Abador's
to
in the
take down
back.
Lemur right there. I'm looking at Abador, as you called out, Logic, trying to find that angle. The base camp was attempted by Pine. They find themselves down in this series, and if they lose the set, they'll be down 2-1, and only 1 more game will separate TLD from taking away the title from Pine. The team that's reset the bracket on them not once, but twice. And now TLD in control of the base camp. They go for the all-out on a bird. Lemur gets rid of him, but he does have to trade his life for it. Up in the air, Spade goes as he tries to escape from danger. And then Paz wants to resurrect, but couldn't get near enough to be able to ult and save the teammate. While Pine, he got the benefit of Emperor. Resets from Spade, not enough. Too much damage as they find their own snipes there from Phenom. With a little bit of damage, but they might be able to resurrect him yet again. This Oath doing God's work
my.
of keeping the team alive and healthy with Abador fallen. Phenom and Paz, the only ones that remain. A bunny and an archer, but the bunny might fall. Too many members are there to salvo to take him down, and Pine say, it will not be that easy to stop us. We will get you to 1 more game to fight over the set, Phenom. You'll have to do more than hell's work to take this away from us, as we want a game 9.
My God.
Here we go, baby. 4-4.
This sets like the tone for the
4-1.
entire match. You know, the first games don't matter. When you get that 2 over them, oh, dude, that's rough. Because like you invest so much
changes.
time,
Right.
you win
in a
4 and you
BO5.
lose. Oh, dude, I've been there.
Yeah.
I've been there.
I'm a little surprised to see how hesitant TLD is to pull the trigger after they get rid of certain cooldowns. Like a Jewel Dash, or like, that someone's going to back up all the way to go heal. It looks like only Lemur's really willing to pull the trigger, and I wonder if that's going to change or not.
I don't think so. I think they're really wanting to let Lemur try to get the cooldowns off of Pine, and then Abador finds the flanks. Because look at how he has to defensively use the Blink Dagger every single time.
I mean, the issue is, like, I feel for Phenom because whenever I play Myth, I have the same issue with my team. I need them to either play for me, or I have to 100% play for them. Because, like, having a Myth shooting over the top is super, super important. I mean, look at Lemur doing all this work. If Phenom's there with him, if they're coordinated together, it's just even better. It's not like 2 players, it's like 3 players almost. When 2 characters
Pine
can work
have done
like
a
that.
good job of separating the battle, and now It is just Phenom.
Whoa, dude.
With this all-important game,
with an ulti
Pine,
too.
they battle back, and they will take set 3, 2-1 lead to Pine.
Oh, you just can't. You can't play separate like that. You have to combo each other.
Yeah.
You really do, because you need someone. You need to like cremate the wisp or deathbox it. One of the two has to do that. And if they're going for Lemur, you know, we need the myth shots. We need a right click cover. If they're going for Phenom, we need Brawl to like come in and like actually stun someone. You can't be separate. Your two carry champions can't be separate like that. Like, honestly, Shiv is not even, like, the carry in this case. Shiv just needs to be, like, taking pressure. You can literally fire 0 buttons as Shiv. As long as you are on the opponent's, like, flank, you're already drawing pressure. It's really on Phenom.
We are gonna toss it to a quick break. Sorry to interrupt, because we need to figure out some stuff with the stream, just because we are possibly having to swap up who is streaming. So hang on tight. We'll be right back.
So true.
Good.
What's happening?
I'm not sure yet.
I'll go tell them to draft quickly, by the way.
Yeah.
Do you want us to keep talking or we mute it?
So what's happening? I'm not sure what's
Well, I
happening.
gotta figure out with Shivum. So Shivum,
I just want to
switching
say
over to me.
okay. We're not live though, or we are live.
I don't know.
I don't think we're live.
All right.
Oh, they can't still hear us. Okay. So I'm just trying to figure out.
Oh, we are live. All right.
We are still live.
Somebody's
Okay.
letting us know.
I want to say I'm super proud of Pine for being so well behaved. I haven't seen a single emote, even though there have been plenty of good opportunities to do so.
That's a setting. You can actually turn off emotes, like to the spectator.
I gave them a little bit high.
I made that up.
Okay. I'm gonna message Shivum just to make sure.
You were like, huh? I'm like, no, I made it up. Shout out Supplied. So that has to be demoralizing. I don't care who you are. Just they were so close to winning that, and like they had so much momentum, and then it kind of like just started crumbling towards the end. That just for TLD, that has to be really difficult, I think, just mentally.
Yeah.
To kind of keep yourself so hyped and excited, and like we can still do this when you're like, we just gave it so much.
I wanted to make some jokes when I joined their call, but it seemed a little. I mean, as with any competition, it's gonna seem, it's gonna be heavy. So I just kept it short. I don't want to tilt them further or anything.
And,
I think they're in their heads from literally the last tournament, dude. I'm like, it's because it's like the same thing that happened. It's like it's gotta be lingering.
But TLD won the most recent one at least, right? That's why they got the higher seed.
Yeah.
I gave them the benefit. It made sense, right?
And I was gonna mention, just to your point, Nidhogg, about playing together. I'm sure Lemur saw something different than the team. And like there were times when like he would be separated and he's like, well, where's my backup? Where's my help? And the team's, and it's like as Lemur, you're feeling kind of like, well, what do I do at this point? But the team is like, why'd you go in there? And there's often this disconnect.
To follow. Yeah, you absolutely have to follow. There's never in any like competitive game, you never like the word why is one of the most destructive things you could ever say, ever. Especially with your when you're with strangers, but even when you're with like team, if you go like, why didn't you go in there? That'll always come off like instigatory, right? So it's like, obviously teams can actually say that, like if they're genuinely curious, like what stopped you, like why did you do that? But I'm hoping they don't tilt. I don't think these guys tilt like that.
Probably not,
right? But like, if anyone has to question why, like you gotta get this solved fast, right? So like, why did we not go in there? Because I was on this side of the map, blah blah, and then you have to draw a conclusion from that. So the way my team does review, it's like, what happened? What should we do in the future? Objectively speaking, we need to align on that first, and then done. Like no feelings whatsoever. It's like purely objective. And so I think in Lemur's case, he needs to like absolutely call his team over. He's going 1v3, and if he gets a knock, it's almost like he didn't get a knock, because they can just get the guy right back up, right? Good teams will just like get back up. So that's like the biggest thing. Like I said, they have to coordinate. It's one or the other. Either you're playing for the myth or you're playing for the brawl. And like it's a little bit harder for a brawl to stay with the back, but that's what our team does with height. It's like play for empower, don't actually go in, just like support me, be near me, and let me poke. You know what I mean? If I'm the myth, I'm screaming, let me poke.
All right. So there we go.
Robin.
We've got the picks, and we have somebody. I feel like somebody called the Brawl Band. I don't know. Who was that?
I'm just a little surprised that TLD had Brawl lost, but Pine was like, your Brawl was a problem still, and opted to ban it and give over the oath.
I know what's the problem. Let's be real.
That's intelligence right there. I mean, they recognize that the only win con is Lemur going sicko mode on the Brawl, because no one else is stepping up to the plate and carrying. So they need some sort of win con, and removing that is really smart. Because Leon's less is so much less like dangerous for the resets and everything.
Yeah, like when we saw in that last match, we saw it. Like he just has so much more kind of tools to create like openings with the Brawl, and like you guys were just talking about, like if his team was able to follow up on some of those, it would have been a little bit of a different story. But yeah, I agree that the Brawl was looking pretty good. But yeah, it makes sense it's going to get taken away here.
Right.
I would have been surprised to see it again.
Their win cons, like just literally pass on the oath, doing a really good job engaging, go button, or what's it called, Brawl. And if Phenomen's not on Felix, like they have no real go button. They just need to play around mid, bro. That's like my biggest frustration when playing mid. Like I need to be facilitated. I'm the strongest character in the game, and it's like so sad seeing mid being misused. Not even by Phenom, it's like misused by the team. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because she has to, like you were saying, like she has to be played around or be playing to support, like be playing around her team.
Both.
And it's like
we have to choose what style we want, guys. Like, am I following someone or are they following me? Can't have like half and half.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering. I want to watch how it all plays out, but so far when Paz has been on a comfort pick, TLD has pretty much won. So I'm wondering what's going to change on Pine's side. Of course, you don't want to deal with the Brawl, so that's why they banned it. But how are they going to deal with a Paz Oath who is so good, whether it's kind of utility for his team, whether it's soloing his opponents? His Oath is just phenomenal. And I want to see what their answer is.
Oh, Nidhogg, I wanted to ask you, what do you think about like the Ghost pickup? Yeah, we've seen Emperor do it a few times now.
Oh, Ghost is very strong. Ghost is incredibly strong, dude. Like, this character, it does so fucking much, and he's only ever been buffed, really. People are saying, like, he's not as good.
That cracks me up, actually.
Literally, like, apparently Ghost players complain, but,
any mains are going to always complain that their Hunter, their hero champ is not strong enough because they want to be able to one-shot everyone no matter what and then survive all the damage.
Which is hilariously stupid because every character has a left shift reset, and they're like, oh, but Ghost already did that. Well, yes, he didn't lose anything. He just didn't gain as much as he, could have.
Right.
But he still gained something, which is the fact that he heals when he kills, which is so good for a character like Ghost.
Speaking of gaining, right now TLD have gained the green armor already. Pine kind of playing a more passive game in this one. Both sides looking for the shots at one another, trying to see if they can find the angles. These arcane railguns are doing so much for Emperor. Paz tried to engage the blast off a little bit wide, but they got the damage on a Spade. This is going to be the first casualty on the Pine, and then they can follow it up as nobody could go up. The armor was there for TLD. Game 1 of set 4 to TLD.
I just realized Phenom is playing the Bishop. Nice.
Yes.
Nice. High key Myth was a bait pick because he's good on the Myth, but like, again, it's a bait pick if you don't play for it.
Feels like TLD do have a slightly better composition, especially because not just Phenom, I think being on the Bishop, but also having Paz on Oath. But when you lose Abador, he can't even find the flank. That's going to be a problem. Pine will heal up. They've got TLD off of the base camp. Should be the greens going over to Pine.
Yeah, but is Lemur going to be able... There's no way they're going to be able to get this res off.
They've been on it this whole time. Pine's here.
He still has his wall.
Wonders missing. They've got it. But that summon Napalm, the takedown, the snipe 2 from Emperor.
There it is.
Saying that he is the royalty of the map and he's looking to take down TLD. Paz the next one that he was looking for, but Paz will barely survive over the abyss while Lemur is in a bad spot. Another snipe by Emperor.
Yeah, I gotta change my name. I can't be king, bro. I gotta be a monarch.
Rebrand.
Fuck, dude. It's like choosing to call yourself like a prince or some shit, or like a low baron, or like a vizier or something, bro. King does not cut it.
No.
Yeah, I'm like a fucking dude, dude. I'm like a low level.
Dude, you
Is
gotta
this by
work?
himself all the way over here? Okay, no,
The fuck?
not gonna
What
work.
map
But
did
I
we
don't know if there's
spawn on?
enough time. I don't know.
He's already rezzing though.
Yeah, that's like they're already rezzing. They're getting ready.
seconds.
Blast off is used just to get over towards the islands you need to. Base camp has
Gotta be on
been
the
there this
camp.
entire time.
Yeah.
Here are the backs for Pine.
He's trying.
Phenom.
No,
Spike
no, that's
down.
a mental. No, that's a mental out,
Yeah.
dude. It's like, oh, fuck. Yo, I gotta make a rule against like last alive, like wasting time a little bit. I feel bad because like my boy Height, when I was watching him, dude, he's last alive. I'm like, yo, you clearly can't win here. Please save me time. And like, I don't want to say anything because it's like it's kind of mean. It's like, yo, you're not gonna 1v4, bro. Sorry. Right, but like
He's
it is
trying
true.
though. That's what matters, though. He's trying.
It is true. Like we could say like after 50 seconds you can't go to another island. Like please save us time.
I
please.
do. I kind of like the no other island.
I would just say
rule,
no
'cause that would
island.
help-
I think
Yeah,
that
I
would be
kind of
enough.
like
speed
that
that
too.
up.
Well,
I think I'm with it right now. The whiff from Phenom, not on to Pine, but they tried their damnedest. But instead, it is going to be Faz that finds himself down. DLD right up against Pine, and they even had the reset. No, they didn't. They couldn't get Abador to find the knock, so Phenom falls, and Pine secure more control and another game in set 4.
nah, Pine's draft is too good. We saw this comp before. We were actually gonna play this in BR. My team specifically because the crossfire, the 4 crossfire, like you can't beat
Yeah,
that.
that's crazy.
All 4 DPS out, but like you go for 1 and the other 3 turn around and shoot you. Like you can't do that on TLD's team. It's not the same.
You have Crossfire, you have CC, and everyone's ult is like super far. Like it's kind of rough.
Oh, but this is good. If they can get an
Right.
initial pick, especially on a Pine, that already sets up TLD with control. They've gotten them away from the base camp, and while Pine might be able to get a little bit of damage onto members of TLD, this is a great way for them to equalize the battlefield and already force Pine so far away from base camp.
Right.
Nidhogg with another caster curse. Talking about how great the
no,
comp is, and then they
hold
die.
Hold on. Specifically, I mentioned the crossfire. Like, if you're on the same, so Pine died without like 2 of his teammates nearby, right? Without the Flappy Krista and like the Ghost, right? Like, if you guys jump like that with the teammates nearby, anyone that jumps him dies immediately, right? Like that's the theory. So it's really good on TLD, if anything. Not even a mistake. That's like a big one. Like a lot of the times when someone makes a play, typically it's because the other side made a mistake. But I don't even think like TLD made. Okay, no flame flip, but like it wasn't that good a play, but it was more like you're giving the enemy team an opening to fucking
Right.
kill you, right? And like
Yep.
the team that learns how to not do that, making less mistakes is like how you win at higher levels of play, rather than like making a big play. Most people think like, oh, you have to have good mechanics to make a big play. Like that right there was a mistake, right? Like that was them giving it. You know what I mean? It's a good shot from Emperor, but it was a mistake from TLD, right? Like that you know, which one you focus
Sometimes
on
you-
is more important.
Like sometimes you do things because you're good. Sometimes you like good things happen because your opponent's bad.
Right, and both can happen at the same time, but you want to figure out like which one's more important to look at, and in a lot of cases, it's like someone's making a mistake. That's the level we're at. Like these guys are the best in the game right now, but the game is so young, and like there isn't that much competition to like improve on. So that's what I find most interesting.
Ooh, a nice pin there. Making sure nothing happens from that blast off as the rest of TLD take control away. They're wrestling it back, but they're losing. Pine just too strong. Even with Paz there, it is going to be another game over to Pine. 3-2 advantage.
Big double pin there from the Spade Storm Smith.
Yeah, no, his myth is doing pretty well here, but he's being facilitated, right? He's got all his boys with him.
Yeah.
He's shooting.
Yeah.
Putting 4 players on the same screen is super OP. Surprise, surprise.
Myth is so fun when you do have your team playing around you, though. She is like peak.
Like
dopamine.
Paz
I
is
love
alone,
it.
right? 4 versus 1 here should
Right.
die.
Yeah,
Space
it's-
turn on that. Just go into the same time.
Yeah, I
Dude,
feel
even
like that
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
could be the angle that they want to go for, but right now they are giving a little bit over to TLD as you're talking about, Nidhogg, because there is still that threat that TLD brings to the table. They've gotten here for a reason. Yes, you know that you're good at Arena. You're good at these team fights if you're Team Pine, but TLD have been the best in Supervive for a long time. You're giving some respect, but at some point you gotta play aggressively, like right there. forcing out the blast off while Abador tries to get the fuse on. Has the resets, the damage is there, and TLD have fought back against Pine, taking out Emperor. Paz bashing away, but one's gone. There's gonna be a 3v2. Paz could get resurrected. They're helping him out, but Pine tries to get on top of him, couldn't do so, and he has to go over to the best wall. Flappy Penguin, Lemur Brawl. Emperor's back up, but so is Abador, so are the rest of TLD. 4 members strong with Flappy Penguin trying to get away.
I was looking like they might be able to do something. No, they might still.
2v4. They were able to get one spike.
Oh!
Second one missing.
Emperor!
They still got a damage on the Phenom, and it's just Lemur. Pine and Emperor. They brought back up an Emperor to reign on his throne and to take down TLD. They want to be 1 game away. Chilling finale on the point. But it's only the finale of you. 1 game remains between Pine and another arena title.
I thought you were gonna do like a caster blessing because you were like doing this whole speech about TLD's still good, and then you hit him with a fucking caster curse, bro. It happens. I swear to God, it happens all the time.
It happens to everyone. It happens to everyone.
You know, like the it starts with success thing, like the fucking meme, the Shocks meme. She does a whole speech, dude. I was like, oh shit, that's so crazy, dude. Nice, they're in there, and then they lose. It's like,
That's casting for you. That's the first thing you learn in casting is more often than not you will cast a curse it as right now Pine are that 1 game away. They have beaten TLD in the first best of 5. Here it is set 4 and they look to do the same to TLD. 4-2, only 1 remaining. Even if they drop this one, they have that wiggle room. But TLD at least fight back the best they can. Abyssal Breaker doesn't connect onto anybody. They have to heal up. Pine doing the same, getting some levels up and getting some health back for the team, while they're doing a lot more to TLD, avoiding the Vortex Charm, but Paz, way too low, blast off, whiffing, not landing, second one to push them back, as Pine have taken control of the base, they've taken control while Abador tried to get the Fusel on, but it didn't work out, and Phenom the next target for Spade, while Paz fights against Emperor, but he's pushed back, 1 more Hammer Strike, couldn't get it because Pine shows up to save him with an Arcane Railgun, doing it all for Pine. They are the best team of Arena for a reason.
Shit.
Bracket reset, bracket won by Team Pine.
GG.
oh, I feel so bad.
You can emo now.
I feel bad. Yeah, DQ. Oh my God, bro.
That's rough.
That was hype, dude. I can't help but feel bad. I mean, TLD did play well, but like, dude, this is actually a really good VOD review for any team that wants to get good. The idea of like, don't step out of line, be in a parallel line with each other, facing the opponent in a line of scrimmage, and shoot at them. And anyone that breaks that line, kill them immediately. Like,
yeah.
Dude,
See,
and
I
there's
don't
just
feel
like,
bad
There's
for
so
TLD.
much to be learned.
No, I don't feel bad for TLD.
okay.
Because the better team on the day 1, Team Pine, took their title. They take the prize. They were the best team of Arena for today. They might have dropped down into the lower bracket, but that's how the script was last time too. They like to have the bracket resets. They like to have the pressure put onto them because that's when they perform best. And
Right.
deservedly so, they take first place.
They earned their McChickens. That's all I can say. They got their McChickens.
You know what they're gonna do next time? They're just gonna throw. They're just gonna be like, let's just go to losers. Let's just play Pine and losers, or beat them in grands twice.
I mean, Cat 2-0'd Pine, right, at some point. And so technically Cat places above TLD because they have more wins over them.
True.
Actually, does that make sense? Shit, I don't even know.
No,
Do they?
but
No, 'cause
I
they
was
both had
gonna
one.
let
They
it
both had
rock.
one.
No.
Okay. You know what? I know you're not even playing this, but you're DQ'd for saying that. I've been.
That's cool. This is great.
I've been
This
DQ'd
is
people.
honestly.
I'm DQ'd too. I coach like Cat. That's like illegal. I'm DQ'd.
Nidhogg's high on the
DQ'd.
power, just DQ'd
Yo,
everyone.
I wanted that title. They're like, have you been DQ'd before? Yeah, man, for the event I didn't enter.
Dude, I
like,
DQ'd the guy that's not even in my tournament, bro. I said, yo, sign up so I can DQ you. Believe it or not? Yeah, that's right,
As much
dude.
as I want to let this
Oh.
into my voice
Oh.
is
Yeah.
tired. So Nidhogg, before we end,
Yeah.
Anything you got to say about how the tournament went? It went a long time.
I think it was worth it. I think it was really worth it. I like spending the time. I don't mind it. It's just one day. You know what I mean? We couldn't get the exhibition match because the devs have to sleep. So
crazy.
That's unfortunate. We are definitely doing best of 1 losers and best of 1 quarters from now on. 100,000%. But I don't know if I'll do an arena. I want to do like a BR tournament, bro. That shit's so much better to watch.
Would be cool.
Yeah, because that's my element.
But,
you know,
I will say it is cool to like showcase the arena format, because I feel like a lot of Supervive players, they'll like mess around in arena, but you don't really get to see competitive arena. So it is super cool to see and there's something to be taken, like you were saying at the end there, from the 4v4 isolated, everything same versus the kind of chaos sandbox of BR. But yeah, I think any version of Supervive, I'm here to watch and yell about.
Right.
So
and put myself on the screen. It's so weird. I just see you guys like the stream sees you guys like delayed, so I might as well put myself up too while we talk, even though you guys can see. But got some comments here. It needs to start earlier, especially on the weekend. I definitely agree. I didn't even realize it was weekend. I'll be honest. I haven't tracked the actual like day since like I was 18. So
yeah,
it's been a Saturday forever for me. So I'm like, oh shit, right, it is a weekend. Totally forgot.
We're gaming. We're waking up and we're gaming.
True. Time draft is a big one. Yes. Yeah. Drafts need to be like 30 seconds. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, 30 seconds of shit. That was good. But what do you guys think? What should I have done better? For like maybe next time or something.
I think maybe best of 5s might be a bit much.
I like best of 5s for the grand finals.
You like best of 5s?
I like it.
I think just if you think about the time, this was over an hour, if I'm not mistaken, just for, and I think that's where you're kind of run into it.
It's just like fucking Pine, bro. Fucking Pine.
Well, we got a bracket reset. Let's not forget that was 2
I can't believe this guy always does this bracket reset. I should have just put him. I should have made him seed 1. So he would just stay in winners, bro. Like, why do you just lose?
Can't believe this guy.
Like, stop.
The nerve.
Can you just stay? Can the winner just stay in the winner and then win? You know what I mean? Can we not have a losers bracket and then like reset? Like, I was like, whole time thinking, please fucking just die. Like, so.
The other one is you could potentially start it earlier or have just stream maybe only like top 8 or only a certain amount.
Yeah,
is also an option.
I was trying to like move everyone else and like get you to stream only like one, like the next successive round. But yeah, no, I should have.
Those only things that pop in my
I
head.
know the things that I could have done better that are obvious with bracket, but yeah, you gotta go.
I need to go. I'm tired. Okay. I've been doing this for 8 hours.
Totally fine.
You killed it, brother. We love you,
Magical.
Magical.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
Thank
send
you.
me your PayPal. Send me your PayPal.
I will. Thank you. Again.
Sorry to the other guys. I'll be honest. I like so many people message me. And I'm like, just go ask MadMagical. Like, I don't.
You're good, bro. Magical's
fine.
He pulled it all together, and like, yeah, we want that money going to the players. So
right, I'm sure you guys are happy to just like chill, have fun. That was cool, dude. This rap is so sick. I like whoever made this. So sick.
Shivam and Kurjan definitely are the ones to look out for that. Thank you, Main Jam, for observing this whole time as well. Zikrick, Logic, Dolphy, and Twin for joining me for the cast. Nidhogg, you for everything, putting this all together. Saya for helping out with the bracket. Everyone, you are all awesome. And until next time, I'm gonna go take a nap.
All right. Well,
GG's.
Good night, bro. Thanks. Thank you guys again. You guys want to stay on to like interview some of these dudes? How do I?
I'm down to chill.
I want to get a Pine in here, bro.
I would love to hear
for
from
a
Pine.
second. Oh,
Everyone's gone. Everyone's out. Everyone just bailed.
Wait, yeah, we're supposed to do the winner review. Let's do it. Let's interview some of these guys. Where's Pine? Let's get Pine.
I'm going to hop off.
Okay, I'll just do it. It's all good.
Normally I would, but I'm like 3 a.m. and it's been 6 hours of casted. I'm like, that's a lot.
True.
But I appreciate it, and I'm down to definitely do it, like, to play, well, not play, cast, all that stuff in the future.
Wait, Pine normally sleeps by now. He's actually a good boy, dude. He like gets to bed fast.
No emotes, goes to sleep on time.
Yeah, gets his dub.
What a good boy.
You guys can end. I'll just do my own thing. It's all good. You need to go. Good to see you again, those guys.